Chapter 453. Hubby, did something happen to you recently? At night, Li Zishuan's bedroom in the west courtyard of the Li residence. Han Yushi hugged Li Zishuan's arm and looked up at him. Oh, it's nothing. Wife, why do you ask? Li Zishuan turned sideways and pulled his wife into his arms as he asked with a smile. Han Yushi, who had just finished bathing, was wearing smooth and white silk pajamas, which showed off her exquisite figure. The faint fragrance of flower petals from her body went straight into Li Zishuan's nostrils. It was really comfortable and smelled good to hold such a lovely person in his arms. It really made a certain someone a little restless. Oomph. Hubby, don't try to hide it from me. Han Yushi twisted her body and pouted unhappily. I heard that Minister Yin came to our house this morning to make a budget for hubby's Yanwan College. It should be because we don't have enough money, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have run to the workshop on such a hot day. With his lie exposed, Li Zishuan put down the wolf claws on her back embarrassedly and wondered, Wife, who did you hear this from? Oomph. I'm not telling you. Han Yushi shook her head and didn't answer. Then, she asked seriously, Hubby, tell me the truth. How much money do you need? It's just a small amount. Wife, don't worry about money. I already have a way. Let's sleep. Li Zishuan felt that it was a waste of time to talk about money on such a beautiful day. It was better to use it to improve their relationship. Hubby, stop fooling around. Why don't you make things clear first? If your college is short of money, I could take out the dowry first. Hubby, your Yanwan College is a task that His Majesty personally handed to you. We can't slack off. Han Yushi broke free from a certain someone's bear hug and said seriously, Don't. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, I, your husband, have not fallen to the point of using my wife's dowry. To tell you the truth, I have countless ways to make money in my head. I can get as much wealth as I want in this world. Wife, don't worry. In 2 days, you will see a lot more money in our family. When the time comes, I'll give you another gift. When Han Yushi saw Li Zishuan's confidence, her heart was relieved. When she heard the last sentence, her curiosity was really aroused. She quickly asked, What gift? It's a secret. Wife, tell me, how is your study with my mother coming along? I can't even see you during the day. Still far from it. The more this concubine learns, the more this concubine feels that mother really knows a lot. If this concubine can be like mother and manage the household in an orderly manner, that would be great. Oh, by the way, this concubine has also been learning from Iron Egg, my husband's new arithmetic. Mother said that it will be faster to use this to keep accounts. Looks like this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is quite good. This way, I won't be stuck in the middle in the future, right? Li Zishuan listened to Han Yushi's explanation and thought happily in his heart. If my wife wants to learn arithmetic, why do you have to look for Iron Egg? Can't you just look for your husband? How about this? Every night in the future, your husband will teach you arithmetic? No way. Husband, I'm afraid that you will teach me on the bed. Han Yushi smiled slyly and rejected. You know me best, my wife. You have to do it, even if you can't. Let's practice it tonight. The next morning, many people bought a copy of the newspaper out of habit after breakfast. Those who were observant could easily notice that there was an unusual piece of news in the newspaper. It was unusual because the content was an advertisement and its position was on the news page. The Tong Daily had developed to this stage, and the functions of each section were very clear. For advertisements, Ma Zhou had specially opened up a small space in the middle column of the newspaper to advertise the various restaurants and guest houses in Chong and City. There had never been an advertisement in the news like today. Speaking of which, Li Zishuan was also forced. He went to the editorial department yesterday to look for Ma Zhou and asked Ma Zhou to arrange an advertisement for him tomorrow to promote the batch of glassware from the workshop. Who knew that Ma Zhou would tell him that the advertisement slots in Detong Daily were recently full? If Li Zishuan wanted to cut the queue, then he would have to cancel an advertisement at the last minute. Li Zishuan had been busy with the academy recently and did not have time to read the newspaper. He did not expect Detong Daily to be so popular now that so many businesses wanted to advertise in it. He found yesterday's Datong Daily and opened it. The middle column was crowded with small advertisements, and it made his scalp tingle. This would not do. If his advertisement was placed in there, wouldn't it be drowned in an instant? Therefore, this guy started to play with his privileges and asked Majo to write an advertisement to advertise in the official section. Hey, there's something new in Chitsu Pavilion again. Top quality colored glass cups and colored glass cups. Other than these, there's an even bigger surprise. We'll see it tomorrow. After reading the newspaper, other than complaining about Li Zishuan's advertisement in the main article, people began to discuss the contents of the advertisement with their friends around them. Colored glass cups? Colored glass cups? Chitsu Pavilion actually has something like this? Didn't they say that only barbarians have these things? Someone questioned, "Hey, what's this?" Li Xianan was able to create so many strange things before. It's not strange that he can create colored glass now. You're saying that this batch of colored glass is produced by Chitsu Pavilion's own workshop? Someone thought of the high price of colored glass and could not help but gasp. Huh, then what else? Didn't you see what the newspaper said? This batch of colored glass cups and cups is of a higher quality than the ones sold by barbarians. Doesn't this mean that it was made by Li Xianan's own workshop? Hell, Li Xianan is really capable. I'll go and see for myself tomorrow. I wonder how much it will cost. After all, the newspaper said that this batch of colored glass is of better quality. I wonder how much more expensive it will be compared to the ones sold by barbarians. Someone frowned and said worriedly, "Hey, I believe that it won't be too expensive. Weren't Tang Dynasty's books very expensive in the past? Ever since Lord Li's Chitsu culture came out, ordinary people could afford to buy books. That's hard to say. Books are books. Lord Li sold them at such a low price because he wanted to benefit the poor scholars. Why is he selling the colored glass at such a low price now? Besides, who knows if the cost of the colored glass in Chitsu Pavilion is high or not? They won't sell at a loss, right? I'm curious about what the bigger surprise is. Li Xianan's Chitsu Pavilion has never disappointed me. Chapter 454. Bastard. I was actually tricked by this brat. He even dares to take my money. How preposterous. After the morning court, Li Er came to the Li Zheng Hall and saw a Datong Daily on the table. He casually flipped through it, but something happened. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Who made you angry? Empress Zhang's son brought a glass of water to Li Er and asked curiously, "Who else could it be?" "It's Li Zishuan, that brat." Li Er rolled his eyes angrily, then pointed at the advertisement in the newspaper and said, "Look, Guanyin maid, this brat can already make his own glaze. He even deceived me last time. This is outrageous." Deceived? Where did this come from, Your Majesty? Empress Zhang's son glanced at the newspaper and then asked doubtfully, "Have you forgotten, Guanyin maid? Last month, I asked that brat to make compasses for the fleet going south. That brat complained to me that the glaze on the compass was expensive and that he would lose money if he sold it cheaply. In the end, that brat sold 200 compasses to the imperial court at the price of 4 strings of coins each. At that time, his workshop would be able to make colored glaze on its own. That brat deliberately hid it from me because he wanted to make a fortune from me." Li Er slammed the table and said hatefully, "Puffed." Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Er's angry look. "Your Majesty, even if Xiao Xian's workshop can produce glaze by itself, that's also his own good fortune. Besides, the quality of their glaze is not inferior to that of the Hu merchants. It's understandable that they sell it at such a price." Li Er glared and said, "Although that's the case, I'm still more or less uncomfortable after being tricked by this brat." Your Majesty is magnanimous. Why lower yourself to the same level as a child? You just finished the morning court. Drink some water." Empress Zhang's son smiled sweetly and handed the cup to Li Er. Li Er took it and thought for a moment. "Okay, forget it. I'll let this brat off on account of Guanyin maid." Empress Zhang's son joined in the fun and said, "Then I thank Your Majesty for giving me face." Maid Guanyin, you don't need to be so courteous." Oh, right, Your Majesty. Xiao Xian suddenly took out so much glass to sell. Was he short of money? But this concubine doesn't think that child is short of money. Empress Zhang's son had clearly seen the contents of the newspaper before. Now that Li Er had specially brought it up, she had some doubts. Oh, he must be short of money. Didn't maid Guanyin follow me there yesterday? The Yanhuang College designed by that brat is almost as big as my palace. Although there are not as many buildings as the palace, I'm afraid that it will cost a lot to build it. I don't know where that brat got the confidence to build such a big college. Li Er took 2 sips of water and muttered to himself. So that's how it is. I only saw the magnificent design of the academy yesterday, but I really didn't think about money. Your Majesty, how much do you think it will cost to build this academy? Empress Zhang's son said in surprise. According to my estimation, if it is built according to the scale on the blueprint, this brat will have to fork out at least 500,000 strings of cash. Otherwise, he won't be able to build the same effect as the sand table model. Li Er's knowledge was quite broad. After some calculations, he was actually pretty close to the mark. The budget of 400,000 strings of cash that Yin lied made before didn't include labor and decoration costs. It seemed that Li Er's budget of 500,000 strings of cash was reasonable. 500,000 strings of cash? Such a huge number made Empress Zhang's son, the mother of the country, couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Then she said worriedly, although the Li family is rich, I'm afraid they can't fork out so much money. And now that the treasury is empty, the imperial court can't support him with money. This child, in my opinion, it would be better for him to build a smaller academy. It's all about teaching and educating people. What's the difference if the environment is better? Even if the treasury of Chong and city is full, the officials in the imperial court won't let me spend the money on Yanhuang College. Li Er sighed, patted Empress Zhangxuan's back, and said, Guanyin maid, you're still thinking too simply. Although this brat has just entered the imperial court not long ago, I have a clear understanding of his nature. No matter what he does, this brat is never someone who is content with his lot. Everything he does, he wants to be different from the rest and do it the best. Let him do as he pleases. Your Majesty, that's 500,000 strings of cash. Where can this child get so much money? Empress Zhang's son was still a little worried. Guanyin maid, your worries are groundless. In terms of the ability to make money, no one in the entire Tang Empire can make more money than that brat. He must have a way to solve it. Li Er pulled Zhang's son into his embrace and laughed loudly. While advertising Chitu Pavilion's Liuli, Li Zishuan also asked Faubert and Wang Zhong to start recruiting workers and craftsmen. Now that the Imperial College's field vacation had begun, there were only 2 months left for the construction of Yanhuang College. It would take more than 2 months to build at least 3 buildings: the teaching building, the dormitory building, and the cafeteria. As for the bathhouse, although it had to be built first, in terms of scale, it shouldn't be considered a building. Logically speaking, it was very difficult to complete. In modern times, it was simply a fantasy. However, Li Zishuan didn't believe it because he had a lot of manpower and money. Yin Lai transferred 220 craftsmen who were proficient in construction from the Ministry of Works. In the workshop, there were also more than 100 craftsmen who knew how to build. In total, there were more than 300 construction elites, and each of them could command at least 30 to 40 workers to participate in the construction. There were also many experienced craftsmen among the people. Li Zishuan was rich, and he planned to recruit all of them. He wanted to use numbers to compete with speed. His plan was to recruit more than 400 experienced craftsmen and no less than 15,000 common laborers. With such a large construction team, he didn't believe that he couldn't complete the construction on time. Of course, it would be very troublesome to manage so many people. Li Zishuan definitely wouldn't do it personally. He wanted to leave this glorious and difficult task to Yin Xiaoning and Faubert. Even so, time was tight and the task was important. The earlier the construction started, the faster the progress. Thus, Li Zishuan was fighting on 3 fronts at the moment. On one hand, he let the elites in the workshop study the cement. On the other hand, he used a batch of glass to raise money. On the other hand, he was still recruiting craftsmen and workers. for the sake of Yanwang College. He was really worried sick. Chapter 455. Hey, we're hiring. We're hiring. Chitu Pavilion Workshop is hiring. As long as you have the strength and can work, we're hiring all of you. 30 copper coins per person per day. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. If you have experience in building houses, 80 copper coins per person per day. If you want to sign up to earn some money, come and take a look. In the streets and alleys of Chong and City, as well as the villages outside of Chong and City, one could see 2 or 3 servants in green clothes and hats shouting at the top of their lungs. 30 copper coins per day? That high? You're not lying, are you? In the first year of Jingguan, prices were very low. Correspondingly, wages were not very high either. Ordinary people would only earn 10 copper coins per day if they worked tirelessly at the docks to carry sacks. Those who helped people build houses also earned about the same price per day. If you met a boss with a conscience, they would give you a raise. However, 20 copper coins per day was already the limit. Now, Lisa Xuan was offering 30 copper coins per day, which was very attractive. The onlookers were all eager to make a move. The only thing they were worried about was the authenticity of this recruitment advertisement. Oh, brother, isn't it wrong for you to say that? Do you see the clothes I'm wearing? This is something only the people from Chitu Pavilion can wear. Do you know Chitu Pavilion? That's our young master's business. Do you know our young master? He's a baron personally conferred by the emperor, the recently promoted Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Let me tell you, if the workshop manager didn't say that I didn't have enough strength, I would have done it myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to Lu Village to recruit people. When the servant heard that someone doubted him, he was immediately unhappy. This fellow was also a chatterbox. He put his hands on his hips and talked endlessly. He looked like a shrew scolding the streets. Oh, you're really from Chitu Pavilion. I've seen you in the city before. I say, Lu Buju, you didn't look carefully before you spoke. The men from Li County are extremely wealthy. Why would they care about your little wage? Hey, brother, don't you think I'm right? A tall and thin young man first reprimanded the villager who questioned him. Then he turned around and said to the servant from Chitu Pavilion, Yes. Why would my Lord Ju care about such a small amount of money? Those who have come into contact with my Lord Ju know that he is kind-hearted and can't bear to see others suffer. Why would he do such a deceitful thing? The servant of the strange interest pavilion nodded in satisfaction, then proudly raised his head and said, Yeah, Lu Buju, you really are an ungrateful brat. Previously, when Li Xianan made the curved plow, he helped everyone in the manor. How can you say that? Lu Buju, you heartless rascal. You dare to doubt such a good person like Lord Li? I hope you don't get it up for the rest of your life. Brother, Lu Biji, sign up. Don't even mention 30 copper coins a day. If Li Xiansheng needs my help, I'm willing to do it for 10 copper coins a day. Damn, since when did I suspect Li Xianan? I didn't know that he was sent by Li Xianan. Brother, I didn't recognize Mount Tai just now. Please be magnanimous. My name is Lu Fuji, not Lu Buju. I also want to sign up. The man in gray didn't expect that a casual question would put him in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. He quickly went forward to explain. Seeing that everyone's attitude had changed and they were all polite, the servant of the strange interest pavilion suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Working in the strange interest pavilion was still the best. That's not right. If I can be transferred to work for Lord Ju, I'll have a better future. The servant of the strange interest pavilion said happily. Don't fight or fight. As long as you have enough strength, you could be chosen. Yes. Do you see this rock in front of me? If you can lift it above your head, our workshop wants it. Everyone, line up and take your time. The servant pointed at the 1-foot-wide rock in front of him and said loudly. Although Lisa Xuan was short of people, he didn't hire just anyone. Those who didn't have enough strength would only cause trouble. The rock used to test people's physical strength was only 40 to 50 pounds. It shouldn't be difficult for most hard-working farmers. Hey, such a big rock. Easy. I'll go first. The one who spoke earlier was called Lu Biji. He stepped forward and said loudly, Bulsh *T. I'm the one who came first. He had finished his work and assigned the work to his subordinates. Li Zishuan had a rare moment of leisure in the afternoon. He sat under the pavilion in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze and eating iced grapes. He continued to write, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Recently, he was so busy that he didn't have time to write novels. If it wasn't for a batch of manuscripts, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality would probably stop updating in the next few days. The fans of The Mortal would definitely go crazy. While he was writing happily, Li Zishuan suddenly felt someone beside him. He looked up and saw that it was the little fatty Li Tai. He couldn't help but stop writing and asked curiously, Chinke, why are you here? Nothing much. I'm just bored in the prince's mansion, so I came out for a walk. Li Tai looked at the manuscripts on the stone table and answered absent-mindedly. Ever since Li Zishuan deliberately practiced writing for a period of time, the matter of ghostwriting for The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality was no longer his turn. This was because Li Zishuan's writing speed was much faster than his. This directly led to him not being able to enjoy the privilege of not being able to read the later chapters of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality in advance. You could just walk around to my house? Brat, you're too good at walking around? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, Hee, didn't I hear from Imperial Father that Shaoxian, you've already finished designing our Yanhuang College? This prince specially came to take a look. Li Tai laughed dryly and said the truth. Hey, wait, that's my Yanhuang College. When did it become ours? Li Zishuan didn't expect that this little fatty not only had so much fat, but also had such a thick skin. He couldn't help but be angry. Hey, Shaoxian, you're not interesting. Back then, I was the first to support Yanhuang College. Even if you're not grateful, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Scram, I see that you haven't attended classes for a few days, so you've forgotten the dignity of a teacher. Li Zishuan lifted the big sword beside him, slammed the table, and said fiercely, Fine. Yours, it's all yours, all right? This prince is only here to take a look at your sand table. Is there a need for this? The little fatty immediately dodged and kept a relatively complete distance from Li Zishuan. He knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to defeat Li Zishuan. Now, the sand table is in the side hall if you want to take a look. Li Zishuan waved his hand and sat down to continue writing his novel. Chapter 456. Oh, this house looks so stylish. What the hell? How many levels are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 10 floors. So stylish. Little Xian, your design is great. Damn, this house is also beautifully designed. TSK. I didn't expect that little Xian not only knows mathematics, but also landscaping. Damn, what is this? Why are there 2 nets on the grass? Awesome. Pavilions, terraces, rockeries, lakes, this is almost comparable to a palace. Little Xian, your design of Yanhuang College is too awesome. Haha, this prince's choice of going to Yanhuang College was indeed correct. Damn, I say, are you done yet, kid? Look at the sand table. Can't you shut your mouth? Ever since Li Tai had entered the side hall, the little fatty's screams had been continuously heard. Li Zishuan, who was in the pavilion, could hear it from far away. Even when he was writing a novel, he couldn't calm down to write. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Li Tai, who was feeling smug, was suddenly awakened by the roar. He shrunk his neck and thought that he was too excited and forgot where he was. Li Tai calmed down and carefully looked at the sand table model of Yanhuang College from beginning to end. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The more he looked, the more fortunate he was that he chose Yanhuang College in the first place. Little Xian, this Yanhuang College's design is amazing. Although many of the buildings are different from the architectural styles of Tang Dynasty, I don't know why, but I still like this style. Yanhuang College must be built, no matter how much it costs. Little Xian, if you don't have enough money, I'll pay for it. The little fatty looked at it for a long time and walked out of the house. It was the first time he saw a modern reinforced concrete-style building, and he immediately fell in love with it. This guy's crazy look was very similar to a modern fanatic, but he was bragging a little too much. Oh, just right. I'm short of money recently. Li Zishuan put down his pen and glanced at the spendthrift in front of him. He smiled and said, if you want to build the academy according to the sand table, you still need 350,000 strings of cash. Since you are so generous, you can pay for the rest of the money. In a while, I will ask my men to drive dozens of ox carts to the Prince of Wei's mansion to get the money. How much? Li Tai widened his eyes as his voice rose an octave. He said in disbelief, 350,000 strings of cash. How could there be so many? Little Xian, are you trying to scare me? At this moment, little Fatty's knees went soft, and he nearly knelt down. 350,000 strings of cash. Although he was a prince, it was impossible for him to take out so much money. Even if he tore down his mansion, it wouldn't be worth 350,000 strings of coins. Who has the time to scare you? If I want to build Yanhuan College, I'll need at least 500,000 strings of cash. I've only been able to scrape together 150,000 strings of cash these days. There's still a hole of 350,000 strings of cash. Chinke, you were shouting so loudly just now. I heard it all. A real man must keep his word. Li Zishuan said to the righteous Li Tai with a smile. Li Tai was immediately dumbfounded. He really wanted to slap himself. How could he be so smug and blabber without thinking? Now he was done for, wasn't he? Cough, cough. This 350,000 strings of cash is something that I don't have. If it's 20,000 strings of cash, I can still take it out. Little Xian, do you think that's enough? Li Tai immediately lost his arrogance and complacency as he weakly said, why don't you take out the books in your mansion and sell them? Chinke, you can probably get a few tens of thousands of strings of cash. Li Zishuan said maliciously, No, absolutely not. Li Tai jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. He shouted, I'm taking care of those books on behalf of my father. If I sell them, my father will skin me alive. Forget it then. You brat, you can't help here, and you can't help there either. Go away. Li Zishuan waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly and said disdainfully. After that, he ignored the little fatty, lowered his head, picked up his pen, and continued to write his novel. It was worth mentioning that he had received more than 10,000 strings of cash as a reward for a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, which made him very surprised. When he wrote this novel, Li Zishuan didn't want to make money. He wanted to bring the style of web novels to Tang Dynasty and attract more people to write novels. That way, when he was bored, he could write novels to relieve his boredom. But who knew that this playful act would bring him such a huge income of more than 10,000 strings of cash? Although the Li family was rich, they wouldn't ignore 10,000 strings of cash. That's not right. Li Tai suddenly thought of something and shouted, If Yanhuan College is really that short of money, why aren't you worried, Xiao Xian? Why are you still in a mood to write novels? There are only two possibilities. Either you have a lot of money in secret, or you have thought of other ways to raise money. How is it? Am I right? Looks like this little fatty's brain is pretty good. But what's wrong with writing novels? I write novels to raise money too. Don't underestimate novel writers. Chinke. So far, I've only finished 1/8 of the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. But according to the statistics of the editorial department of Tang Daily, this book has earned me more than 10,000 strings of cash. Think about it. If I finish it all, it might earn me 100,000 strings of cash. 100,000 strings of cash? Li Tai was stunned. He never thought that writing novels could earn so much money. After being stunned for a while, he shook his head and said, it's no wonder. In the whole of Chong, and from 6-year-old children to middle-aged uncles, how many people don't know about a record of a mortal's journey to immortality? I even heard that this novel has become popular in other states and counties. It seems like it's understandable that it can earn you so much money. Back then, someone even wanted to use a salary of 20 strings of cash to hire me to write novels for him. TSK. It seems like that person really knows how to do business. Amazing. Amazing. Lisa Schwann recalled the situation when he first met the little fatty and couldn't help but make fun of him. What the F***CK? Don't expose people's shortcomings when you're scolding them. How long ago was that? Why are you still bringing it up, Xiaoxian? Li Tai's face turned red as he said angrily. Huh. Fine. I won't talk about it anymore. It's time to get down to business. You little brat, go play by yourself. Chapter 457. Oh right, Xiaoxian. I heard that Curious Pavilion is going to sell a batch of glassware tomorrow. Li Residence West Courtyard. Li Tai, the little fatty, didn't know what politeness was. He sat on the other side of the stone table with his legs crossed leisurely. He was eating ice grapes and watching Lisa Schwann write his novel. After a while, he suddenly remembered the news in today's newspaper. It should be an advertisement, so he asked. Yes, that's right. Didn't you already know about the matter of the workshop manufacturing colored glaze? What's so strange about it? Lisa Schwann said without looking up. Last month, he gave Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, and Iron Egg a lesson in the workshop. Not only did he talk about the principle of geomagnetism, but he also touched on the knowledge of glassware manufacturing. I don't find this strange. When you use the glassware on the compass, I knew that you would use it to make money one day. What I find strange is, what is the bigger surprise you mentioned in the newspaper? Li Tai rubbed his hands and laughed. He looked a little wretched. Lisa Schwann looked up at little fatty, curled his lips, and said, This thing might be a surprise to others, but to you, Chinkits, what is it? Li Tai rolled his eyes. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. It's a surprise to others, but to you it's a shock, haha. Lisa Schwann laughed. What he said was not without reason. The glass mirrors and strange interest pavilion were mainly for the beauties and rich ladies. Li Tai was a fatty with a face full of fat. Even if he bought a mirror back, he would not be willing to look at himself. F***CK, get lost. Why the F***CK? Is it a shock to me? I want to see what it is. Li Tai said angrily. You'll see it tomorrow. Chinke, you'll see if I'm right. Ha! I'll be waiting. Little fatty slapped the table and left in a huff. Greetings, Your Highness. When Li Tai walked to the gate of the West Courtyard, Han Yushi happened to come back from Madame Li of the East Courtyard with two little servant girls. Seeing that it was Li Tai, Han Yushi subconsciously curtsied. Li Tai was so scared that his legs trembled. He hurriedly helped her up and said, Sister-in-law, Shermu, please don't be so courteous. You've killed Tai. A few months ago, Lisa Schwann had single-handedly challenged the mountain stronghold for Han Yushi. Li Tai had heard about it. Usually, he could play and joke with Lisa Schwann, but that was just romance between men. Now, facing Han Yushi, he didn't dare to be too cheeky. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that Lisa Schwann wouldn't kill him with a sword. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment. Only then did she remember that the prince in front of her was her husband's student. With such a complicated relationship, she didn't know how to address him anymore. Shermu, just call me Chinke. Sir is writing a book in the pavilion. He has something to do at the Tai residence, so he'll take his leave first. Shermu, please help yourself. I won't send you off. Li Tai waved his hand and fled. He didn't dare to hear Han Yushi call him His Highness anymore. If Lisa Schwann heard it, he might make things difficult for him in the future. Are you still busy, husband? I just saw Prince Wei. Why are you so flustered? Han Yushi came to Lisa Schwann's side and couldn't help but ask. Why? You met that guy just now? Yes. I happened to meet him at the door. Did that guy use his identity to show off in front of you? No, he didn't. Instead, I felt that he was a little afraid of me. Husband, what were you talking about just now? Nothing. Wife, sit here for a while. Let's go eat together after I finish writing this chapter. The next day, when the East Market opened in the morning, a small group of people headed straight to Curious Pavilion with a clear goal in mind. Previously, the new carriage Don't Touch Me had brought many purple and even red members to Curious Pavilion. These people enjoyed huge discounts and priority in queuing. Whenever Curious Pavilion released a new product, they would be the first to arrive. To them, it was a profit if they could buy it. One had to admit that although Curious Pavilion's products were expensive, Curious Pavilion had already proven that everything here was worth the price with their high-quality products. Therefore, those who could enjoy the discounts always liked to shop at Strange Interest Pavilion. Curious Pavilion had already prepared for today. When the first batch of customers arrived at Curious Pavilion, they saw dozens of shelves in the open space. There were even red cloths on the shelves. Clearly, the shelves were filled with glass cups and glasses that were going to be sold today. Other than that, there were two huge signboards that were as tall as a person at the entrance of Curious Pavilion. They were still covered with red cloths, so no one could see what was inside. There was a lot of discussion below. "Oh, Brother Chow, you're also here?" "Ha! I had nothing to do, so I came here to take a look." Chow Wendong chuckled as he fanned himself. Brother Chow probably isn't just here to take a look, right? In a little while, I hope that Brother Chow can leave some soup for us to drink." Those who had come to line up so early were not idiots. Many of them were merchants with a keen sense of smell. In this era, the glass of the Central Plains was completely supplied by Hum merchants. It could be said that the Hum merchants had a monopoly in this area, and the merchants of the Central Plains had no right to a share of the profits. They could only follow behind and eat the leftover rice and soup, earning a fee for running errands. The fact that the Odd Interest Pavilion was able to provide such a large amount of glassware made the peddlers move immediately. Most of them had membership cards for the Odd Interest Pavilion. In their opinion, being a peddler for the Odd Interest Pavilion would definitely earn them more than buying from the Hum merchants. These people had never considered the problem of not being able to sell their goods. Although Hum merchants came to the Great Tang to sell glass, they usually sold in very small quantities. Glass was a rare commodity in the Great Tang, so there was naturally no need to worry about not being able to sell it. "Haha, what are you saying, Brother Mengyang? This Chow comes from a small family, so I don't have such a big appetite. Let's make money together. Let's make money together. Ha ha. Brother Chow is indeed a straightforward person. Ha ha. Brother Chow, what do you think those two things at the entrance are? This must be the surprise that the newspapers were talking about, right? As for what it is, this Chow doesn't know." Brother Chow, you're really modest. There are only a few merchants in Chang'an who could talk to Li Xianan. A few days ago, Li Xianan just got married. This one remembers that you went to Li Xianan's residence for a visit. Chapter 458. Sigh, why isn't shopkeeper's son here yet? Did he oversleep? How is that possible? You're in too much of a hurry. According to the usual practice, he should be here soon. Sigh, I wonder how the glazed cups they make compare to those sold by the barbarian merchants. Speaking of which, I still want to buy their horse carriage. I've been queuing for days, and I still haven't bought it. The new horse carriage, Don't Touch Me, was still in short supply. The workshop's production capacity had reached its limit, and it was impossible to produce more than 100 horse carriages in one go. Yo, Brother Zhang, where did you strike it rich? You can even afford a horse carriage from Curious Pavilion? Sigh, strike it rich? I can't not buy this horse carriage. My son has fallen in love with the youngest daughter of County Deputy Wu of Bailing County. County Deputy Wu didn't object to the marriage, but his daughter said that she doesn't want the wedding to be as grand as Lord Li's wedding. But when we pick her up, there must be a Don't Touch Me carriage from Strange Interest Pavilion. Otherwise, she will lose face, and she won't get on the bridal sedan chair. It was obvious that she was a love-struck girl who had been poisoned by Li Zixuan. In the future, all the weddings in the Great Tang would probably use Li Zixuan's grand wedding as a reference before holding it. Haha, Brother Zhang, you didn't lose out at all. You can marry County Deputy Wu's daughter with a horse carriage. Your Lin Lin is really lucky. The person beside him wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said resentfully, He's here. Boss' son is here. Sigh, don't push. I'm the one who came first. Bullsh ***. I've been here for a long time. I just went to the outhouse. At 8:45 in the morning, the door of the Strange Interest Pavilion opened. Sun Huayuan walked out of the room with a flushed face. Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to this old man. Sun Huayuan smiled and cupped his hands towards the crowd, shouting loudly. The crowd gave him face and instantly quieted down. I know that all of you are here today to see the glazed cups and glazed lamps produced by my Strange Taste Pavilion. I won't keep you in suspense. Let's cut to the chase and show you the newest products of our workshop. Sun Huayuan said a few simple words and walked directly to one of the shelves. He reached out and lifted the red cloth. A row of glasses of different sizes and colors suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is a glass cup? Oh my God, why is the color of this glass so clear? This is the real azure glass cup. The color is clear and bright, and it's as pure as ice. It's many times better than the glass cups sold by the home merchants. Because of the craftsmanship, the glass of this era was never clear and transparent. Basically, all the glass was turbid, with some having a greenish hue and some having a yellow hue. In short, the high-quality glass cups that the Oddity Pavilion was producing were unique in all of the Great Tang. Sai, do you see the style? The style of this glass cup is also different from the ones sold by the home merchants. Look, the patterns on it are really beautiful, and the shape of the cup is also very unique. In the Tang Dynasty, the glass cups that the wealthy families bought from the home merchants were mostly bowl-shaped cups with a small foot at the bottom. They looked a little short and poor. The cups in the Strange Taste Pavilion were all carefully designed by Li Zishuan. The modern thick whiskey glasses, the tall slender champagne glasses, the round and elegant red wine glasses, and the stylish cocktail glasses were all borrowed by him. Thus, many people were almost instantly attracted by the elegant appearance of these wine cups. Perfect, perfect. This is simply the work of nature. Shopkeeper's son, how much are these glass cups? Hurry and name a price. Chao Wendong had traveled extensively for many years and had seen all kinds of rare treasures, but he had never seen such perfect glass cups before. He had completely forgotten that he had just mentioned to the merchant called Meng Yang that they were going to make money together. He didn't want to share such a perfect treasure with others right now. He wanted to buy all of these glass cups. There were two reasons. First, in his opinion, if he sold such high-quality cups to other provinces and counties, no matter how expensive they were, there would still be people willing to buy them. Second, even if no one bought them, such beautiful cups could be kept at home to decorate his store. His only concern now was the price of these cups. With his wealth, would he be able to buy all of them? That's right. That's right. Shopkeeper's son, name a price. We'll buy. There was more than one person who had the same idea as Chao Wendong. Many people began to clamor. Everyone, please calm down. Once everyone is finished looking at them with this old man, this son will name the price together. Sun Huayuan smiled and clasped his hands together. Then, he continued to flip open the red silk cups on another shelf. The cups here look even better. That's right. Strange Taste Pavilion's products really don't disappoint me. There's so many patterns carved on this glass plate. TSK. Using this thing to serve dishes will definitely increase one's appetite. Sun Huayuan flipped open the red cloth on the 10 shelves of Strange Taste Pavilion one by one. At this time, the sun had just risen above the roof. The dazzling sunlight shone on the glass cups and cups. Some of the patterns on the glass reflected the sunlight and dazzled the customers who came to buy them. More and more people gathered around to watch the show. Strange Taste Pavilion suddenly became the focus of the entire East City, and the road became congested in an instant. All right, these are the glass cups and cups that our workshop has recently produced. Today's supply is very sufficient. There are a total of 1,500 pieces. As for the price, at this point, Sun Huayuan paused for a moment. He looked around and said, "This son has been doing business for many years, but I've never seen such high-quality glazed cups. If those barbarian merchants had such perfect glazed cups, this son believes that there would be people willing to buy them, even if they sold them for 100 strings of coins or 1,000 strings of coins. However, my Lord Zhu is not an insatiable person. Today we are only selling these glazed cups and cups for 80 strings of coins each. If you want to buy them, please line up later." 80 strings of coins? So expensive? Those glass cups that the barbarian merchants sell are mostly only 60 or 70 strings of coins. Idiot! How can those glass cups that the barbarian merchants sell compare to these from Strange Taste Pavilion? If you don't want to buy them, I'll buy them. 80 strings of coins is already too cheap. That's right. That's right. The 60 or 70 strings of coins you mentioned are just some of the inferior goods sold by the Who merchants. The high-quality glazed cups they have can sell for 400 to 500 strings of coins each. But even their best glazed cups can't compare to the ones from Strange Taste Pavilion. Hey, shopkeeper's son, there are still 2 more cups that haven't been flipped open. Chapter 459. Yes, Mr. Sun, there are still 2 things that haven't been revealed yet. The attentive crowd noticed that the red cloth covering the 2 big guys at the entrance of the curious pavilion had not been removed yet. Thus, they began to make a ruckus. Haha, don't be impatient. Now, I will reveal today's grand finale, the immortal mirror. Sita, take off the red cloth. Sun Huayuan's spirit shook as he said in a clear voice. Yes, Mr. Sun. The servant of the curious pavilion cupped his hands and walked towards the door. The crowd below heard Sun Huayuan's words, and all sorts of questions arose in their minds. What is this immortal mirror? Immortal mirror? Is the curious pavilion making mirrors now? No way. They have carriages and color glass. How can they have the energy to make mirrors? How many people do they have in the workshop? Haha, who knows? Hey. Look. Oh my god. What is this? Is this a mirror? Holy sh**t. At this moment, the red cloth covering the 2 huge signboards at the entrance of the curious pavilion slowly fell down. 2 5-foot-tall colored glass mirrors made of red sandalwood were suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. Everyone and everything in the open space in front of the curious pavilion could be seen clearly in the mirrors. Clear and bright. These were the most prominent characteristics of the colored glass mirrors compared to the traditional bronze mirrors. The images it produced were more realistic than the bronze mirrors. Shocking. The Tang Empire's citizens who had never seen a colored glass mirror before were only shocked. Perhaps only the gods were worthy of such a clear and realistic mirror, right? This was the thought that surged in everyone's mind. Surprise. Now, those who had read yesterday's newspaper finally knew what kind of surprise the curious pavilion was going to give them. It was just that this surprise was simply too big. The people in front of the curious pavilion looked up at the 2 large colored glass mirrors and were speechless for a long time. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Mr. Sun, just say it. How much do these 2 mirrors cost? I will definitely buy them today. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then, Chao Wendong roared. He only took one look at the mirror, and he knew how valuable it was. No matter how much money he spent, it was worth it. Now, he didn't care much about the Azure Glaze Cup and the Azure Glaze Cup. What he wanted to buy the most was the immortal mirror. TSK. Mr. Chao, you're so generous. It seems like we're not fated to have such an immortal treasure. Yeah, this immortal mirror is definitely not cheap. Many people who knew their own limits knew that there was no hope when they heard Chao Wendong's words. That definitely did not have the financial resources to buy these 2 mirrors, so they could only watch the show quietly from the sidelines. These 2 immortal mirrors are made from 2 huge pieces of colored glass. Then, the most skilled craftsmen in our workshop polished them for half a month before they finally took shape. There were countless failures in the process. It can be said that behind these 2 immortal mirrors is the culmination of the painstaking efforts of everyone in the wonderful Taste Pavilion. It was not easy to come by. Sun Huayuan had also learned how to boast. In order to raise the price of the immortal mirror as a matter of course, he deliberately made the manufacturing process of the immortal mirror sound extremely complicated. However, no one doubted him because the craftsmanship of these 2 mirrors was indeed at the peak of this era. It was just that the onlookers did not have the patience to listen to old Sun's nonsense. They only wanted to know the price. Shopkeeper's son, we all know that this immortal mirror was not easy to come by. Just tell us the price. That's right. Shopkeeper's son, just tell us how much it is. Sun Huayuan did not feel embarrassed. After all, business was business. He smiled and cupped his hands, then said, The price of this immortal mirror is 8,888 strings of coins. Due to the difficulty in manufacturing, the price is higher. Please understand. Buzz. 8,888 strings of coins. Hiss. As expected, this is not something we can afford. Gulp. Holy sh*t. This mirror is worth all of this old man's assets. The price of 8,888 strings of coins shocked everyone. That was more than 8,000 strings of coins, not 800 strings of coins. An ordinary person would probably not be able to accumulate so much wealth in their lifetime. Although the immortal mirror was good, not everyone could enjoy it. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I'll take both of these immortal mirrors. Although 99% of the onlookers flinched when they heard the high price, there was still no shortage of rich people. An old man in a gray robe laughed loudly. Wait a minute. Shopkeeper's son, I'm the first one here today. Besides, I also have the supreme member card of your pavilion. No matter what, you should follow the order of first come, first served, right? I'll take both of these immortal mirrors. Chow and Dong quickly jumped out and said anxiously. Although 10,000 strings of coins was a lot, the Chow family could still afford it with their financial resources. You're right, Mr. Chow. The Curious Pavilion is also a place with rules. I'm sorry, brother. Then these two immortal mirrors will belong to Mr. Chow. I'll ask the staff to send it to your house. Sun Huaiyuan laughed. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh. This money came too easily. Thank you for letting me win, everyone. I won't fight with you today. I'll go first. Now that Chow Wendong had the immortal mirror, he didn't care about anything else. Therefore, he cupped his hands and planned to follow the staff of the Curious Pavilion to move the immortal mirror into his house. As for the 10,000 strings of coins, he definitely didn't have it on him. They were all familiar with each other, so he would ask someone to send the money over later. Mr. Chow, please wait. Mr. Chow, please wait. The old man in a gray robe who was the first to bid walked over and stopped Chow Wendong. I'm Zheng Yinhong, and I really like this immortal mirror. I'm willing to pay 20,000 strings of coins. I wonder if Mr. Chow is willing to part with it? Hiss, 20,000 strings of coins? Mr. Chow can earn more than 2,000 strings of coins just by selling it. Who is this person? Why is he so rich? As soon as the old man in a gray robe finished speaking, there was an uproar. Chow Wendong's eyes flashed, and he hesitated. Zheng Yinhong? Are you Zheng Yinhong from Jiangnan Road's Misty Rain Villa? Zheng Yinhong stroked his beard and laughed. I didn't expect Mr. Chow to have heard of this old man's name. I'm honored. Brother Zheng, you must be joking. You must be joking. An unnatural look flashed across Chow Wendong's face. He hesitated for a moment, and then said, If Brother Zheng really wants this immortal mirror, I'll give it to you. The price will be the same as the original price. You can give the money directly to Manager Sun. Brother Chow, you're so generous. I'll remember this favor. Chapter 460. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the size of the celestial mirror, the price will be more expensive. Our Strange Taste Pavilion has also considered the needs of many people, so we made some small celestial mirrors, just like the one in my hand. Sun Huaiyuan waved his hand, and a servant immediately brought over a small and exquisite mirror. The mirror was only the size of a palm, and its outer shell was made of peach wood. It looked quite delicate, but in Sun Huaiyuan's hands, there was an indescribable sense of strangeness. This celestial mirror is just smaller, but the effect is exactly the same as the celestial mirror, and the price is much cheaper. It only costs 100 strings of coins, and you can enjoy the effect of the celestial mirror with 8,888 strings of coins. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take turns to come up and take a look, and then decide if you want to buy it or not. Sun Huaiyuan pointed at the small mirror in his hand and introduced it to everyone. He was trying to compare the price of this small mirror with the celestial mirror because he wanted to show that the celestial mirror was cheaper. 100 strings of coins? That's quite a good deal. And after the discount with the membership card, it's only a few dozen strings of coins. Husband, I really want that celestial mirror. Can you buy it for me? Ha ha. Good, good, good. Since my wife likes it, I must buy it. Hee hee. Luckily, I came early today, or I would have to wait at the back of the line. My wife, you must reward your husband tonight. Yes, yes. I will listen to you, husband. The glazed mirror's main target audience was women. A young couple was flaunting their love for each other at the side, showing off a wave of public display of affection. There are 50 celestial mirrors available today. Ladies and gentlemen, please hurry up if you want to buy them. All right, I have finished introducing the new products of Strange Taste Pavilion today. Thank you for listening to this old man's nagging for so long. Ladies and gentlemen, please line up if you want to buy a glass cup, a glass lamp, or a celestial mirror. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Sun Huaiyuan cupped his hands and stepped aside. When the crowd heard that there were only 50 celestial mirrors, they could not help but feel nervous. Those who were still observing immediately made up their minds to buy it. If they did not buy it, their wives would probably make a fuss when they returned home. Men with multiple wives and concubines were having a hard time. They were worried about how many they should buy later. What if there were only 1 or 2 left when it was their turn? Outside Strange Taste Pavilion, the rich people were buying like crazy, while the poor people were standing outside looking at the Strange Taste Pavilion and chatting. It was very lively, except for one person. I was still wondering what surprise Xiao Xian was talking about. So it was a mirror. F***CK. Why is this thing a surprise to others but shock to me? Could it be that this prince's appearance is unsightly? Old Wu, you tell me. How do I look? Am I as handsome as Li Li? It was Li Tai, the little fatty. Today, he rode a new carriage to see what kind of surprise the Strange Taste Pavilion was going to release today. After seeing that it was the immortal mirror, he immediately thought of the hidden meaning behind Li Zishuan's words yesterday. He angrily grabbed his personal guard Wu Chundao and said angrily, "Ugh, your highness is very talented, very knowledgeable, handsome, elegant, and elegant. In terms of talent and appearance, none of the men in Li County can compare to your highness." Ugh. Wu Chundao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly went against his will to flatter Li Tai. Li Tai was very pleased with himself as he listened, his little tail almost sticking up to the sky. Just as he was about to praise Wu Chundao's foresight, he suddenly heard the untimely sound of retching. The situation instantly became very stiff, and Li Tai's face also became as black as the bottom of a pot. What the hell is the meaning of this, Wu Chundao? Do you think that this prince's appearance disgusts you? Li Tai's cold voice pierced Wu Chundao's ears. The other guards could feel the cold, killing intent in his words, and they were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Wu Chundao was the closest, so he was the first to bear the brunt. He felt like he was cold from head to toe. Your highness, this subordinate definitely didn't mean that. This subordinate just ate some meat last night and caught a cold. Yes, I caught a cold. Wu Chundao was quick-witted, and in the moment of life and death, he finally came up with an excuse. Caught a cold? Li Tai stared at Wu Chundao as if he was looking at an idiot. He grinned coldly and said, "Since you caught a cold, why don't you run 30 laps around the mansion? You'll get better faster if you sweat. Also, you're only allowed to eat vegetables for 7 days. You're not allowed to eat meat. This prince is being considerate to his subordinates." To actually catch a cold on such a hot day, Li Tai really believed in Wu Chundao's evil. If it was in the past, with Li Tai's temperament, Wu Chundao would have at least received a beating. But he had been with Li Zishuan for a long time, so his hostility was much less than before. Thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration, Your Highness." Wu Chundao was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had been pardoned, he quickly thanked him. Running 30 laps around the way Wang Fu, for a normal person, would probably kill him. But for a martial artist in the refinement realm like him, it would only make him pan a little. Li Tai's punishment really made him feel relieved. Go and buy a small divine mirror for this prince right now. Why the hell can't this prince look at himself in the mirror? First, he was teased by Li Zishuan, and now he was mocked by his own subordinates. Li Tai's heart was extremely sullen. He pointed at the strange taste pavilion and refused to believe it. Yes, your highness, but that shopkeeper's son said that there are only 50 small divine mirrors. This subordinate is afraid that I won't be able to line up. Wu Chun Dao held back his laughter and said awkwardly, Fuck, do you have a fucking pig brain? Can't you just go straight to shopkeeper's son? Why do you have to line up like an idiot? Cutting the line. Do you know how to cut the line? As their boss's proud eldest disciple, do I still need to line up? Li Tai angrily knocked on Wu Chun Dao's head and said angrily, yes, your highness is wise. This subordinate will do it right away. Wu Chun Dao's face was sprayed with spittle, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He could only hurriedly salute. Wait, does your highness have any other orders? By two, one is not enough. Yes. Wu Chun Dao lowered his head and retreated, but his eyes were indescribably strange, as if he had seen a pervert. It's such a good thing. I should also buy one for Changle, lest that girl say that I'm biased. As for my mother, it's not appropriate to give this small immortal mirror. I'll ask Xiaoxian to send a big one to her. Hee. Who told you to call this prince ugly? I'm going to cheat you of a divine mirror. Huh. In the carriage, the little fatty was alone there and proudly fantasizing. Chapter 461. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is here. Lijiang Hall. Empress Zhang's son was reading on the couch when a little palace maid rushed in and reported. Oh, didn't Changxian just come to pay his respects? Why did he come back? Empress Zhang's son muttered to herself. Of course, no one would give her an answer. She shook her head and said, Let the crown prince in. Yes, your majesty. A moment later, Li Changxian walked in excitedly. Your son greets mother. Is Changxian looking for mother for something? Empress Zhang's son pointed to the bench next to her and motioned for Li Changxian to sit down. At the same time, she asked with a smile. Your son is here to deliver a treasure to mother. Li Changxian didn't sit down. Instead, he said mysteriously, Oh, what treasure actually made Changxian personally deliver it? It's really rare for my son to be so filial. Empress Zhangxuan's curiosity was indeed aroused. She blinked and asked, Mother will know when she sees it. Li Changxian bowed and said with a smile. Then he shouted outside the hall, Bring it in. Two eunuchs carried a huge signboard covered with a red cloth and walked in carefully. Under Li Changxian's command, the two placed the big guy on the lower left of Empress Zhang's son and then retreated. The doubt in Empress Zhangxuan's eyes grew stronger. She got up and walked down, asking, Changxian, what is this? Mother, please take a look. After Li Changxian said that, he personally tore open the red cloth. A huge glass mirror suddenly appeared in front of Empress Zhang's son. Looking at the extremely clear and real other self in the mirror, Zhang's son was stunned and speechless for a long time. This is a mirror? After a long time, Empress Zhang's son murmured in disbelief. Mother, this is indeed a mirror, but it has another name, the immortal mirror. What Li Changxian sent over today was the immortal mirror. However, this thing wasn't his. Even if he had more than 8,000 strings of cash, he couldn't buy it outside. This immortal mirror was sent to the East Palace by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan wanted to borrow his hand to give the immortal mirror to Empress Zhang's son. Immortal mirror? To be able to illuminate people so clearly, it is indeed not an object of the mortal world. This immortal mirror is worthy of its name. Empress Zhang's son muttered to herself, and then smiled at Li Changxian. This immortal mirror should be from Xiaoshuan's workshop, right? Li Changxian was stunned. He did not expect that even this could be seen through by his eldest grandson. He said rather awkwardly, Royal Mother is wise. This immortal mirror is indeed from the workshop of the strange interest pavilion. Little Xian just sent someone to deliver it to the Eastern Palace. Ahem, I'm just presenting it to Buddha with borrowed flowers. You two kids. Empress Zhang's son smiled, and then looked at the immortal mirror. She couldn't help but sigh. This immortal mirror is a rare treasure in the world. Imperial Mother likes it very much. It's just that Imperial Mother is getting old. I'm afraid that Imperial Mother won't dare to use it in a few years. Li Chengxian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "What is Imperial Mother saying? You are in the prime of your life. How are you old?" In terms of appearance, 99% of the women in the Tang Empire are not as good as Imperial Mother. In terms of temperament, Imperial Mother is gentle and dignified. No one in the world can compare. Therefore, this immortal mirror will definitely accompany Imperial Mother for at least 80 to 90 years. In fact, Zhang Sun was only 26 or 27 years old now. She married Li Er when she was 13 years old, so although she was only in her 20s now, she was already the mother of several children. That peerless appearance, coupled with her dignified and elegant temperament, really did not show any trace of the passage of time on her. If it were not for the fact that she was the mother of a country and had too many things to worry about, she would probably look even younger. Empress Zhang Sun could not help but laugh. According to what you said, Chengxian, wouldn't Imperial Mother become an old witch? Huh. If Maid Guanyin is an old witch, then wouldn't I become an old monster? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. At this moment, a burly figure walked in from outside the hall. It was Li Er. Old Li did not see Li Chengxian present and directly displayed a wave of affection without restraint. Li Chengxian innocently ate a bowl of dog food. "Your Majesty, greetings, Imperial Father." The mother and son in the hall quickly turned around and bowed. Li Er waved his hand and asked with a smile, "Empress, what were you talking about just now?" What is this? Why didn't I see it here before? Where did it come from?" It was Li Er who inadvertently glanced at the huge object, the celestial mirror, and could not help but change his words. "Your Majesty, please come in and take a look." Zhang Sun smiled and pulled Li Er in front of the celestial mirror. Li Er immediately discovered the use of this thing. His eyes widened, and he pointed at the celestial mirror and said in surprise, This is a mirror?" "Yes, Your Majesty, this is called the celestial mirror. Chengxian just sent it over." "Celestial mirror? Good. What a good celestial mirror. It's just right for a fairy-like person like Mei Guanyin, ha." Li Er said with a thick face as he laughed loudly. Zhang Sun blushed and was about to explain when the little palace maid ran in again and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Prince Wei is outside the hall and asking for an audience. Qin Ke is here too? This child did not come to greet me early in the morning. Why is she here now?" Zhang Sun muttered to herself hesitantly. "Let him in." Li Er waved his hand and then looked at the mirror in front of him seriously. "Yes." After a while, Li Tai walked in leisurely. Seeing that there were so many people in the hall, he could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he went forward and bowed to Li Er and Zhang Sun, saying, "Your son greets Imperial Father and Imperial Mother." Then, he cupped his hands at Li Chengxian. "Greetings, big brother." "Huh, where did Qin Ke go to play this morning?" "Chengxian and Changle have both come to Imperial Mother's place. You're the only one left." Zhang Sun waved her hand and let Li Tai get up. She smiled and joked at the same time. "Ah." Li Tai scratched his head awkwardly. He could not say that he had run out early in the morning to watch the fun, right? Just as his eyes were rolling around, he suddenly saw the divine, immortal mirror beside him. He was stunned and even forgot to answer Zhang Sun's question. He said dumbfoundedly, This is the divine, immortal mirror? Imperial Mother, why do you have the divine, immortal mirror here?" Qin Ke, you actually know about the divine, immortal mirror?" Zhang Sun was also shocked and asked, Your son passed by the East Market this morning and heard someone say, cough, cough, I heard someone say." Li Tai stammered. "Oh, I see. Hey, Imperial Mother, this divine, immortal mirror has become the talk of the town today. Do you know how much this mirror is sold for at the Curious Pavilion?" Li Er frowned at this time and said impatiently, "Stop showing off there. Tell me quickly." Replying to Imperial Father, "They sell this divine, immortal mirror for 8,888 strings of cash." Li Tai hurriedly said. Li Er stared and said, "How much? 8,888 strings of cash? This kid is really black-hearted." Chapter 462. This kid is really black-hearted. This was Li Er's subconscious evaluation of Li Zishuan after hearing the price of the immortal mirror. In his opinion, although the immortal mirror had an obvious advantage over the bronze mirror, the price of 8,888 was a bit excessive. 8,888? Shinke, is there anyone who wants to buy it at such a high price? Empress Zhang's son didn't comment and just asked with a smile. Of course, there are people who want to buy it at a higher price. I heard from shopkeeper's son of the Curious Pavilion that there are only 2 immortal mirrors of this size today. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to give one to mother. This kid is quite generous. The quick-witted little fatty guessed the origin of the immortal mirror after thinking for a while. He couldn't help but feel gratified. Then this kid will probably earn a lot today, right? I heard that the Curious Pavilion is going to sell a batch of colored glass cups and lamps today. Based on his character, the price will definitely not be cheap. Li Er pinched his chin and said softly, "Isn't that just enough to alleviate that child's urgent needs? I just don't know if Xiao Xian can make up for all the money he needs to build a college." Empress Zhang's son was worried about Li Zishuan. That's hard to say. No one knows how much money that kid has. Father, as far as I know, Xiao Xian's family can take out 150,000 strings of cash now, but he needs at least 500,000 strings of cash to build Yanhuang College. He's still thinking of ways to raise the remaining 350,000 strings of cash. Today's big move by the Curious Pavilion is probably one of his measures to raise money. When Li Tai heard this, he jumped out and exposed Li Zishuan's past. So much. This was the first time Li Chengxian heard that Li Zishuan was short of money. He frowned, then cupped his hands at Li Er and said, "Father, I think that even if the Curious Pavilion launches so many things today, they won't be able to raise 350,000 strings of cash in a short time. Yanhuang College is beneficial to our Tang Empire, and its construction can't be delayed. I implore Father to give Xiao Xian some support." Li Er raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. "Chengxian, as the heir to the throne, how can you act so emotionally? Not to mention that the Chong and local government has no extra money, even if the national treasury is full. Do you think I can use my imperial power to seek personal gains and allocate money to Li Zishuan? The way to be a ruler is to maintain balance. The emergence of Yanhuang College already has the tendency to break the current balance. If I were to openly give him money, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction. Then I wouldn't be helping him. I would be harming him. Do you understand?" Li Chengxian suddenly understood that there were so many twists and turns in such a simple matter. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the lesson. "I understand. I will remember Imperial Father's teachings." Li Tai's eyes flashed, and he nodded imperceptibly. "Also, how do you know that this kid doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve? I think the only person in this world who won't be troubled by money is Li Zishuan." Li Er smiled mysteriously and said with certainty, "As the old fox at the top of the food chain in the empire, Li Er's guess was not wrong. Li Zishuan certainly had tricks up his sleeve. Using colored glass to make money was just a natural move. Even without the matter of the academy, he would have launched these colored glass products. His most important trump card was cement. The cost of cement was dozens of times cheaper than glutinous rice mortar. Therefore, even if the Curious Pavilion could not raise 35 strings of cash, he was not worried at all. He was listening to Sun Huayuan's report on the latest sales of the Curious Pavilion and was secretly delighted. 78,200 strings of cash. If that's the case, our Curious Pavilion sales today is likely to exceed 100,000 strings of cash. Li Zishuan said happily after listening to Sun Huayuan's report. It was noon, so 100,000 strings of cash was estimated to be very conservative. 100,000 strings of cash in a day. What kind of concept was that? That was 80 million copper coins. In the future, he could brag to others and say, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time. I'm a man who can earn tens of thousands of copper coins in minutes. Can you afford to waste my time?" It was quite satisfying to think about it. It's very possible. At this rate, it's very likely that the goods we prepare today will be sold out. Young master, the colored glass cup, and the immortal mirror are really too profitable. I think that our workshop can stop all other work and focus on producing these 3 items. In this way, in less than a year, you will become the richest man in the Tang Empire. Sun Huayuan was shocked by the huge profits of the colored glass products today. At this moment, he excitedly expressed his thoughts to Li Zixuan. In his opinion, compared to the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the colored glass cup, the other products of the workshop were all rubbish. It was better to abandon them and focus on producing these 3 products. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "That won't do. Shopkeeper's son, don't think that these 3 items are expensive now. In the future, when we sell more of them, the price of the immortal mirror, the colored glass cup, and the colored glass cup will drop rapidly. After all, these items are considered luxury goods to the people of the Tang Empire. The reason why luxury goods are expensive is because they are rare. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more expensive it is. When we sell more of them, they won't be as rare as before. Therefore, today's grand occasion will be very rare in the future. The other projects of the workshop must not be stopped. Technology is the foundation of our strange taste pavilion." Li Zixuan was originally an engineer. He knew the importance of technological innovation to the long-term development of a company. If he lost the motivation to innovate for the sake of immediate profits, the company would not be far from death. The current industrial technology of the Strange Taste Pavilion was far ahead of this era. He could not give up at this time. Sun Huayuan heard this and thought seriously. Then he clasped his hands and said, "Young master has great foresight and great foresight. This son admires you. It seems that this old man was too focused. I'm not as calm as young master. I'm ashamed. Ha! Shopkeeper's son, you're too humble. Actually, you've already done very well. With the Strange Taste Pavilion in your hands, I'm completely at ease." Speaking logically, Sun Huayuan's ability in business was not bad. Li Zixuan had always thought highly of him. Sun Huayuan was flattered and said, "Many thanks for young master's trust. Ha! Shopkeeper's son, you should go eat. I should also go back now." Li Zixuan happily waved his hand and left. With such a large sum of money coming into his account, he did not need to worry about money for a while. The next step was to see if Faubert side would be able to support him. Wang Zhong side had already recruited more than 5,000 craftsmen and laborers. In 2 days, they would have to start work. When the time came, they would have to use glutinous rice mortar. At worst, they would have to wait until the research on cement was done. After all, there were more than 10,000 workers. Chapter 463. The Azure Glass Cup, Azure Glass Lamp, an immortal mirror caused a huge sensation in Chang and City. The Odd Taste Pavilion once again refreshed people's understanding of it. Scooters, plows, compasses, don't touch me, and now this clear and pure azure glass. It seemed that there was nothing the Odd Taste Pavilion couldn't make, especially the immortal mirror, which is 100 times clearer and more realistic than the bronze mirror. It was a real killer of women, and no woman could resist such a thing. In less than 2 hours, the news of the immortal mirror of the Odd Taste Pavilion had spread throughout the streets of Chang and City. Even some states and counties near Chang and City could hear some news. Ordinary people heard the news and wanted to go to the Odd Taste Pavilion to see rare things. The young masters and young ladies of the rich families brought a group of servants and waved their money bags, ready to buy an immortal mirror. As a result, more and more people came to the Odd Taste Pavilion, and it was full of people. If it weren't for a large number of marquises maintaining order, there might have been another riot. What? No more? I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. How can there be no more? In a private room of a restaurant next to the Odd Taste Pavilion, a sweet-sounding woman's angry words came out. "Miss, there's really no more." Their waiter said that there were only 50 small immortal mirrors today, and they were sold out an hour ago. There were also 2 big immortal mirrors, and they were bought by Master Chow of Chongren Lane as soon as the show started. In the private room, an honest-looking servant in green explained in a low voice to the beautiful and petite girl in a pink dress. "Bang! Oomph! Trash! You can't even buy a mirror. What's the use of spending money on you?" The girl threw the vase on the table to the ground and roared at the servant. "Miss, the Odd Taste Pavilion sells too few immortal mirrors. The servant in green felt wronged. Shut up. Trash will always be trash. Ahem. Ming-er. If you can't buy it today, you can buy it another day. It's just a mirror. At this time, a young master waved his fan and stood up to smooth things over. Oof. Xiao Shui, you shut up for this lady as well. If you didn't come to my house early in the morning to pester me, I wouldn't be late. Woo-woo. I heard that Sister Nan Xiao and the others have bought immortal mirrors. Now I'm going to die from embarrassment. The girl was quite unruly and didn't give the young master any face. She was unruly for a while. She actually cried. This little girl's face was really like the weather in June, changing as and when she wanted. The young master named Xiao Shui also felt immense pressure. It was clear that he had been wary of the girl in front of him for a long time. He waved his hand and had the servants and maids around him leave first. Then he crouched down and said gently, Mings, Ming-er, don't worry. Today I will send someone to stay in this restaurant. Tomorrow morning at dawn, he will go to the strange interest pavilion to line up. I'm sure no one will be earlier than him. At that time, he will definitely be able to help you buy the immortal mirror. Whoa, what if I can't buy? Meng's glass girl, she cried glass fairy. How is that possible? The East Market only opens at noon every day. If I send someone to live across the street, he will definitely be early. Moreover, I have a red membership card for Immortal Mirror. I'm not afraid of others cutting the line. Xiao Shui widened his eyes in disbelief. Woo, I don't care. Xiao Shui, if you don't help me buy the Immortal Mirror, I will never agree to our marriage. We'll get married when you're able to buy it. Meng raised her head, wiped the tears from her face, and said to Xiao Shui, No, Meng, didn't we agree to get married at the beginning of next month? Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. Why did he feel like he had heard this before? Meng had said the same thing to him when the new carriage Don't Touch Me came out. It had only been a few days. Not again. At this moment, Xiao Shui felt that he was being targeted by Immortal Mirror. Immortal Mirror had specially come up with some wedding set meals. If this continued, he felt that his marriage would be ruined by Immortal Mirror sooner or later. Oof. What's wrong? You said that you like me. You won't agree to such a small request. Then I'd better marry Li Zixuan. Look at how good he is to his wife. The little girl put her hands on her hips and said without thinking. Xiao Shui's face turned green when he heard that. He quickly vomited blood and said, Meng'er, don't say such things again. I will definitely find a way to buy this immortal mirror for you. If it doesn't work, I will ask my grandpa for help. Then will Grandpa Xiao think that I'm not ladylike? The little girl was delighted, but she hesitated after thinking about it. Cough, cough. No, of course not. Meng'er, don't worry. I will talk to Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely not be dissatisfied with you. Xiao Shui quickly waved his hand and patted his chest as he promised. Meng'er smiled sweetly and said, Hee, Brother Shui is so nice. When Xiao Shui heard that, he couldn't feel happy. His heart was bitter, but he didn't say it out loud. He secretly hated Li Zixuan to death. The previous grand wedding left a deep impression in the hearts of all the girls in Chang and City. The groom who was going to get married later naturally had bad luck, because the girls' requirements were increasing. As the groom, he had to find ways to satisfy the girls' requirements. Just like the new carriage that Li Zixuan used to escort the bride, it had gradually become a must-have item for marriage for many girls. Now, this glass mirror was probably going to become one of the must-have wedding packages. Xiao Shui didn't think much of these products. The Xiao family didn't lack a few thousand strings of coins. However, these things from Immortal Mirror were often in short supply. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy them. This really made Xiao Shui hate it so much that his teeth itched. If he hadn't asked the servant to stay at the East Market in one day in advance and line up in advance the next day, he probably wouldn't have been able to buy the new carriage until now. Xiao Shui wasn't the only one in a similar situation. Once the Immortal Mirror, a product that was extremely popular with women, was launched, Li Zixuan immediately became the public enemy of all men in Chang and City. Many girls who were about to get married had vaguely expressed their yearning for the Immortal Mirror to their lovers. Of course, this way of expression was tactful and implicit, and some were straightforward like Meng. Anyway, in any case from today on, there would be one more marriage package in Chong and City. The Immortal Mirror. Chapter 464. Achoo, achoo, achoo. After waking up from his afternoon nap, Li Zixuan inexplicably sneezed a few times. Han Yushi, who was at the side, quickly came over and grabbed his arm. She asked worriedly, "Husband, did you catch a cold? How is that possible?" Li Zixuan shook his head. He was a guru expert. How could he catch a cold so easily? How could I catch a cold on such a hot day? Someone must be scolding me. Achoo. Husband, you're talking nonsense. Why would someone scold you when you're fine? Also, who said that you won't get sick when it's hot? You might even catch a cold. I'll get someone to find a doctor to help you take a look. Han Yushi gently pinched Li Zixuan's arm and said angrily, "Ha! No need, no need. Wife, have you forgotten that I'm also considered half a doctor? I'm definitely fine. By the way, aren't you still going to Mother's place in the afternoon?" I almost forgot. Mother must be waiting anxiously, right?" Han Yushi exclaimed when she heard that. However, she was still a little worried and said, "Husband, are you really fine?" I'm really fine. Wife, hurry up and go." Li Zixuan rubbed his nose and waved his hand. "Okay, then I'll go." In the afternoon, Li Zixuan went to the workshop to check on the progress of the cement research. "Young master, the hardness of the cement we've made so far hasn't reached your previous requirements after solidification. If it's used for construction, it's really not as strong as glutinous rice mortar." Faubert knew the purpose of Li Zixuan's visit today. He directly came over with a lump of cement and said. Li Zixuan took the cement and gently pinched it with his fingers. It instantly turned into powder. The quality was not good. "Faubert, there must be a problem with this formula. Tell the craftsman to continue experimenting with new raw material ratios. Real cement will definitely be dozens of times better than glutinous rice mortar." Although he was a little disappointed, Li Zixuan still encouraged Faubert to lead people to overcome this technical difficulty, because the use of cement was really great. If they gritted their teeth and researched it, they would benefit endlessly in the future. "Yes, young master." Faubert felt ashamed in his heart. He cupped his hands and sighed. But this old man heard that young master has recruited thousands of craftsmen and that the construction of Yanhuang College is imminent. This old man is really anxious. Li Zixuan smiled and comforted him. "Faubert, don't worry. The academy can use the glutinous rice mortar first. It's not a problem. This time, Lily has earned me a lot of money, so tell the people below to not worry. Sometimes, the more anxious you are, the less inspiration you have." Li Zixuan was, of course, anxious in his heart. However, he also majored in engineering in his previous life. Naturally, he knew that in scientific research, when faced with difficulties, the more anxious you are, the more difficult it is to solve the problem. On the contrary, in some inadvertent moments, you can come up with some particularly good ideas. Fortunately, Li Zixuan had prepared for both sides from the very beginning. Whether the cement was made earlier or later, it would not have a big impact on the result. "Thank you, young master, for your understanding. The workshop will definitely do our best to research the cement as soon as possible." Faubert heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands in respect. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Okay. Faubert, tell the craftsmen in the workshop to prepare. In 2 days, the academy will officially start construction. Time waits for no one." So fast. Faubert was shocked. Although he knew that the academy would start construction soon, he did not expect it to be so fast. "Yes, according to Butler Wang's calculations, we should be able to recruit all the craftsmen and laborers in 2 days. The earlier we start construction, the earlier I feel at ease." The reason why Li Zixuan offered such a high salary to the craftsmen and laborers was so that he could recruit all the craftsmen in a short period of time and start construction as soon as possible. Now, it seemed that the effect was quite good. Money makes the world go round. This sentence was not without reason. "Okay, then I will help you keep an eye on things. Although my old arms and legs can't carry things, I can still be the supervisor for you." "Haha, you can't do that. Faubert, you are now the treasurer of our workshop. The weather outside is so hot. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, the storm of the immortal mirror had become more and more intense in Chang and City. Those who had bought the immortal mirror before naturally showed off to their friends in various ways. The clarity and magic of the immortal mirror spread like wildfire. More and more people knew about the immortal mirror, and more people wanted to buy it. However, what drove everyone crazy was that the immortal mirror did not appear in the Curious Pavilion in these 2 days. It was as if this thing had never existed in the world. Sun Huayuan's explanation was that it was not easy to make the immortal mirror. The workshop was stocking up and would provide a batch of goods to the Curious Pavilion every 3 days. However, this was just nonsense to deceive the consumers. The real reason was that Li Zishuan had asked him to do so. At the end of the day, Li Zishuan just didn't want these glass products to depreciate so quickly. He wanted to make more money with this stuff. He would never kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and saturate the market all of a sudden, casting a long line to catch a big fish. This was a wealth robbery or wealth redistribution plan that used sand as a weapon. Li Zishuan had to look into the future and not just focus on the small profits in front of him. However, this made the pitiful people who were obsessed with buying the immortal mirror suffer. Xiao Shui was the most prominent one among them. The lackey he sent had already stayed in the guest house in the East Market for 2 nights, but he still did not get anything. As for that Miss Meng, she had almost driven him crazy these 2 days. Li Zishuan did not care how the others complained. He would not change the plan he had made. Those people just had to wait for one more day. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan, Yin Xiaoning, Yin Lied, and Fauber led more than 200 craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and more than 100 craftsmen from the workshop to Plum Village. Li Tai, the little fatty, also came along today. He had been thinking about Yinhuang College ever since he saw the Yinhuang College sand table a few days ago. Today was the big day of Yinhuang College's groundbreaking. How could he not come and join in the fun? Tisk tisk. Little Xian, there are so many craftsmen. The construction team used by Yinhuang College is almost comparable to the construction team used to build the palace. Li Tai and Li Zishuan walked side by side at the front. The little fatty looked at the huge team behind them and could not help but say this. Ha! Li Zishuan did not continue the conversation and directly joked. Chinke, I heard that you bought 2 small immortal mirrors from shopkeeper Sun 2 days ago. If the girls in Chang and City knew that you got in through the back door, they would hate you to death. Ha! Li Tai. Chapter 465. Ha! Young master, the 500 villagers of Plum Village have been waiting for you to come. When the group entered Plum Village, they saw Second Master Lu and his brother, Lu Qingfeng, already waiting at the entrance of the village with a group of people beside them. It was Han Lijun and the young men from the Han family manor. The young master of the main family wanted to build a house. To these villagers, building a school and building a house were the same thing. Even if they had no money, they had to come over and help. Disregarding everything else, just the rent reduction policy that Li Zishuan had set up for them was worth it for them to help Li Zishuan build a house for free. Now, the surrounding villages were envious of the preferential treatment that the 2 villages received. Many of the villagers were wondering how they could move closer to the Han family manor or Plum Village. It was easier for those who had daughters. They could just marry their daughters over. Those who didn't have daughters were worried sick. Could they let their sons marry into their families? Ha! Second Master Lu, you're getting more and more energetic. Li Zishuan jumped off his horse and walked toward Lu Wanshan with a smile. He wasn't just being polite. A few months ago, Second Master Lu's body was strong, but one could see the vicissitudes of a hero in his twilight years. Now, Second Master Lu's vicissitudes of life had all been washed away. In its place was a vigorous vitality, and he looked a little like an old man. Ha! This is all thanks to you, young master. In the past, when Lu Shuren was running rampant in the village, I had to fight him to the death every day. Now that the father and son are gone, I don't have to fight anyone anymore. Every day, I can wander around the village or go fishing by the river. There's nothing to worry about. Naturally, the more I live, the more energetic I get. Ha ha! Second Master Lu laughed heartily with his shirt unbuttoned. Xiaoxian, every family in the Han and Mei villages now has ample food and clothing. This is all thanks to you, Xiaoxian. Han Lijing stroked his beard and smiled. Li Zishuan was now his son-in-law. Of course, he didn't have to call him young master anymore. Han Tianhu, you're so lucky to have found such a good home for little Han. Second Master Lu pointed at Han Lijing and joked. This is all that girl's good fortune. Li Zishuan saw that they were getting more and more excited as they chatted. More importantly, the sun was about to rise to the top of their heads. He quickly interrupted. Ahem, father-in-law, Second Master Lu Lijing. Are all the craftsmen and commoners here? As the village chief of Plum Village, Lu Qingfeng had to bear the responsibility of supervising this matter. Hearing this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, replying to young master, Housekeeper Wang has already brought over 13,000 people from other places to Cloud Mountain. The youths from the Han family manor and Plum Village have also arrived. Young Master's Academy is related to the long-term development of our two villages. Everyone has volunteered to help young Master build the academy for free. What a group of down-to-earth working people. Although Li Zishuan was touched, he wouldn't let his villagers suffer for no reason. He smiled and said, don't worry. He smiled and said, working for free won't do. I appreciate the villagers' good intentions, but don't mention this kind of problem again in the future. Li Zishuan, won't shortchange everyone's wages. Besides, why should outsiders get paid while our own people have to work for free? No matter where you go, there's no such logic, right? Yin lied, who was behind him, stroked his beard in relief when he heard this. He was even more impressed with Li Zishuan in his heart. When the farmers of the two villages heard this, their faces revealed touched and regretful expressions. Young Master is so kind to us. If the men of Plum Village dare to cheat or not work properly in the future, don't blame me, Lu Wanshan, for being rude to them if I catch them. Second Master Lu knew that Li Zishuan wasn't just being polite, so he pulled Lu Lijing's arm to stop his elder brother from persuading him. He then turned his head and shouted at the villagers of Plum Village behind him. Second Master Lu is right. I, Mei Zhangkong, support you. Young Master is so good to us. Who dares to not work hard? I like to see where his conscience is. Do your best. Do your best. The young men of Plum Village immediately let out loud roars. Men of the Han Village, did you hear that? If you can't win against the brothers of Plum Village, then let's see if you still have the face to return to the Han Village. Han Lijing didn't want to be outdone and shouted at the young men of the Han Village. He didn't have the right to care about the attitude of the other villagers, but he had to care about the people of the Han Village. Putting aside the fact that Li Zishuan was his son-in-law, the villagers of the Han Village were also the ones who had received the most kindness from the Li family. If they didn't repay the kindness, this wasn't something that the villagers should do. Han Lijing, there's nothing to say. The men of the Han Village won't be worse than those of Plum Village. We will also do our best. Old Hu laughed out loud and agreed. Yes, do your best. Do your best. Li Tai, Yin Xiaoning, and the others were shocked when they saw this. Li Zishuan was a little speechless. It was just a ceremony for the opening of the academy. Why did they make it seem like an army was going to war? He waved his hand and comforted everyone with a few words. Then, he led the large group up Cloud Mountain. Plum Village was surrounded by mountains on two sides, water on one side, and Cloud Mountain on the north. It occupied a large area, and the terrain on the mountain was relatively flat. In the early years, there were people who planted crops on a mountain, but because of the poor harvest, they eventually gave up. In the east, there was Foamlin Mountain. The forest was dense, and the terrain was rugged. Some animals often appeared, so it was a good place for the villagers to hunt. In the south, there was Bar River. The irrigation of the Han Village and Plum Village's farmland depended on this Bar River. Following the mountain path, the group headed up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, Li Zishuan could hear the hubbub of voices. He guessed that Wang Zhong was leading the group of people to clean up the mountain path. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw a large group of people doing the preliminary cleaning. At this moment, Wang Zhong wished that he had 4 legs. He needed to command everywhere, and it was very difficult for him. Li Zishuan frowned. Although more people could speed up the progress of the project, more people would make it more difficult for the foreman to command. If he could not reasonably assign an appropriate task to everyone, then these 10,000 people would be nothing more than a motley crew. It would only have the opposite effect. Thinking of this, he called Wang Zhong over and said, "Uncle Wang, get everyone to gather here." Wang Zhong wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands. "Yes, young master." After a full 15 minutes, all the people had gathered. What was worse was that although these people came to gather, they did not have time to idle their mouths. They were still chatting in groups of 3 to 5. The whole place was noisy. Many of these people came from the same village. Everyone had their own circle, so it was not surprising that they knew each other. If there were only 100 or 200 people here, perhaps no one would dare to talk to each other. However, there were more than 10,000 people here, so the situation was not so easy to control. Seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but frown even more. Chapter 466. On the Cloud Mountain. Yin Lai stroked his beard and looked at Li Zishuan thoughtfully. He was curious as to how Li Zishuan would handle the situation. As the Minister of Works, he had presided over the construction of the Zhao Mausoleum and several other palaces. He had encountered situations even bigger than this. If he were to take charge, he would definitely be able to solve the problem at hand. However, Li Zishuan was different. This lad had no experience in leading an army in a battle, nor did he have experience in leading tens of thousands of people to participate in a major project. Therefore, Yin Lai was very curious as to whether Li Zishuan would give him a surprise. Wang Zhong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He had also seen Li Zishuan's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, faced with more than 10,000 people, there was nothing he could do. He could only command a few of his servants to maintain order around him while feeling anxious. At this moment, a cold snort resounded through the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been hammered by a metal hammer. Hundreds of birds in the forest were so frightened that they started chirping and flapping their wings together to fly into the distance. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. The Cloud Mountain was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The power of a grandmaster was terrifying. Faced with this disorderly mob, Li Zishuan didn't rack his brains to think of other ways. When a person's strength reached a certain level, they didn't like to think of ingenious schemes. Using brute force to defeat 10 was the best way for them to deal with things. "Is there anyone among you who is dissatisfied with the salary I'm offering?" Li Zishuan looked at the commoners and craftsmen below and asked loudly. In this era, there were no loudspeakers, but Li Zishuan's voice could still be heard very far. More than 10,000 people in the field could hear him. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to make sound. First, it was because Li Zishuan's cold snort had frightened them. They were just commoners, and grandmasters were very far away from them. However, they could feel that this young man in his teens was very powerful and very powerful. As for the other reason, it was that Li Zishuan's salary was indeed impeccable. "All right, since no one said anything, I'll take it that all of you are satisfied with this salary." Li Zishuan waited for a few breaths of time. Seeing that no one answered, he continued in a clear voice. "Next, it's my turn to make some requests of you. First, let me introduce myself. I am Li Zishuan, the person who hired you this time. I don't care which village you're from. Since you're here and want to earn money, you have to listen to me. If anyone wants to fish in troubled waters or try to cheat money by eating and drinking, then I'll ask you to leave." At this moment, everyone below felt a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that coming here did not mean that they had 2 months of high-salary iron rice bowls. If they did not do a good job, they would still be chased out at any time. "This is the current Minister of Works. The academy that you will help me build in the next 2 months was approved by the current emperor. From now on, all of you will have to obey the arrangements of Minister Yin, the eldest son of Minister Yin shouting. Whatever he asks you to do, you must do it. If you don't want to obey the arrangements, please leave now, lest you be chased out by me in the future and be laughed at by others." Li Zishuan mentioned Yin lied in Li air in order to give these people another deterrent. Since ancient times, people were afraid of officials, not to mention that the Yin Huang College was a task personally assigned by the current emperor. These people would definitely not dare to be sloppy when they were building in the future. He was right. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were instantly filled with awe. There was no longer any laziness like before. After a few breaths, no one took the initiative to leave. Li Zishuan continued, "In the next 2 months, I will randomly divide you into 50 construction teams. On average, each team will consist of 300 people, 10 craftsmen, and 1 captain and 1 deputy captain. There will be groups of 10 people in each team and 1 leader. There will be groups of 10 people in each team and 1 deputy captain. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Outside the group, there will be groups of 10. Each group will have 1 captain and 1 deputy captain. Everyone must obey the command of Yin Shouting. Yin Shouting will distribute the tasks of each construction team to the corresponding team leader. As the team leader, you must distribute the tasks well and ensure that the tasks are completed in time. When each squad leader receives a mission, you have to divide the mission into smaller groups. You have to cooperate well with each other because you're not alone. You're a group. Don't let your sloppiness affect the entire group or even the entire squad's failure to complete the mission in time." In addition, Yin Shouting will form an additional law enforcement team. They will evaluate the work progress of each construction team every day. The team with the best performance that day will have the best meal the next day. You will eat the fattest meat, and there will be enough of it. Of course, the team with the worst performance will also have the worst meal the next day. You will only be left with carrots and vegetables. Every 5 days, the law enforcement team will make a small summary. The team leader and deputy captain will be rewarded with 2 strings of coins. The captain and deputy captain will be rewarded with 1 string of coins. The team leader will be rewarded with 500 coins. The rest will be rewarded with 100 coins. Every month, the law enforcement team will make a big summary. The team with the best performance will have their monthly salary doubled. The team leader and deputy captain will have their monthly salary reduced by half. The captain and deputy captain will have their monthly salary reduced by 40%. The team leader will have his monthly salary reduced by 30%. The rest will have their monthly salary reduced by 20%. Moreover, the law enforcement team will also evaluate the 5 teams with the best performance that month. The members of these 5 teams will be rewarded with an additional 5 strings of coins. Of course, once the law enforcement team finds a worker with a negative attitude, he must be kicked out immediately. So you're not alone. What you do will affect your team. If you want to make a lot of money from me, you have to put in the effort. Do you all understand? Huff, huff, huff. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the audience. Everyone was excited by the generous rewards. 5 strings of coins. This was a huge sum of money that a civilian family might not be able to earn even if they worked hard for 5 years. But now it was within their reach. How could they not be excited and excited? Although they would be punished if they did not do well, none of these farmers would feel that their work was not as good as others. Therefore, they selectively ignored Li Zishuan's punishment measures. At this time, when they heard Li Zishuan's question, they quickly shouted, "Understood." Although their voices were not in sync, they were very loud and imposing. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction and then said, "These 2 months, you will be staying in Union residence. For the next 2 months, all of you will be living and eating in Cloud Mountain. Later on, Yin Shouting will specially organize a group to build temporary houses for everyone. Please think about your wives, children, and elders. If you want them to live a good life, you must work hard to complete the mission. Those who don't meet the requirements will be kicked out at any time. 2 months later, I want tall buildings to be built from the ground on Cloud Mountain." Chapter 467. Shocking. Yin Li's heart was truly shaken at this moment. Li Zishuan was a greenhorn, but he was able to settle the matter in an instant. His actions were clear about rewards and punishments, and he was both firm and soft. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. Even Yin lied, who had lived half his life as an old loach in the officialdom, had to admit that he was impressed. What surprised Yin Lai the most was that from Li Zixuan's arrangements, he saw a trace of soldiers' swift and decisive style. Although Yin lied was a civil official, he had experienced 3 dynasties and had also encountered chaotic times. He was very clear about the nature of the generals in the army. When Li Zixuan spoke just now, his temperament was like a general lecturing his soldiers. This was hard for Yin Lai to accept. How could a 14 to 15-year-old young man have the ability to lead an army in a battle? Yin Lai shook his head and hypnotized himself in his heart. Illusion. This must be an illusion. In fact, this wasn't an illusion. Li Zixuan wanted to use military means to manage the construction team of more than 10,000 people. The punishment he mentioned wasn't to deliberately make things difficult for these farmers. He also didn't have any intention of discriminating against them. In his previous life, his father would go to the city to work when he wasn't working. The people in the city called them migrant workers. Now, this group of people was in a similar situation to his father in his previous life. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for these men who used their hands, labor, and even life's potential to support family. The reason why he proposed these punishment measures was mainly because his father had said in his previous life that there were many crafty people who slacked off and worked for free. Another important reason was that the construction team he recruited was unusually large. If he didn't set up a perfect management system, the construction site would become a mess. Everyone wouldn't know what they were supposed to do or whether they were doing the same work as others. In this way, the construction speed of Yinhuan College would be at a snail's pace. Only by properly organizing the division of labor could everyone be used to their fullest potential. Only by having a reasonable reward and punishment system could everyone be motivated to work. Yin Xiaoning looked at Li Zixuan with a trace of resentment and a trace of complexity. He was resentful because Li Zixuan had thrown the difficult task of being the head of the construction site to him. One must know that being a qualified general was far more difficult than being a low-level soldier. This was because a general often had to consider all aspects of the situation and make the best use of people. God knows how much brain power he would have to use in order to assign tasks to these 10,000 people. Yin Xiaoning was terrified just thinking about it. He was just a technical geek. The reason why there was still a trace of complexity in his eyes was entirely because Li Zixuan's well-organized arrangements just now had dealt him a blow. Li Zixuan was better than him in terms of martial arts and machinery, but his ability to dispatch and command was actually so strong as well. Damn it, he was not giving others a way out. As for Li Tai, the little fatty's eyes were filled with admiration. He felt that Li Zixuan's way of giving orders was very domineering. In just a few months, a hater had turned into a bootlicker or a hardcore fan. This was unbelievable. Li Zixuan probably didn't expect it himself. Xiaoning, I'll leave these people to you. I know it's hard work, but you have to bear with it. It's a good opportunity for you to train yourself. After all, you'll inherit Uncle Yan's legacy sooner or later. Li Zixuan put on a smile and turned around to speak to Yin Xiaoning. At this moment, Yin Xiaoning really wanted to curse Li Zixuan, but he didn't know if he should. He looked at Li Zixuan with hidden bitterness. He wanted to refuse, but as soon as he said that, his father's scolding would probably come from his side. As for whether the slap would follow, it was really hard to say. It all depended on his father's mood. Okay, I'll try my best. After holding it in for a long time, Yin Xiaoning only spat out 6 words. Just as he had expected, his father beside him was stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction when he heard this. Li Zixuan saw his friend's depression. He went forward and patted Yin Xiaoning's shoulder. He laughed. Haha, don't worry, Xiaoning. Uncle Yin and I will come over to help you often. You're not the only one fighting. My father-in-law, Second Master Lu Lijing, and the rest are all on your side. With their help, what are you afraid of? Han Tianhu, Second Master Lu, and the rest quickly agreed and expressed that they would fully support Yin Xiaoning's work. As for Yin lied, he felt that he was tricked by Li Zixuan. What did he mean by Uncle Yin and I will come over to help you often? As the boss of the Ministry of Works, he was so busy every day. How could he have time to come over often? He told Li Zishuan that he would come over occasionally, but he didn't say that he would come over often. In fact, this was where Li Zishuan was treacherous. He kidnapped someone's son to a high position. He didn't believe that his father wouldn't come over to help him. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan really needed the help of a master architect like Yen Lide. If he could use money to invite this big shot over, Li Zishuan would be willing to pay 10,000 strings of cash. However, old Yin held an important position. How could he be invited over with money? Therefore, Li Zishuan could only settle for the second best and take the crooked path. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Yin Xiaoning felt a little better. Although there were a lot of people and craftsmen in front of him, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a snake in its old haunts. This was Plum Village. He had the support of Second Master Lu and the rest. Why would he be afraid of these people rebelling? Therefore, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try my best. If there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you." Haha, you're a good brother. When Yanhuang College is completed, I'll treat Brother Xiaoning to a good drink. Li Zishuan laughed. Then, he pulled Yin Xiaoning over and whispered, "Xiaoning, try to use the young men from Plum Village and Han Village for the captains and team leaders in the construction team. They're all trustworthy and will be on your side. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are outstanding leaders among the others. You can promote them as you see fit. As for the team leader and deputy team leader, you'd better use some experienced craftsmen. Other than being able to lead the team well, they can also give you some useful advice. It's best not to put people from the same village into a team because they're likely to group up. There are only two results of grouping up. One is that the group becomes more diligent, and the other is that the group becomes lazier. However, the latter is more likely. As for the law enforcement team, you can do as you see fit. You can also go out and recruit other people. Yes, Little Xian's advice is very pertinent. Ning, you must remember it." Yen lied, stroked his beard, and looked at his son as he reminded him. "Yes, I know, Dad." Yin Xiaoning nodded. "Hey, Xiaoning, you have to leave a team leader position for me. I must participate in the construction of Yanhuang College. I want to be the team leader." After Li Tai eavesdropped on the three people's whispering, he suddenly pulled Yin Xiaoning and said, Chapter 468. I want to be a regiment commander. Li Tai's words really scared Yen Lide, Yin Xiaoning, and the others. As for Li Zishuan, he was thunderstruck. "Your Highness, this is not appropriate. As a prince, how can you do such a lowly thing? His Majesty will definitely not agree." Yen Lide frowned and tried to persuade him. If his son dared to be so mischievous, he would have beaten him up long ago. However, this person was Li Tai, so he could only use his mouth to persuade him patiently. A lowly thing? May I ask, Minister Yin, when did hard work become a lowly thing? Li Tai seemed to be prepared for this. He cupped his hands at Yen Lide and said seriously, "Qingke has been studying engineering with you for several months. Engineering is the study of engineering. If I don't experience engineering, how can I call myself a disciple of engineering? As for my father, I will personally report to him." Yen Lide was silent. In fact, he regretted what he said just now. If he said that engineering was a lowly thing, wouldn't he be scolding himself? However, to let a prince personally participate in the construction of a project, this was somewhat unreasonable no matter what. "Since your Highness has made up your mind, I have nothing to say. It's better to leave the trouble to Li Er." Yen Lide thought in his heart. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Tai in surprise. He didn't think that this little fatty would be able to speak such a serious truth. It really made him look at him in a new light. He had a bright future ahead of him. Li Tai was delighted, but Li Zishuan interrupted at an inappropriate time. "Qingke, if you want to experience engineering, that's fine. However, you don't have any experience. I'm afraid you won't be able to take on the position of a regiment commander. I'll give you the position of a captain first to train yourself. This kind of practical training will also be of great benefit to you." Li Tai was suddenly very depressed. He just helped Li Zishuan, but Li Zishuan exposed him without mercy. He really didn't give him any face at all. However, Li Zishuan's last two lines made his eyes light up. Putting everything else aside, Li Tai's cultural attainment was still very high. Knowledge on paper is ultimately shallow. I'll have to do it personally. Good, good, good. Every word you said is a gem. I've learned a lot. After seriously savoring it for a long time, Li Tai cupped his hands at Li Zishuan and said solemnly. Yinlide also glanced at Li Zishuan in surprise. He never expected Li Zishuan to be so proficient in the Tao of poetry, to be able to recite such a beautiful line. Huh, that's fine. Shouting, you can lead them and start working. Uncle Wong has the name list of all of them. You can see if you can divide them into groups. Uncle Yin and I will help you draw up an overall progress plan for the construction of the academy. You can use it as a reference in the future. Li Zishuan went forward and patted Yin Xiaoning's shoulder, urging him to hurry up and work. Oh, okay, father, I'll go first. Yin Xiaoning nodded his head and greeted his father. Go. Do well. Don't embarrass the Yin family. Even if I'm busy with work in the future and can't come often, your second uncle will come often to assist you. Every father had the heart to see his son become a dragon. Yin Lide was no exception. He really hoped that his son could grow up quickly after going through this big project. Although he wouldn't be as monstrous as Li Zishuan, he must be able to take charge of things independently. I understand. Yin Xiaoning cupped his hands and brought Wang Zhong, Second Master Lu Lijing, and Han Lijing to divide the construction corps into groups. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, took the floor plan of the Yinhuang Academy and followed Yin Lide to a temporary pergola. This simple and crude shed became their temporary combat command post. Li Zishuan was very happy when Yin Lide said, even if I'm busy with work in the future and can't come often, your second uncle will come often to assist you. Yin Lide's construction skills weren't much worse than Yin Lide's. With the help of the Yin family, the construction of Yinhuang College would be completely stable. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. At noon, a group of hundreds of old, weak women and children carried fragrant dishes to Yinshan Mountain. The workers' first meal at the construction site began. It wasn't easy to cook for more than 10,000 people. Almost all the women in Han Village and Plum Village who knew how to cook were invited to help in the kitchen. Yinshan Mountain didn't even have a stove, so naturally, they couldn't cook here. Therefore, this support group brought the food up from Plum Village at the foot of the mountain. Anyway, it was summer now, so they weren't afraid that the food would get cold on the way. Leaders of each group, get your people to line up properly. Don't look like the reincarnation of a starving ghost who hasn't eaten for years. It wasn't easy to cook for more than 10,000 people. Similarly, it wasn't easy to arrange for more than 10,000 people to eat together. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoning used the whole morning to divide the more than 10,000 people into groups, teams, and groups. Now, it was much more convenient to command. Yes, Commander Yin. The 5 leaders of the construction corps were Hu Hanyun, Second Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Ni Taifeng. Needless to say, Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu had a certain amount of influence in Han Village and Plum Village. Moreover, they had helped others to build houses before. Chao Xiaofu and Gong Minyong were the craftsmen sent by the Ministry of Works this time. They had rich construction experience and had worked on many big projects under Yin Lide. Moreover, they were very familiar with Yin Xiaoning. As for Ni Taifeng, he was the representative of the elite craftsmen in Strange Pavilion Workshop. When the workshop still belonged to the Yin family, Ni Taifeng had worked in the workshop. Of course, Yin Xiaoning knew him. Overall, Yin Xiaoning's arrangement was quite reasonable. After the 50 teams were lined up, the support group started to get food for the workers. The fragrance of the meat could be smelled from afar. Everyone couldn't help but gulp and salivate. Gulp! What a delicious fragrance of meat. Boss is really generous. I, Ma San Xiang, haven't smelled such a wonderful fragrance of meat in a long time. Gulp! Just for such fragrant meat, our group can't be the last in the future. Otherwise, won't we have no meat to eat? Yes, we can't be the last in the future. Tisk, ignorant. Who in Han Village can't afford to eat meat now? We all have a meal every few days. Huh, same for Plum Village. Amidst the envious and boastful voices of the crowd, The workers took their food one by one. Now, there was no canteen on Yinshan Mountain, let alone tables and chairs. Most of these people were rough people and didn't care about the red tape. They just squatted under the shade of the tree and enjoyed their delicious lunch in groups of 3 to 5. Young master, why are you here to line up too? Please stand in front of me. As the leader, Hu Hanyin didn't have any special privileges. After he arranged everything, he came to line up. However, he realized that Li Zexuan was actually behind him. He quickly turned around and said, Chapter 469. Haha, Uncle Hu, you can line up. I'm not in a hurry to eat, so I'll line up slowly. And you guys, don't worry about me. Line up in your own line. Eating is the most important thing in the world. No one is more honorable than anyone else when it comes to eating. Li Zexuan waved to Mr. Hu, and then he saw the people in front of the line looking at him hesitantly. He hurriedly said to those people in a kind manner. At this moment, Li Zexuan could be described as kind and amiable. He was totally different from when he was lecturing the people above. This made the craftsmen feel a little confused, but at the same time, they felt a sense of familiarity. The most direct manifestation was that when the foreigners in the line passed by Li Zexuan after getting their food, they were no longer trembling with fear like before. Instead, they would smile and say hello, sir, or hello, boss. This was also the effect that Li Zexuan wanted. As the saying goes, relax to a certain extent. Blindly making others afraid of you would not work. That would also affect the efficiency of work. Li Zexuan did not deliberately eat at the construction site to put on a show. He did not need to put on a show. The reason why he stayed for lunch was that, firstly, he wanted to see how the food at the construction site was and whether it needed to be adjusted. Secondly, he had to continue to discuss the detailed plan of the construction of the academy with Yin Lide in the afternoon. It was not worthwhile to go back in the middle of the day. At this moment, the sun in the sky was the hottest time of the day. Carrying the food, Li Zexuan came to the shed. In the morning, the people below would naturally bring in tables and stools. The shed was now fully equipped. Li Zexuan came to the table and sat down. Opposite him, Li Tai, the little fatty, was staring at the big fat meat in the bowl. If it was said that Li Zexuan stayed for lunch because of the situation, then Li Tai stayed for the sake of putting on a show. The little fatty had just become the captain of the 8th team of the construction corps in the morning and could be considered as Old Hu's subordinate. He wanted to set an example and raise the recognition of the people below him. Li Tai's royal education taught him that if a superior wanted to capture the hearts of the people, he had to share weal and woe with his subordinates. In this aspect, his old man, Li Er, had perfected his military career in the early years. Thus, all the generals of the Great Tang were loyal to Li Er. However, Li Tai was not Li Er. This little fatty was used to living a luxurious life since he was young. He had very strict requirements for food. In this aspect, even Li Zexuan admitted defeat. Otherwise, how could he be so fat? Now, it was his first time eating such a big pot of food. Eating such fat meat, just looking at it made him feel nauseous. How could he eat it? Huh? What? You can't eat it? I told you to go back and eat, but you insisted on staying and asking for trouble. Let's see what you can do now. There are no restaurants in this wilderness, and your first team's mission in the afternoon is very important. Let's see how you can order the people below to work when you're hungry. Li Zexuan glanced at Li Tai, who was in a dilemma, and said sarcastically. Although he himself didn't like to eat fat meat, he was more witty. When he had just finished eating, he gave all the fat meat in the bowl to Old Hu. These fat meat may be inferior food to people like him and Li Tai, but for people like Old Hu, who were at the bottom of the labor force, this was top-quality food. Not only did it taste good, but it also made them hungry. If you used lean meat to exchange with them for fat meat, they wouldn't be too happy. Who said I can't eat it? F***CK, little Xian, you actually gave me special treatment. Why is there no fat meat in your food? Li Tai was about to argue, but when he saw that there was no fat meat in Li Zexuan's bowl, only minced meat and vegetables, he immediately called out Li Zexuan for giving special treatment. Bullshit. You brat, there must be something wrong with your eyes. I just don't have fat meat in my bowl. Aren't the other dishes the same as yours? What did I give you special treatment? Li Zishuan couldn't wait to drag this brat over and stuff him into his bowl. He glared at him and said in exasperation, "Oh, you should have said so earlier. Then I'll throw away this fat meat and eat vegetables like you." Li Tai didn't feel embarrassed at all because he misunderstood others. This guy thought that Li Zishuan threw away the fat meat in his bowl. He propped up his fat body and prepared to go out and throw away the meat. Li Zishuan said angrily, "Stop. Which eye of yours saw me throw away the meat? I only gave the meat to Uncle Hu. It's fine if you don't like to eat some dishes, but you can't waste food. The food you don't like to eat is a delicacy in the eyes of many people, but you would rather throw away the meat than share it with others. How hateful! Wine and meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates. Frozen bones lie on the road." This is exactly what a prince in the palace who doesn't understand the suffering of the common people. This was the first time Li Zishuan said such harsh words. It was also the first time Li Tai was reprimanded by someone other than Li Er. Li Tai was so angry that his eyes turned red. If the person in front of him wasn't Li Zishuan, he would have drawn his sword and killed him. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and grievance. Yes, it was grievance. His nature wasn't bad. He just didn't think of this method of giving away the fat meat. Wine and meat stinks at the Vermilion Gates. Frozen bones lie on the road. These two lines of the poem also gave Li Tai a great shock. He clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. His face was green and white. He wanted to fly into a rage, slam the table, and fight it out with Li Zishuan. But subconsciously, he felt that Li Zishuan was telling him this for his own good. Moreover, he didn't want to be the main character of Wine and Meat Stinks at the Vermilion Gates. Frozen bones lie on the road. He didn't want future generations to think of him, Li Tai, as a prince. If that happened, wouldn't his reputation go down in history? What? You don't agree? You think what I said is wrong? Good. Then go out and take a look. See if the fat meat you threw away is the supreme delicacy in the eyes of those craftsmen. Li Tai's face changed between green and white. Li Zishuan didn't care and continued to reprimand him. He had made up his mind to be a strict teacher today. After interacting with Li Tai for so long, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the little fatty changed from being cautious at the beginning to keeping a distance. Later on, Li Tai pretended to be his disciple, and he only taught him in the name of teacher. In the end, Li Tai accepted him wholeheartedly and wholeheartedly taught him. During this time, Li Zishuan naturally had a very deep understanding of Li Tai's personality. This little fatty's nature wasn't bad. He was just a little arrogant. In these few months of interaction, Li Zishuan felt Li Tai's intelligence, Li Tai's craftiness, Li Tai's arrogance, Li Tai's sincerity sometimes, and Li Tai's funny joy sometimes. Li Zishuan felt that Li Tai was just a smart child who hadn't been completely spoiled yet. Chapter 470. Yes, strictly speaking, Li Tai was really just a child who hadn't been completely spoiled. Anyone who was born into a family like Li Tai's, who was talented and intelligent, and who was deeply doted on by the current emperor, would have a heart of pride. It could be said that if they were in Li Tai's shoes, 99% of people wouldn't do better than Li Tai. Moreover, Li Tai was sincere towards the people he approved of. Compared to those who put on a good face to everyone, but secretly schemed and plotted, Li Tai was much better. Li Zishuan's heart had always been tangled and conflicted about Li Tai. According to the trajectory of history, Li Tai was just a failed product in the struggle for imperial power, and so was his brother Li Chengqian. Li Zishuan didn't plan to get too close to Li Er's sons from the start. He didn't want to participate in the complicated struggle for the throne, and he didn't want to become cannon fodder in other people's political struggles. But man proposes, God disposes. Moreover, man wasn't a plant, so how could he be emotionless? Under various coincidences, his relationship with the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Chengqian, became closer and closer. Moreover, after interacting for so long, he found that Li Chengqian wasn't as sinister, ruthless, disloyal, unfilial, or even a homosexual as the history book said. Li Tai also wasn't as arrogant and conceited as the history book said. These two brothers treated him, as a friend, with sincerity and true nature. Li Zixuan's heart gradually wavered. He didn't know if the history books were wrong, or if Li Tai and Li Chengqian's shortcomings were completely reflected in the later stages of their personality changes. If it was the latter, then Li Zixuan didn't know if he should rescue these two brothers. Later on, when Li Zixuan proposed Gong Shui, Li Tai immediately became one of the staunch supporters of Gong Shui. After that, Li Tai's performance was very satisfactory. Only then did he completely treat Li Tai as his true disciple and plan to train him with all his might in the future. Since he had decided to take in Li Tai as his disciple, Li Zixuan naturally would not allow the little fatty and Li Tai to turn against each other in the future. He wanted to change Li Tai's fate. He wanted to change history. But in order to do this, he had to first change Li Tai's life values and get rid of some of Li Tai's shortcomings, which were also his weaknesses. Therefore, when it was time to criticize severely, he had to stand up and be a strict teacher. If Li Tai fell out with him because of this, then Li Zixuan could only say that they were not destined to be master and disciple. Bang! After struggling for a while, Li Tai slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, and then he left without saying a word. Not sure if he really went to look at the workers outside, or if he was angered by Li Zixuan's words and decided to quit. Li Zixuan did not chase after him. He didn't even look outside the door. Taoists practiced following one's heart, governing by doing nothing, and letting nature take its course. If Li Tai really quit because of this, or even quit Gong Shui, Li Zixuan could only express regret. He definitely would not kneel down and beg Li Tai to change his mind. He spread Gong Shui out of interest, not for his own benefit. Without Gong Shui, he could still live a simple life. But logically speaking, Li Zixuan felt that with his understanding of Li Tai would most likely not give up his initial ideals and pursuit. He believed in his own judgment. Smells good. I didn't expect to come here to work. Not only is the salary high, but the food is also so good. It's almost the same as our family's New Year's meal. Oh, who said it wasn't? TSK, such delicious meat. If it weren't for the boss's rule that we have to stay at the construction site at night, I would want to bring these back home for my wife and children to eat. Sigh. Yes, my eldest child hasn't eaten meat for half a year. We can't eat such delicious meat even during the New Year. Sigh. I don't know if the boss is recruiting children. My son is taller than me, and his strength is almost as strong as mine. It's just that he's too skinny. It would be great if the boss could recruit him. Just for every meal with meat, it's worth it even if the salary is reduced by half. Woolhour, you really know how to scheme. Sigh. I heard that the villagers of Plum Village and Han Village can eat meat every few days. I don't know if it's true. Of course it's true. Didn't you see it when we came over this morning? The children here are much fatter than the children in our village. Also, look at their houses. Most of them have been renovated. How can our shabby thatched huts be compared to them? Sigh. Who told them to have such a good boss? Sigh, let's eat quickly. Now that their boss is also our boss, he's not bad to us. We have to work hard later. At the very least, we have to be worthy of this delicious meal at noon. Li Tai walked aimlessly in the forest. He heard the villagers' exclamations and discussions about the food. His heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Was this the arrival of the golden age that the ministers in the imperial court talked about? The villagers couldn't even afford to eat fatty meat. What kind of golden age was this? At this moment, Li Tai's heart was filled with anger and sorrow. Li Zixuan was right. He was just a prince who didn't eat the hardships of the world. If Li Zixuan hadn't reminded him and stopped him, he would have thrown away the delicious food in the villagers' mouths. If that happened, how would he be different from the Jinhui emperor who said, if the people don't have rice to satisfy their hunger, why not eat meat? Li Tai never thought of himself as a saint. He also never felt that he had the responsibility or obligation to let the people in the world live a good life. That was what an emperor should do. Although he had fought openly and secretly with Li Chengqian in the past, it wasn't for the position of crown prince. It was just two children fighting for their father's love. That was all. At this age, Li Tai didn't have the heart to fight for the position of crown prince. He didn't want to be a saint, nor did he want to be an emperor. Therefore, Li Tai naturally believed that the lives of the people in the world had nothing to do with him as the king of Wei. However, only by truly experiencing things would he understand his true nature. Surrounded by a group of poor commoners who couldn't even eat meat, Li Tai felt that he couldn't be happy being the king of Wei. All he could feel was sorrow and bitterness. Brothers of Regiment 1, although the construction site is full, don't king eat it. If you are too full to walk, how are you going to quarry in the afternoon? If your performance is poor, you will only be able to eat radishes and vegetables tomorrow. Hu Hanyun's roar came from the forest. Ha! Got it, regiment commander Hu. Ha! The villagers immediately roared with laughter. Although this king has no obligation to save the people of the world, this king has an obligation to live a happy life. Only when the people around me live a good life can this king live a happy life. Meat and wine stink behind the door of the Vermilion, but there are frozen bones on the road. This will be a lifelong warning for me, Li Tai. Li Tai, will definitely not be a king whose name will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. At this moment, Li Tai's eyes emitted a dazzling glow. He looked up at the sky above Cloud Mountain and muttered to himself. Chapter 471. Inside the shed. It didn't take long for Li Zishuan to finish the food in his bowl. Putting aside the ingredients, the taste of the food was similar to the school cafeteria in his previous life. In this life, although he was more particular about what he ate at home, he wasn't someone who hadn't suffered before. Naturally, he wouldn't find it hard to swallow, just because the quality of the food wasn't as good as at home. At this moment, he was about to clean up the bowls and chopsticks and take them out. However, he saw Li Tai walking in with a young man. Hello, boss. I am the vice captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, Gu Xiaomao. I came from Xinfeng County Stone Village. The young man was probably not even 20 years old. He was very young, and his whole body exuded a quick-wittedness. He had been trembling with fear as he followed behind Li Tai. After entering the shed, he discovered that Li Zishuan was also here. He hurriedly came over and bowed to greet him. Hello. Li Zishuan nodded lightly and looked at Li Tai. It would be a lie if Li Zishuan said that he was not surprised that Gu Xiaomao had become a vice captain at such a young age. However, a hero's background was not important. Li Zishuan did not question or look down on Gu Xiaomao because of this. Li Zishuan believed that Yin Xiaoning had his reasons for promoting a young man like this. His main target was still Li Tai. The little fatty's face was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. He walked over to the table where he had his meal just now and shouted at Gu Xiaomao. Gu Xiaomao, come over here. Hey, coming. Gu Xiaomao responded and hurriedly ran over. Here, all the meat is for you. Bring your bowl over. Li Tai raised his bowl and pouted his lips as he said, Gu Xiaomao was dumbfounded. He never thought that Li Tai would call him over for this. What's wrong? This king. I have never touched this food before. Why are you complaining about it? Li Tai stared at him and was about to throw a tantrum. No. Gu Xiaomao almost peed his pants when he heard that. He hurriedly explained, Your Highness, this lowly one wouldn't dare to dislike it. It's just that this lowly one doesn't dare to eat Your Highness food. What is Highness? Gu Xiaomao, let me tell you one more time. In these 2 months, there is no Highness on Cloud Mountain, only Captain Li. Please call me Captain Li in the future. Do you hear me? Li Tai frowned and scolded. Looking at his serious face, Li Zishuan almost burst out laughing. Please call me Captain Li. This sentence was too king out of character. However, this was not the right time. Li Zishuan could only hold back his laughter and watch how Li Tai would play. Yes, Captain Li Xiaomao understands. Gu Xiaomao touched the beads of sweat on his forehead. This was not sweat from the heat, but cold sweat from fear. Only the heavens knew how painful it was to be the vice captain of a prince. Anyway, Gu Xiaomao was under a lot of pressure. Then why aren't you bringing your bowl over? Oh, thank you, Captain Li. Although Gu Xiaomao was very greedy for those fat slices of meat, he still wanted to see who gave them to him. Looking at the pile of fat slices in his bowl, Gu Xiaomao was very anxious. All right, hurry up and eat outside. You still have work to do in the afternoon. Li Tai put all the fat slices into Gu Xiaomao's bowl and waved his hand to chase him away. Yes, Captain. Gu Xiaomao felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly ran away with his bowl. In an instant, only Li Zishuan and Li Tai were left in the shed. Li Tai sat down and finished the food in his bowl. He did not even frown. He was a completely different person from the person who was having a hard time eating. Seeing this, Li Zishuan knew that Li Tai had thought things through. The reason why Li Tai was still unwilling to talk to him was probably because he couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, his words just now were indeed a bit harsh. It was already good enough that Li Tai, who had always lived like a prince, didn't use a sword to cut him down. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan smiled. He did not say anything to provoke the little fatty. He took his cutlery and prepared to leave. Sir. At this moment, Li Zishuan, who had not spoken to Li Tai since he came in, suddenly spoke. Li Zishuan was startled. In private situations, Li Tai rarely called him Mister. Usually, he would use the name between friends. Now he was calling him that. What was the little fatty trying to say? Sir, can engineering allow the people of the world to wear new clothes and eat meat? Seeing that Li Zishuan paused, Li Tai continued to ask. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before saying, Of course not. When Li Tai heard this, his brows furrowed into a ball. His eyes stared fixedly at Li Zishuan's back, wanting an explanation. Engineering is just a kind of knowledge, just like Confucianism. It's just a dead thing. For the people of the world to have enough food and clothing, and for every family to be able to eat meat, the key is how the ruler acts. Although Emperor Qin and Emperor Hanwu were the divine lords of the world, they only managed to pacify the world so that the country would not be bullied by foreigners. The people of the country still did not have enough food and clothing. Compared to Confucianism, engineering has its unique characteristics. It is more like a tool to increase the productivity of the people. As for whether this tool can be fully utilized, it depends on whether the ruler is willing to use it. Fortunately, the current emperor was magnanimous and was willing to give engineering a chance to flourish. Then, the result might be different. So, Qingke, if the young people of Tang can all wield the sharp blade of engineering, although I don't dare to say that 100% of the people of Tang can have enough food and clothing, I'm sure that 80% to 90% of the people of Tang can have enough food and clothing. At that time, we will truly usher in an unprecedented golden age. Li Zishuan knew that Li Tai would have doubts in his heart. He put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, In the modern era, even a country as great as America still had beggars. Thus, Li Zishuan did not dare to guarantee that 100% of the people of Tang could have enough food and clothing once the industrial production level of Tang improved. However, he could still guarantee that most people would have enough food and clothing. Tai understands. I'm willing to work with Sir to bring engineering to greater heights. Li Tai gave a disciple salute and cupped his fists in a serious manner. Good. I hope that when Yanhuang College leads the people of Tang to have enough food and clothing, there will be a great achievement in it. Li Zishuan waved his hand with a smile and went out the door. Li Zishuan was very happy that Li Tai could walk out of his inner demons and comprehend such principles. In the end, he still valued Li Tai very much. If it were someone else, he would not have put in so much effort. I, Li Tai, don't need great achievements. I just want to live happily. Li Tai looked at the door and mumbled to himself. Chapter 472. Hu Hanyun's first construction corps was mainly responsible for the supply and transportation of construction materials at the construction site. The building materials required by the Yanhuang Academy generally consisted of mud bricks, lime, glutinous rice mortar, stone, and wood. The first three were bought from various places with money. For materials like mud bricks, which required a large quantity, a small team had to be sent to the brick kiln to bring them back. In the Tang dynasty, there were many brick kilns among the people, but most of them were small in scale. This time, Yanhuang College's construction corps cooperated with an official kiln near Chang. It was more than 30 miles away from Mei Village. The walls of Chang, and in the construction of the imperial palace were all built with mud bricks from that kiln. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan could build his own brick kiln if he wanted. Moreover, the bricks from his kiln would definitely be stronger than those from other kilns. Building a kiln seemed to be very difficult, but it was not difficult at all to actually start. As long as you mastered the technique, building a brick kiln was even easier than building a house. The only difficult thing to solve was the problem of the chimney. It should be known that the chimney of the brick kiln in modern times was 30 to 40 meters high, which was a bit difficult in the Tang dynasty where there were no tower cranes or scaffolding. However, it was not impossible to solve. Li Zishuan knew of a way to burn bricks without a chimney. The circular kiln. The circular kiln looked like a row of long bunkers. Its height was less than 5 meters, but its length was more than 200 feet. The biggest advantage of a circular kiln was that it could burn bricks in a circular manner. It could build 20 kilns, and each kiln could be lit individually. Compared to the conjoined kilns of this era, which had 8 kilns in each group, the circular kiln was more efficient and more fuel efficient. Although there were many advantages to building his own brick kiln, Li Zishuan did not intend to do so. He could not build all the materials by himself. Could he? That would take a lot of effort, and this kind of monopolization was not good. He had to leave some profits for others, right? In the afternoon, Hu Hanyin took more than 3,000 people of the 1st Regiment to hunt in the mountains. To be precise, they were going to cut wood. They had to bring back a batch of wood and hand it over to the other regiments to build temporary housing for the workers. For the entire construction corps, this was the first day of work. Other than the division of formations, there was only the construction of a place to settle down. The official building of the academy would have to wait until the next day. Fortunately, it was summer now, and the workers' residences only needed to be able to block the sun and rain. There was no need to think about keeping warm, so it was very simple to build. The sun was setting. Cloud Mountain was still very lively. Rows of small sheds were arranged in the forest, and there was a number hanging in front of each shed. 99% of the workers did not know how to read, let alone Arabic numerals. However, there were so many sheds that Li Zishuan could only order each of them to remember the number on the sign of their shed in order to prevent the workers from going to the wrong place at night. Seeing that the city gate of Chang was about to close and the workers' residences at the construction site were about to be completed, he asked someone to finally tie and prepare to return to the city. As the chief commander of more than 10,000 people, Yin Xiaoning felt that he was shouldering a heavy responsibility. The workers' residences had not been completed yet, so he would not go back with them at night. As for Yinlai and Faubert, they had already gone back 2 hours ago. Xiaoxian, why don't you go back alone? There are still 2 people in the 8th squad of the 1st Regiment who haven't finished building their residences yet. Li Tai seemed to be intoxicated. This was the first sentence he said when he was called to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan heard this, stared at him, and scolded. Go away. If you stay outside the city, His Majesty and Her Majesty will skin me alive if they know about it. If the residences are not ready, just leave it to Gu Xiaomao. What are you doing here? Li Tai came back to reality and remembered that he was a child with parents. He also understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth. He could not help but touch his nose, embarrassedly and silently accept the organization's arrangement. Li Zishuan glanced at him unhappily, then said to Gu Xiaomao, Xiaomao, I'll leave the remaining tasks of the 8th squad of the 1st Regiment to you. Is there a problem? Gu Xiaomao was very perceptive. He knew that this was an opportunity for him to perform. He quickly said loudly, Boss, no problem, absolutely no problem. You and the captain can go back to the city without worry. Did you hear that? They're fine here. Chinke, why don't you get on the horse? It'll be bad if the city gate closes later. Li Zishuan urged. Oh, okay. Gu Xiaomao, I'll leave the 8th squad to you. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Li Tai nodded his head and mounted his horse. However, he was still a little worried as he warned. Yes, Captain. Don't worry. The 2 of them rode at full speed and finally returned to Chang and city before sunset. Li Zishuan naturally returned to Yonglo Lane. As for the little fatty, he had to go to the palace before returning to Prince Wei's residence. After all, he had decided to participate in the construction of Yinhuang College today, and he had not gotten Li Er's permission yet. Qingke, where did you go and sweat so much? And I haven't seen you all day. At the Li Zheng Palace, Li Tai saw Li Er and Empress Zhang's son. They had just finished their meal because Li Tai could still smell the leftover aroma of the food in the air. He did not eat well at noon and did not eat well at night. The little fatty was now so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. Of course, he would be more sensitive to the aroma of the food. Father, Yinhuang College started construction today. I went to Yinshan with the teacher and was busy the whole day. I just returned to the city and did not have time to take a bath. That's why I lost my composure. Please forgive me, Father. Li Tai answered Li Er's question, but he was thinking about how much food he should ask the chef to prepare when he returned to the prince's residence later. Oh, Qingke, you actually went to Yinhuang College to help? How could Li Er not know Li Tai's nature? That was why he was so surprised when he heard Li Tai's words. Empress Zhang's son also interrupted. Qingke, you left the city for the whole day without a word. I didn't expect you to go to the wilderness. It's a hot summer day. You must have suffered a lot, right? Thinking about what he had experienced today, Li Tai felt that it was hard, but he felt that it was more fulfilling. This day was equivalent to a month before. Mother, I didn't suffer. Instead, I learned a lot. I plan to help the teacher build the college in the next 2 months. I hope Father and Mother will allow it. What? Li Er raised his eyebrows and stared at Li Tai. He asked, You have never experienced construction before. How are you going to help Li Zishuan build the college? Emperor Zhang's son also frowned and asked, Qingke, as far as Mother knows, Shaoxian has invited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners to participate in the construction of the college. The construction progress is naturally not a problem. Qingke, you have lived in the depths of the palace since you were young. How can you go and suffer? Chapter 473. Inside Li Zheng Hall, Li Tai cupped his hands to Li Er and Zhang's son. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, please allow me to report. It is precisely because this son has never experienced construction that this son wants to personally give it a try. Engineering, engineering, engineering. If this son does not experience construction, how can this son be called a disciple of engineering? What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. I believe that personally practicing is far more useful than reading books in the classroom. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be done personally. Could these 2 lines be your new work, Qingke? Li Er's eyes lit up. He did not mention whether Li Tai should go to the construction site, but instead, he was concerned about the poems. Li Tai was stunned and replied, Imperial Father, this was written by Mr. Li. Oh, that kid? A few days ago, he wrote 2 love poems. I thought it was a coincidence. Now, it seems that Li Zishuan has some talent in poetry. Were the other 2 lines of the poem? Li Er rubbed his chin and asked with interest. Li Tai was instantly speechless. His original intention was to share his insights at the construction site with Li Er and Zhang's son, but before he could finish, Li Er was concerned about the 2 lines of the poem. Wasn't he going too far off the topic? Imperial Father, Mr. Li only said 2 lines of the poem. I know nothing about the rest. Li Tai said gloomily. Li Er nodded, then frowned and did not speak. Emperor Zhang's son was not as unreliable as Li Er. After all, as a mother, she doted on her son more. At this moment, she frowned and said worriedly, Ke, although what you said makes sense, it will be even hotter on Yinshan in this scorching summer. Ke, you have never suffered since you were young. How will you be able to stand it? Li Er also snapped out of his daze and nodded. Yes, Qingke, your imperial mother is right. It is easy to get heat stroke in the summer. Don't get involved. If you want to experience engineering practice, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As an emperor, Li Er had always been strict with his sons. However, Li Tai was fat. Fat people were naturally afraid of the heat. Therefore, Li Er was also very worried that Li Tai would get heat stroke on this hot day. However, Li Tai's mind was now filled with the thought of leading his team to cause trouble. Why would he care about this little bit of difficulty? When he heard that Li Er didn't agree, he quickly said, Imperial father, imperial mother, this son is not afraid of the mere heat. This son only arranged for others to do the work and did not personally do the work, so it is not that tiring. The ones who worked really hard were the commoners. They were also imperial father's people. Normally, they couldn't even afford to eat fat meat, but they had to do the hardest and most tiring work at the construction site. Just for a few dozen copper coins a day, they were willing to sweat like rain. If I don't go to Cloud Mountain today, I'm afraid I won't know these things for the rest of my life. This son doesn't want to be a prince who doesn't work hard, doesn't know the 5 grains, and doesn't care about the hardships of the commoners. I implore Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to fulfill my wish. These words were said sincerely by Li Tai. Li Er and Zhang Xuan's expressions also gradually became solemn. The atmosphere in the main hall became very heavy for a moment. After a long time, Li Er stood up and came to Li Tai. He patted his shoulder and sighed. Huh, Qingke, you have really grown up. I didn't expect you to be able to understand so much in just a short day. I'm very gratified. Li Zishuan is a qualified teacher. Not bad, not bad. Qingke, since you've already thought it through, then go ahead and do it. Imperial Father supports you. Empress Zhang's son opened her mouth, but she wasn't completely a loving mother. She hesitated for a moment, then came to her son's side and said softly, Imperial Mother is also very gratified that you can say such words. Go, just take good care of yourself. Li Tai was both happy and touched. He hurriedly said, Thank you, Imperial Father and Imperial Mother, for your support. By the way, I am very curious about what happened in Yinshan today. It actually made you feel so much all of a sudden. Come, tell me and your Imperial Mother. At the second watch period, the moon hung above the treetops. Li Tai had just come out of the Lijiang Palace. The moment the little fatty came out of the palace, he immediately became a runaway wild horse. Wu Chundao hurried back to the prince's residence and asked the kitchen to prepare food for this prince. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Li Tai sat in the carriage and hurriedly ordered the guards outside. He only wanted to eat meat now. Yes, your highness. Wu Chundao was stunned. This was the first time he had received such a strange order. He responded, then urged the war horse under him to gallop out. In the carriage, Li Tai rubbed his stomach and sank into the sofa. He let out a long breath and said, now I can finally fight side by side with my brothers of the 1st Regiment and the 8th Squad in peace. In the future, the name of Yanhuang College will spread through the ages, and it will also be thanks to me, Li Tai. F*CK. My stomach is really F*King hungry. Lijiang Palace. Zhangsun Palace. After the Emperor and Empress did it, Li Er held Empress Zhang's son and looked at the bed curtain above his head in a daze. Your Majesty, are you still thinking about what Kair said just now? Empress Zhang's son leaned on Li Er's chest and asked softly. She had been husband and wife with Li Er for many years. Of course, they still had this bit of tacit understanding. In fact, what Li Tai said just now also touched Zhang Xuan's heart. That's right. Wine and meat go to waste at the door of the Vermilion, and there are frozen bones on the road. Li Zishuan, that brat really dared to say that. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, which of the emperors and ministers hasn't worked hard for the people and the country? In the end, they ended up with such an evaluation. What a great irony. Li Er came back to his senses, stroked Empress Zhang Xuan's back, and said with a long sigh, Your Majesty, that child probably said those words just to give Qingke a warning. He didn't mean anything else, but his words were indeed a little too harsh. I was thinking that with Qingke's temperament, she actually didn't break off with Xiao Xian after hearing those words. I have to say, ever since Ke followed Li Zishuan to study, his temperament has changed a lot. Emperor Zhang's son first helped Li Zishuan a little by saying a few words. After all, those 2 lines of the poem that satirized current politics still had some treason in it, and then sighed with emotion at Li Tai's recent changes. Li Er nodded and said, I understand what Guanyin Maid means. Qingke has indeed changed a lot recently. Li Zishuan's knowledge is outstanding. He paused, then continued. It's a good thing for young people to have dreams. I also hope that he and Qingke can build Yanhuang College well. and carry forward the study of engineering. I give them a chance, and I only hope that in my lifetime, I can see the eternal prosperity that they speak of. Erlang, you definitely will. Chapter 474. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and Lisa Schwan was practicing Tai Chi with the three beauties in the West Courtyard. It had to be said that in terms of work and rest, he could be called a healthy bro. The reason why he was so healthy was because he was enjoying the wonderful time in the morning. If he was asked to practice Tai Chi with a group of men in the morning, this guy would definitely stay in bed and not get up. Before he finished one round of Tai Chi, he heard from his servants that Li Tai was here. The servants were very sensible. Everyone knew that Lisa Schwan had a reserved program in the West Courtyard in the morning, so it was not convenient for outsiders to come in. So this time, Li Tai wanted to barge in like before, but he was stopped by the servants at the door. Lisa Schwan was very satisfied with the comprehension of the servants. Because it was summer now, when the beauties practiced Tai Chi with him in the morning, they all wore very soft and close-fitting training clothes. In this era, there was no underwear. Wearing such clothes, one could still see some spots on the outside. Lisa Schwan was not willing to let this little fatty take advantage of him. In this aspect, Lisa Schwan had always been very stingy. Chinke, why are you here so early? Have you eaten? Lisa Schwan asked his wife to continue practicing with Xiao He and Xiao Shi. He walked out of the West Courtyard alone and saw Li Tai drinking tea in the front hall. He asked the servants to serve breakfast and asked, "It's almost morning. How is it early?" Li Tai rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "I heard from your servants that you haven't woken up yet, so I didn't go in." "Sir, you are so lazy. You're not setting a good example for the students." "Get lost. It's you who woke up too early today. You must have been too excited for being a team leader last night, right? Don't you know what time you used to wake up every day?" Lisa Schwan scolded with a smile. Logically speaking, he was already very diligent, okay? He was a proper model worker. Nonsense. I am worried about the progress of the construction of the academy, Li Tai said stubbornly. Hee hee. Lisa Schwan chuckled. Just then, the servants served breakfast. His breakfast was also very simple. There was a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of very thick rice porridge. There were no steamed buns or buns. There was no baking powder in this era, so the steamed buns and steamed buns were not very tasty. Therefore, Lisa Schwan only ate steamed buns and porridge in the morning. No one would believe that he, a nouveau riche, who earned hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute, had such a shabby breakfast. Chinke, did you eat it or not? If you haven't eaten, I'll get someone to bring you a bowl. In his own home, Lisa Schwan didn't have to be polite. He sat down at the table and prepared to eat. He asked Li Tai, I've eaten. Xiao Xian, quickly finish your meal and follow me to the construction site. Li Tai looked at the shabby breakfast and shook his head as he urged. As a foodie, the little fatty must have eaten before he came over. If Lisa Schwan had something new for breakfast, he might have sat down and tried a few bites out of respect. But now, forget it. Lisa Schwan ignored him and started eating. As for his speed, it was neither too fast nor too slow. He was not in a hurry. Slurp, slurp. It had to be said that the porridge and pickled vegetables were a match made in heaven. Lisa Schwan ate with gusto. After a while, he finished the bowl of porridge. Li Tai looked at him suspiciously and thought, isn't it just a bowl of porridge? Is there need to eat so happily? Suddenly, the little fatty noticed the black strip of vegetables on the plate. He asked curiously, Xiao Xian, what is this? Why is it so black? This is my family's homemade pickled vegetables. It goes with rice. It's crispy. Why? Chinke, do you want to try it? There was no accurate statement about the origin of pickled vegetables. According to the relevant evidence, pickled vegetables originated from the Bronze Age. But pickled vegetables made from radish, at least in this era, did not exist. Don't doubt that there were no radish in the Tang dynasty. China was the country with the richest radish germplasm resources in the world. There were about 2,000 local varieties of radish. In the Book of Songs, there was a sentence, Kai Feng, Kai Fei. Generally, people thought that Fei was radish. In the Han Dynasty literature, radish had 8 of the top 10 characteristics, such as luo, fu, etc. The main ingredients were nothing more than refined salt and soy sauce. There was a lot of refined salt at home, but it was very expensive. As for soy sauce, this thing was also available in the Tang dynasty. Soy sauce evolved from soy sauce. As early as 3,000 years ago, there were records of soy sauce being made in China's Zhou dynasty. The invention of soy sauce brewing by the ancient Chinese Han working people was purely an accidental discovery. China's ancient emperors used condiments. The earliest soy sauce was made from fresh meat. It was similar to the process of making fish sauce today. Because of its excellent taste, it gradually spread among the people. People who read a little bit of ancient Chinese probably knew the story of Fan Zhongyan's cutting rice porridge. Fan Zhongyan's family was poor when he was young. He lived in a temple and studied hard. Every day, he cooked a pot of thin porridge. After it was condensed, he divided it into 4 pieces, 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening. He only ate chopped pickled vegetables. Not only that, but he also tasted the marrow and knew the taste, and wrote an essay called Fu Fu, in which there was a line like inside the Tao family's urn, pickled dark green and yellow, in a big mouth, chewing out gong shang jiu. It was a dish of pickled vegetables that was only for the poor to eat, but it was written in a very good tone and color, and Tao were very happy. Such hardships had caused him to develop a firm and unyielding, hard-working and thrifty style, and he had a deep understanding of the hardships of the people. In the future, no matter high in the temple or far away in the martial arts world, he would take the world as his own responsibility. He would worry about the country and the people, get rid of corruption, and benefit the common people. Then I'll try it. Li Tai was interested. He pursed his lips and hesitated. Li Zishuan glanced at him. He knew that this was a guy who wanted to save face. He was too lazy to argue and directly asked someone to add a pair of chopsticks. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Tai picked up the chopsticks and copied Li Zishuan. He ate 2 pieces of pickled vegetables and a mouthful of rice. Li Tai immediately felt that the pickled vegetables tasted really good. He smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Xian, this pickled vegetable is really good. It's full of flavor and texture. No wonder you enjoyed it so much." Hee. Is there a need to say it? Is it because with this kind of dish, the porridge will taste better? Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "Huh, it's true. Xiao Xian, I'll bring some pickled vegetables back from you later." Li Tai was very happy to find new food. "Okay, I can give you some, but you're the Prince of Wei. Won't you feel embarrassed if you eat pickled vegetables with rice?" Li Zishuan asked a very practical question. Chapter 475. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Oh, whoever wants to say that I'm an embarrassment, let them say so. It's fine as long as I eat comfortably. Go get another bowl of porridge for me. Li Tai finished a bowl of porridge and pickled vegetables very quickly. He rubbed his round belly and ordered Xiao He, who was beside him. "Let's go." Almost everyone in the Li family knew Li Tai's frequent customer. Xiao He rolled her eyes when she heard such an impolite order, but she still took the empty bowl to get more rice. Li Zishuan glanced worriedly at Li Tai's round body and said, "Qingke, with your body's shape, is it what? What's wrong with my body's shape?" Li Tai looked down at his waist and legs and said innocently, I want to say, Qingke, shouldn't you consider losing weight? You think I don't want to, but the feeling of being hungry is worse than killing me. So I'll just keep on being like this." Li Tai rubbed his head in frustration and said gloomily. Li Zishuan sighed and said helplessly, "Anyway, be careful. Being too fat isn't a good thing for your body." Okay, I got it. Xiao Xian, you're so long-winded." Li Tai waved his hand impatiently and said. At this moment, Xiao He brought a bowl of porridge for Li Tai. Li Tai ignored Li Zishuan and focused on enjoying his second breakfast. Li Zishuan shook his head and stopped persuading him. He took the empty bowl out. Unlike Li Tai, who was a glutton, he was already full. Burp. "Xiao Xian, let's go. I'm afraid the construction site has already started." Li Tai had already eaten breakfast in the morning, but he still ate 3 bowls of porridge at Li Zishuan's place. How big his stomach was really dependent on how much food he had. "Oh, Qingke, you go first. I still have to make some arrangements." Li Zishuan raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. He thought for a moment and said, "Arrange what?" Li Tai thought that Li Zishuan wanted to slack off, so he walked over and asked, "Look, Qingke, it's not even 7:30 in the morning, 7:45 in modern times, and the sun is already so solid. You can imagine how hot the weather is today. I'm afraid it's even more unbearable on the Cloud Mountain. I have to arrange for people to buy a batch of things to relieve the heat. Otherwise, it would be bad if the craftsmen and commoners get heat stroke," Li Zishuan said with a serious expression. The Li Zishuan had a lot of ice cubes. Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of the hot weather, but the 10,000 or so commoners couldn't help but be afraid. With the medical standards of this era, heat stroke was life-threatening. Previously, San Bao had gotten heat stroke while helping him test the telegraph machine. She had been lucky enough to escape death. What little Xian said made sense. "By the way, don't you have a lot of ice cubes at home? Can you help me bring some ice cubes over later?" Li Tai said hurriedly. He still had lingering fears when he thought about yesterday's hot afternoon. "Okay, but didn't you want to share weal and woe with your subordinates? If you use ice cubes, then what about the members of your team? First of all, I don't have that much ice cubes at home." Li Zishuan looked at little Fatty and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Oh, that's true." Li Tai scratched his head and said, "Then, little Xian, what method do you plan to use to relieve the heat for the craftsmen and commoners?" Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "It's nothing more than cold melon and cold bean soup. Also, it seems like we can't let the commoners work for 2 hours in the afternoon." Cold melon was watermelon. In this era, there was no such thing as watermelon. According to historical records, it had been introduced to the southeast coastal area of our country 5 generations ago. However, it wasn't called watermelon. Instead, it was called cold melon because of its cooling properties. As for cold bean, it was the modern mung bean. This thing had a long history of planting in China and could be traced back to the Han Dynasty. "Okay, that's it then. If the others can bear it, then I'll be fine too. I'll go to the construction site first." Li Tai waved his hand and went out to lead his imperial residence guards to Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan called Wang Zhong and asked him to go to the East Market to purchase a batch of watermelons and mung beans. At this time, the gatekeeper, Ah Fu, walked over and said, "Young master, there's a letter for you." "Who sent it?" Li Zishuan frowned and asked. "It's from the Shao Mansion." Ah Fu bowed and said, "Shao Mansion?" Li Zishuan was even more confused. He didn't know many people with the surname Shao in Chang'an. It was useless to ask more, so he opened the letter and read it. However, after reading it, Li Zishuan's expression became even more strange. This was a letter from Xiaoyu. What was important was that Xiaoyu wrote the letter to ask for the immortal mirror for his grandson. Li Zishuan was really confused. What the hell was this? Xiaoyu was the former cabinet elder and the current minister of civil affairs. He was a proper big shot in the imperial court. He wrote the letter just to ask for a mirror. Was today April Fool's Day? Li Zishuan's mouth twitched slightly and said to Wang Zhong, who hadn't left in time, "Uncle Wang, ask manager son to send 3 small immortal mirrors to the Shao Mansion." Wang Zhong's eyes widened. He suspected that he had misheard. "What's wrong?" "Oh, no, young master. This old man will go and ask manager's son." Wang Zhong quickly came back to his senses and said. Li Zishuan nodded understandingly. He was still a little confused. Inside the Taiji Palace, Xiaoyu, who was in the morning court, was a little depressed. He didn't want to write that letter. Xiaoyu had been wise all his life and was quite wise in the literary world. But in the end, for his grandson, he threw away his old face to ask for a mirror. If outsiders knew about it, he would have no place to hide his old face. That's right, Xiao Shui was Xiaoyu's eldest grandson. Therefore, he had no choice but to write the letter because his grandson was still relying on this deceiving immortal mirror to marry his wife. However, with his identity, it was definitely not appropriate for him to personally ask for the immortal mirror. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu felt that it was more appropriate to write a letter to Li Zishuan. He thought that Li Zishuan would also give him face. "Menger, are you relieved now? If Grandpa personally asks, there will be no problem." Xiao Shui smiled fawningly at Meng. in the Xiao mansion's courtyard. But what if Grandpa Xiao doesn't ask? Meng frowned and said, "Hey, that's impossible. Which minister in the current imperial court will not give my grandpa a face? Even the emperor. Even the emperor is very concerned about my grandpa." Xiao Shui wasn't stupid. He knew that there were some things that could be said and some that couldn't. He quickly stopped the second half of the sentence and changed his words. "Well, that's true. Then this lady will forgive you this time. Hee hee." Chapter 476. Then, Ming'er, is our wedding date going to be as planned? Xiao Shui, who was soft-hearted, was like a lackey at this moment. He licked his lips and asked, If the Strange Taste Pavilion really sends the mirror over, of course it will be as planned." But Ming'er rubbed her chin and mischievously stopped at a key point. But what? Xiao Shui's heart trembled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The heavens had pity on him. He had been tormented miserably by the girl in front of him for the past few days. "Xiao Shui, why are you so afraid? I just want to ask, do you really like me?" Unlike other young ladies, Ming'er was quite bold. She didn't blush at all when she said this. There was only purity in her eyes, the kind of purity that didn't know anything about the mortal world. Xiao Shui's heart melted at this moment. How could he say anything else? He nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Yes, of course I really like you. I, Xiao Shui, swear to the heavens. Hee hee. I don't want you to swear." Meng'er giggled and placed her finger on Xiao Shui's lips. Then she stood up and twisted the hair in front of her forehead and said, "I want to say that since you really like me, then when we get married, you have to compose a poem like I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but our hearts are as one. I want Sister Nanxiu and the others to be envious of us." Xiao Shui was dumbfounded. He screamed crazily in his heart, "Lisa Xuan, you're so king deceitful. Young master, you brought so many cold melons. How much is it?" Near noon, Lisa Xuan brought dozens of carts of cold melons and a few bags of mung beans to Cloud Mountain. Second Master Lu, who was at the entrance of the mountain, saw this huge convoy and immediately stepped forward in surprise. Isn't this because I'm afraid that everyone will be too tired? It's just a few carts of cold melons. It's not worth much. It's better that everyone doesn't get heat stroke than anything else." Lisa Xuan smiled nonchalantly. TSK. Young master, you're really generous. How is this a few carts? It was probably more than 10,000 pounds. To tell you the truth, I, Lu Wanshan, have lived for more than half of my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a compassionate boss. Lu Wanshan looked at the huge fleet and said with emotion, "Everyone is born and raised by their parents. What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation." Second Master Lu, I'll go up first." Lisa Xuan sighed with deep meaning. He cupped his hands at Second Master Lu and led the team up the mountain. "What's the difference between rich and poor? It was just a different reincarnation. Our young master is really different from the rest." Second Master Lu squinted his eyes and looked at Lisa Xuan's back with a complicated expression. "Qingke, what's wrong with you? Are you pregnant?" When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw Li Tai standing at the entrance of the mountain. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was trying to hold back his laughter. His expression was very strange. Lisa Xuan could not help but complain. "CK, you're the one who's pregnant." Puffed. I can't take it anymore. It's over. Let's go to the side. If Xiaoning sees me laughing, he'll kill me." When Li Tai heard this, he jumped 3 feet high. As he spoke, he could not help but hold his stomach and laugh. However, this little fatty could not help but look back as he laughed. In the end, he even pulled Lisa Xuan into the small forest at the side. Lisa Xuan was shocked. Who would be willing to go into the forest with a damn fatty? He did not do gay things. Wait, what exactly happened? What's the meaning of your sneaky look? Lisa Xuan could not stand this gay little fatty and hurriedly said, "Puffed. Forget it. I'll go to the side and laugh for a while more. Little Xian, go to the shed and see for yourself." Li Tai waved his hand and fled in panic. Lisa Xuan was confused. Did this little fatty take the wrong medicine today? He shook his head and walked to the big shed in front of him, which was the temporary command room of the construction site. When he went to take a look, Lisa Schwan immediately knew why Li Tai was laughing. Shouting, are you acting in an opera? Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Yin Shouting was originally a handsome gigolo. However, at this moment, he had turned into a young man full of pimples. In just one night, there were dozens of small red spots on his face, and there was a huge red lump in the middle of his forehead. The most awesome thing was that Yin Shouting's eyes were like that of a giant panda's. His entire person looked too beautiful to look at. Bang! Little Xian, shut up. What are you laughing at? Didn't I become like this because of your academy? If you keep laughing, I'll quit. Yin Shouting, who rarely cursed, didn't care about anything else at this moment. He slammed the table with all his might and roared at Lisa Schwan. Damn it. Okay. I won't laugh anymore. Ha! I really won't laugh anymore. Shouting, let me laugh for a while more. Ha ha! As Lisa Schwan spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huff huff! Yin Shouting panted heavily. His face was getting darker and darker. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. He was going to go berserk at any moment. Lisa Schwan saw this and quickly held back his laughter. He waved his hand and said, cough, cough. I won't laugh anymore. Shouting, hurry up and tell me what's wrong with you. Why are there so many bumps on your face? Damn, it's all your fault. Yin Shouting's face darkened as he yelled, this is a F** King, Barren Mountain. At night, the mosquitoes are like locusts passing through, and there are no curtains at the construction site. Do you know how hard I slept last night? Lisa Schwan suddenly realized that Yin Shouting's head was full of mosquito bites last night. Speaking of mosquitoes, whether it was in Chong, in city, or in the middle of nowhere, there were a lot of them in summer. Lisa Schwan did not feel it before. First, the Li family often burned mosquito repellent. Second, the Li family's bed had curtains, similar to modern mosquito nets. Third, Lisa Schwan's bedroom would put a lot of ice cubes every day. Usually, it was 30 to 40 degrees outside, but only 15 to 16 degrees inside. It was like turning on the air conditioner. Mosquitoes did not like such a cold environment, so he was not bothered by mosquitoes usually. But at the construction site, it was completely different. Lisa Schwan had spent the whole day arranging the accommodation for the workers yesterday. He did not consider the mosquitoes at night at all. Even if he did, he was pressed for time and could not solve it yesterday. More than 10,000 curtains were not a small number. Even if he had money, he could not buy so many curtains in such a short time. Chapter 477. Inside the shed at the peak of Yinshan, Lisa Schwan took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Yin Shouting did not have it easy. If he continued to laugh, it would really hurt his heart. Oh, Shouting, did the others not sleep well last night? Lisa Schwan thought about it and asked. If the mosquito problem was too serious, he had to find a way to solve it. Yin Shouting glared at him and said unhappily, what do you think? Don't tell me those mosquitoes specifically caught me and bit me. Everyone basically did not sleep well last night. Oh, not only mosquitoes, we also heard a tiger's roar last night. Tiger's roar? Lisa Schwan was shocked. He hurriedly asked, the world has been peaceful for a long time. Why are there still tigers nearby? No tigers broken last night, right? Yin Shouting replied, that's not true. The tiger's roar was very far from here. According to Second Master Lu, it came from Fenglin Mountain. The terrain there is steep, dense forest, and few people go there. It is not surprising that there are 1 or 2 wild beasts there. Yinshan is close to Plum Village and Han Village. There are many people here, so those wild beasts would not dare to come here for no reason. Lisa Schwan was relieved. He nodded and said, that's good, but from now on, each team must send 2 people out to keep watch at night in case of any accidents. Yin Shouting knew the severity of the matter. He nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry. Hiss. F***CK. I really suffered a huge loss this time. My body is really F***king itchy. As Yin Shouting spoke, he could not help but scratch the parts of his body that were bitten by mosquitoes last night. Li Zixuan then noticed that not only Yin Xiaoning's face, but also his arms were also left with many mosquito kisses. This good brother of his had indeed sacrificed a lot for Yin Huang College. Li Zixuan clasped his fist and said, "Xiaoning has indeed troubled the college. I will get someone to send some alcohol over later. You can apply it on the mosquito bites. It should stop the itch quickly. In the afternoon, get a couple of people to collect some mugwort and wormwood. Smoke it for everyone's residence. It should be much better at night. I'll get someone to send another batch of mosquito-repellent sachets over and let everyone hang them on the bedside. With this multi-pronged approach, I'm sure the mosquitoes won't be as rampant as last night." In the Tang Dynasty, there were no mosquito repellents or chemical repellents like dichlorvos, but people still thought of many ways. Wealthy families would have curtains on their beds and mosquito-repellent plants in their bedrooms, such as insect-eating grass, patchouli, violets, balsamine, chrysanthemum, and so on. These plants could not only repel mosquitoes, but also purify the air. Carrying a perfume pouch was also one of the habits of the ancient people. Many of the herbs in the perfume pouch were also believed to have the effect of repelling mosquitoes, such as patchouli, peppermint, perilla, calamus, lemongrass, star anise, and so on. This was equivalent to carrying mosquitoes don't bite on one's body. Of course, the most common method was to burn mugwort and wormwood to smoke mosquitoes. The cost was low, the killing area was large, and the effect was good. Well, it was worth mentioning that since the Song Dynasty, there were mosquito-repellent incenses. At that time, it was called mosquito smoke or mosquito repellent. The main ingredients were mugwort, realgar, and duckweed. The product was similar to incense, and there was a special workshop. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the production of mosquito-repellent incense had further development. The raw materials kept increasing, including ferula, qianghua, chuanxiong, sulfur, camphor, tobacco, and so on. So don't say that mosquito-repellent incense didn't exist in the ancient times, but it definitely didn't exist in the Tang Dynasty. Yin Xiaoning raised his head and said, "Mugwort, wormwood, and perfume pouch are all fine. I thought about it before, but isn't alcohol used to make medicinal wine? Can it really stop the itch? Xiao Xian, don't lie to me." Previously, when Li Zixuan treated Qin Xiong's illness, he only made one type of medicinal wine. Those who were well-informed knew that one of the key ingredients was alcohol. Li Zixuan also specially bought a batch of alcohol for the military, so Yin Xiaoning was very suspicious of Li Zixuan's suggestion. "Of course. Xiaoning, well, have I ever lied to you? I'll ask someone to send the alcohol over later. You'll know when you try it." People in a modern world would usually apply toilet water after being bitten by mosquitoes. When a main character of a time travel novel went to ancient times, they would also make toilet water to make money. However, Li Zixuan found it troublesome. He felt that this thing was flashy and a waste of time. He didn't lack the money for toilet water now. Why was toilet water able to stop the itch? Actually, it was mainly because of the alcohol in it. Toilet water was a type of perfume product that used floral oil as the main ingredient and was refined with alcohol. The essence used in toilet water was slightly inferior, and the content was also lower. It was usually 1% to 3%, so the fragrance was not as long-lasting as other alcohol solutions. The concentration of alcohol in toilet water was 70% to 75%. This kind of mixture could easily penetrate into the bacteria and denature the proteins in the protoplasm and cell nuclei, causing them to lose their vitality. Thus, the disinfectant effect was strong. "Oh, then I'll believe you this time. If you're lying to me, I won't be the commander anymore." Yin Xiaoning curled his lips and threatened. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines. How untrustworthy was he? He couldn't help but say gloomily, Okay. If it doesn't work, Xiaoning, feel free to look for me. Come out with me now and distribute the cold melons outside to everyone. It's not easy on such a hot day." Yin Xiaoning's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Haha, at least you have a conscience. You even know to send us cold melons. TSK. Nothing is better than cold melons on such a hot day. Hey, then hurry up and distribute the things. It's almost lunchtime. I've already sent a batch of cold beans to my father-in-law at the foot of the mountain. Everyone will have cold beans soup to drink in the future. Li Zishuan patted Yin Xiaoning's shoulder and smiled. Yin Xiaoning nodded. The two of them left the work shed. Yin Xiaoning went to gather the leaders of the various regiments to collect the cold melons. Li Zishuan went to the construction site and wandered around to check on the progress of the project. Captain, it's almost noon. Why is Captain Hu asking us to go over? In the forest, Gu Xiaomao led 20 people and followed Li Tai to the 1st Regiment's encampment. After spending more than a day together, Gu Xiaomao knew that Li Tai was easy to get along with, so he asked, "Hey, why are we going over?" "We're going over to distribute the good stuff. Everyone is going to have a good meal at noon." "Huh?" Li Tai smiled and leaked some inside information to Gu Xiaomao. This was also why Li Tai was so awesome compared to the other team leaders. "Wow, is there good food coming?" Gu Xiaomao licked his lips and said excitedly. The villagers behind him also had their eyes lit up. They all stared at the back of Li Tai's head and prayed to hear the answer they were hoping for. Chapter 478. And you can say that. It's a batch of cold melons that Xiao Xian brought over to relieve the heat. Our brothers in the team did well yesterday, and it should be because our team did well. At least we weren't last place, hee. Everyone can't let down their guard today, understand? Li Tai didn't forget to instruct his men as he turned around and said to the people behind him, "Understood. Captain, we will definitely not embarrass you." Gu Xiaomao cupped his hands and said seriously, "It's actually cold melons? Boss is so generous. Captain, there's nothing to say, just based on how good boss is to us. We will definitely do our best." Yes, we will definitely do our best. And don't worry, our brothers will definitely not be worse than the other teams. In this era, it wasn't that ordinary people couldn't afford to eat cold melons. It was just that most people didn't have the means to eat it every day. Eating it once in a while was already a great enjoyment. And Li Zishuan actually brought over a batch of cold melons for more than 10,000 people. Of course, they were grateful from the bottom of their hearts. "And it's good that you have this intention." Li Tai nodded and said with relief. Yinshan Mountain at noon today was destined to be unusual. There was still half an hour before lunch, but all the craftsmen and workers received the order to stop work and return to their respective camps. After returning to the camp, everyone was dumbfounded because they saw a lot of cold melons. "Oh my God, so many cold melons. Where did they come from? Could it be that the team leader brought the team leader to steal from someone's melon field at the foot of the mountain? Damn you. Where would the team leader have the time to do that? They must be sent over by boss. And when I was working just now, I saw boss bring a long convoy up the mountain." The group of people below couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, the team leader of their team walked in. He was a middle-aged man. "Quiet. These are all cold melons sent by boss to everyone. In a while, each house will take one back. You're not allowed to eat now, otherwise, you won't be able to eat later." After returning to the house to plant the cold melon, it was time for dinner. Also, yesterday, our 5th team got last place. Although it might not be because of our 3rd team, but everyone has to be more spirited today. If you're in last place again, I'll see if you're worthy of the cold melons that the boss sent over. Is that clear? The workers' dormitories on Yinshan Mountain were all 6-person dormitories, and this cold melon weighed at least 5 kilograms. On average, everyone could get at least 1 kilogram. From this point of view, everyone had to admire Li Zishuan's generosity. "Listen up, Captain. We promise that we won't slack off in the afternoon." Yes, I definitely won't slack off." Everyone in the team patted their chests and promised. The middle-aged captain nodded and continued. After lunch and eating the cold melon, everyone should rest in the house. Today's weather is too hot, and the boss is afraid that you guys will get heat stroke, so he postponed the start of work to 3 p.m. Everyone should rest well and start work on time. Try to finish digging the foundation that the captain assigned to our team by the afternoon. Do you hear me? Work can only start at 5 p.m. Captain, can we start work ahead of time? Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish digging today. Yes, Captain. Can we start work ahead of time? The middle-aged man shook his head and said no. Whatever the boss says, we have to do it. At that time, the law enforcement team will patrol the construction site. Any team that doesn't start work according to the boss's stipulated time will have their points deducted. If we can't finish the task, we can work overtime after dinner while it's not dark yet. But we can't start work ahead of time. Yes, Captain, this is a good idea. Then, we'll continue working after dinner. Yes, continue working. Continue working. The boss cares about us and treats us like humans. We can't be ungrateful and don't know what's good for us. Yes, yes, yes. We can't let the boss down. We can't get last place again. Walking on the Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan realized that a lot of changes had happened on the Cloud Mountain in just half a day. The weeds and bushes from before were almost all cleaned up. Many uneven places were also filled in. The craftsmen used lime to divide the ground into small pieces. The blueprint of the academy was drawn by Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan saw the lines drawn by the lime, he knew that it was the layout of the academy that the craftsmen had measured in advance. He guessed that the workers would dig the foundation according to these lines. Well, this progress is quite fast. Looks like Yin Xiaoning didn't learn from his father for nothing. His ability to command and dispatch is undeniable. Li Zixuan walked around and couldn't help but stop and sigh. There was strength in numbers. An organized and planned team was even more powerful. This motley crew of more than 10,000 people had already formed a very strong fighting force under Yin Xiaoning's command. At the very least, Li Zixuan was very satisfied with the current progress. Moreover, he could feel that the entire construction site was bursting with a radical and high-spirited fighting spirit. As the cooperation between the teams became more and more tacit, the progress would only become faster and faster. 2 months was enough to build an academy. Li Zixuan made a rough estimate in his heart and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as nothing went wrong, he didn't need to worry about the construction site anymore. Well, he could be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Li Zixuan thought happily in his heart. Xiaoning, you've finished distributing the cold melons to everyone? Feeling the footsteps behind him, Li Zixuan turned around and saw Yin Xiaoning. So he laughed. I've finished distributing them, but you're really generous. You probably have more than 20,000 pounds of cold melons, right? Didn't I hear that you were short of money a while ago? Why are you still spending money like this? Yin Xiaoning couldn't help but complain. Li Zixuan looked at him, and then said with a strange expression, Xiaoning, if you get married in the future, your sister-in-law will probably have nothing to do all day long. Yin Xiaoning's eyes widened, and 2 big question marks were drawn on his forehead. He asked in bewilderment, why? Li Zixuan hesitated for a moment, then moved his right foot back and said, cough, cough. Because, Xiaoning, you've done all the things that a housekeeper should do, so your sister-in-law will have nothing to do. Yin Xiaoning was stunned for a moment before he realized that Li Zixuan was saying that he had a big mouth like a housekeeper. He couldn't help but be furious and roared. F***ck. Xiao Xian, you bastard, you don't know what's good for you. I'll fight it out with you. Huh, what a joke. What a joke. Brother Xiaoning will mind. But Li Zixuan was already prepared. This guy quickly slipped away as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. Chapter 479. Yinhuang College's current financial situation was still relatively healthy. First of all, Li Zixuan never planned to build the entire college in one go. 2 months wasn't enough to complete such a large project. Therefore, according to the first phase of the college, 150,000 strings of cash was enough to support the various expenses of the construction site for a month. Of course, he believed that the workshop would have some breakthroughs in the research of cement recently. When that happens, the construction cost will be greatly reduced. Currently, the construction site only bought 2 days' worth of cement mortar at a time. They were prepared to replace it with cement at any time. Moreover, products such as the Immortal Mirror and Color Glass Cup had just been released. The market demand had not been fully released yet. Therefore, Strange Taste Pavilion could be considered as Li Zixuan's cash cow now. Basically, a batch of goods released every few days could earn at least 10,000 strings of cash. For Li Zixuan now, earning money was just that easy. Therefore, Spending a few hundred strings of cash to buy watermelons for the workers to relieve the heat was really nothing to him. Although he didn't have the ability to change the fate of all the poor people, he would definitely help these pitiful and respectable workers in front of him. After joking with Yin Xiaoning for a while, the two of them went to the square in front of the construction site. At that moment, the workers were queuing up to get their food. Yesterday, the overall performance of the workers of the 5 regiments was very good. However, because the task of the 5th regiment was lighter than the other regiments, they fell behind in yesterday's evaluation. Therefore, the food they had today was the worst in the entire construction site. Although it was the worst, it was still much better than most people's meals. This was because their food was rich in oil. This was all secretly instructed by Li Zishuan. It was fine if they couldn't eat meat, but there must be oil in the food. Otherwise, the workers would definitely get hungry quickly and lose their energy to work. Of course, the so-called oil was definitely lard. If it was vegetable oil, Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to eat it. Yo, there's also black beans soup today. When it was a worker's turn to get food, he was surprised. Hee, this is what the young master prepared for you. Everyone, drink more later. There's enough black bean soup. The auntie in charge of getting food laughed. The boss was afraid that everyone would get heat stroke. Without a doubt, we will definitely remember boss's kindness in our hearts. Yeah, first, it's a cold melon, and then it's a cold bean. Boss has really given us a lot of thought. Madman Ma, will never forgive anyone who slacks off. Yes, whoever dares to play tricks is truly heartless. Li Zishuan's small action once again caused a huge reaction among the commoners. As the saying goes, there will be no harm if there is no comparison. Compared to the past, Li Zishuan really treated them as human beings. They felt genuine concern and respect from Li Zishuan, which was very precious in this era. In just 2 days, Li Zishuan had made more than 10,000 workers and craftsmen identify with him. His speed was quite fast. It could only mean that treating others with sincerity would also result in sincerity. Xiao Xian, you're quite impressive. I think all the workers are full of admiration for you now. I'm afraid even I can't compare to your influence. As the chief commander of the construction site, how could Yin Xiaoning not know the mentality of these workers? He stood at the edge of the square and exclaimed to Li Zishuan, Xiaoning, this is called charisma. Do you understand? Li Zishuan patted Yin Xiaoning's shoulder and laughed as he said shamelessly, Get lost. What bullsh** T charisma? Don't lie to me. It's just a way to buy people's hearts. My father used it a lot too. Yin Xiaoning rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Li Zishuan said anxiously, Hey, what do you mean by buying people's hearts? These people use their hard work to get paid, and I treat them with sincerity. Xiaoning, don't talk nonsense. There are so many craftsmen and commoners in the world, and I don't lack money. Why would I need to buy people's hearts? Yes. You're right. Go and eat. Remember to send me the alcohol in the afternoon. Yin Xiaoning waved his hand and went to get food. After having lunch at the construction site, Li Zishuan didn't go home immediately because the weather was really hot. The whole earth felt like it was being baked in a furnace, and it was extremely hot. In his previous life, Li Zishuan thought that the ancient times would be cooler because modern society had developed for so many years and would be affected by the global greenhouse effect. In the ancient farming society, the natural conditions were not destroyed, and even if the summer was hot, it wouldn't be too hot. But after experiencing it, he knew that it wasn't the case at all. At the very least, he was extremely hot now. Luckily, all the sheds at the construction site were built in the forest, or else the workers would be in a worse situation in the wilderness. Li Zishuan stayed in Yin Xiaoning's temporary residence for 2 hours until the sun outside wasn't so solid anymore. Then, he took the carriage back to Chang'an City. When he got home, Li Zishuan took out a bottle of 75% medical alcohol and asked the servant to send it to Yin Xiaoning. Not long after, Sun Huaimin came. Old Sun's face was flushed red. He came to the Li residence to report the results of the day to Li Zishuan. Today, the Strange Taste Pavilion had another batch of glass products for sale. Young master, great news. Today, we have prepared 400 colored glazed cups, 400 colored glazed lamps, and 200 small celestial mirrors. The number of people lining up at the Strange Taste Pavilion did not decrease. Instead, it increased by several times. Many people stayed at the restaurants in the East Market last night. This morning, the Strange Taste Pavilion had not even opened its doors, and there was already a long line of people waiting outside. Until now, we've sold out all our stocks. Today, we sold more than 80,000 strings of coins worth of goods. It's amazing, Sun Huaiyuan said excitedly. Li Zixuan nodded indifferently. All of this was within his expectations. The high profits of these colored glass products would definitely continue for a period of time. He smiled and said, "Yes, shopkeeper son, you've done very well. In the future, the glass cups, the small celestial mirrors, and the small celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 3 days, and then the large celestial mirrors will be sold in batches every 10 days. We have to control the quantity, and don't let the celestial mirrors become cheap goods that can be seen everywhere." Sun Huaiyuan had been a manager for so many years, and his understanding of business wasn't low. After hearing this, he immediately understood Li Zixuan's intention. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Young master, you're really far-sighted. I'll definitely do as you say." "Huh, Manager Sun, you flatter me." Chapter 480. Shao Mansion. Menger, look. The Strange Interest Pavilion just sent 3 small immortal mirrors. Huh. Xiao Shui carefully took the 3 wooden boxes to the backyard and laughed at the cute girl on the swing. "Wow, is that true? Is that true? Let me see." The little girl quickly stopped the swing and stabilized her body. She trotted to Xiao Shui and said excitedly, "Hee, of course it's true. Here, take it." Xiao Shui handed over the 3 exquisite wooden boxes. Menger took them and opened one of them. Suddenly, a palm-sized shiny mirror appeared in front of her eyes. She took it out, but the smile on her face could not be hidden. "Wow, it's really the immortal mirror. It's really the immortal mirror. The person inside is so clear. Grandpa Xiao is amazing. He got 3 immortal mirrors at once. Sister Nanxiu and the others will be envious of me. Hee." Menger held the 3 immortal mirrors and said happily from the bottom of her heart. However, her words completely broke Xiao Shui's heart. "Menger, although Li Zixuan gave my grandfather face, I was the one who asked my grandfather. I risked being scolded to beg my grandfather. How can you forget my contribution?" Xiao Shui said pitifully and gloomily. "Well, that's right. Then Menger thanks Brother Shui." Menger tilted her head and thought for a while and finally smiled. "Hee, you're welcome. You're welcome." Xiao Shui's heart was greatly satisfied. Hearing this, he scratched his head and laughed. 2 days later. On this day, Li Zixuan had just finished his breakfast when he heard that Faubert had come. He couldn't help but be happy and thought to himself, could it be that there's a new breakthrough in the research of cement? Li Zixuan hurriedly came to the main hall and saw Faubert walking around excitedly. Young master, we have experimented with the correct formula for cement. The workshop has made cement." Faubert saw Li Zixuan come in and hurriedly said excitedly, "Huh, is it true?" Li Zixuan was even more excited than Faubert. With cement, he didn't need to worry about the construction of the academy. It's true. Young master, look, this cement is already coagulated. It's 100 times stronger than the failed product of our previous experiments." As Uncle Fu spoke, he took out a fist-sized lump of cement from his sleeve. Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched. With such a lump of cement in his sleeve, wasn't Uncle Fu afraid that it would fall and hit his foot? Li Zixuan shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Li Zixuan took the cement block. It was slightly heavy and cold. Li Zixuan gently squeezed it and it didn't break. Then he used 1% of his strength and it still didn't break. Faubert stroked his beard proudly and said with a smile, "Ha, young master, what's crack?" Before Uncle Fu could finish his words, he saw the cement block shatter with a kacha sound. Li Zixuan had used 5% of his strength, and the cement block couldn't hold on and turned into powder. Uncle Fu's face suddenly became very interesting. He was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. Li Zishuan looked up and saw Faubert's embarrassed expression. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Cough, cough. Faubert, you don't have to be like this. I just wanted to test the endurance of the cement on a whim, so I used a bit of my true qi, which caused the cement block to break. The cement you made this time has actually reached the standard. It's hard enough for ordinary people. The workshop did very well and didn't let me down." Only then did Uncle Fu recover. He more or less knew that Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster. He just didn't expect that a martial arts grandmaster would be so frivolous, thinking about playing all the time. What a mother of asterisk cur. Since young master said so, this old man is relieved. Then I'll go back and ask people to mass-produce this cement and send it to Yinshan. Resisting the urge to complain, Fu Bo cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your hard work. Then I'll go to the workshop with Faubert and take a look." Li Zishuan thought and said, "Okay." The two of them rode the carriage to the workshop. Li Zishuan was taken directly to the cement kiln by Faubert. "Young master, because the demand for lioli in the strange interest pavilion has been quite high recently, so in order not to affect the production progress of lioli, this old man has asked people to dig a new kiln for burning cement. In the future, the construction site will definitely need a lot of cement. We have to dig more kilns." Faubert pointed to the kiln in front of them and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Well, Faubert, you can decide on these. Don't delay the construction of the academy." Faubert cupped his hands and said, "Yes, young master. Young master, look, this piece of ground is covered with the cement we made. It has just solidified this morning. It is really smooth and hard. It is much better to walk on than the bluestone road. If we use cement to build roads, how comfortable would it be for the carriage to walk on it?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Faubert's ability to draw parallels was quite strong. He really thought of another use of cement. Faubert, you are right. This cement can not only be used to build houses, but it can also be used to build roads when mixed with sand and stone. This thing is the best road building material." As Li Zishuan spoke, he couldn't help but squat down and gently touch the cement floor with his hand. The familiar hard and rough feeling made him feel absent-minded. Cement floor, this is the most common and representative thing in modern industrialized society. Who would have thought that it would appear in the Tang dynasty? He had introduced a modern product into the Tang dynasty. Thinking about it, in a few decades, there would be cement roads everywhere and cement brick houses everywhere. Such a scene, how similar would it be to modern society? Since he was destined to not be able to go back, then he would try his best to create a society similar to modern society. It could also be considered as a kind of emotional sustenance. Li Zishuan's eyes were a little red. Faubert noticed something strange and quickly asked, Young master, what happened to you?" Nothing. Li Zishuan recovered from his distant thoughts and quickly shook his head. "There is a gust of wind just now, and the sand on the ground was blown into my eyes." Faubert looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously. He didn't feel the wind at all just now. Ahem. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Li Zishuan coughed and said, "Faubert, get people to hurry up and produce cement. Now that we have cement, the academy is even less short of money. The relocation plan of the workshop can also be pushed forward. Find a time and pick a group of people to build a new workshop there." And yes, young master. Chapter 481. After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan asked Sanbao to drive the carriage to Azure Dragon Lane. Wang Renbiao had told him the address of his house in Chang'an. Azure Dragon Lane was located in the southeast corner of Chang. Not far from it, it was Chang'an's most prosperous and famous public garden and scenic tourist area. Half of it was in the city, occupying about 2 lanes. The other half was outside the city, extending southward. It was located in a low-lying area at the head of Fengqi Plain. Due to the accumulation of water, it formed a pool. The pool's banks were like the Guangling River, hence the name Chu River. As an otaku, Li Zishuan rarely went out unless he had something to do. He had never been to this area before. As he stood outside Azure Dragon Lane and looked at the beautiful scenery of Chu River, He was momentarily captivated by the winding banks and the scenery of Changzhou-like waters. Sam Bao, what river is that? Li Zixuan had never been to Chang, and in his previous life, nor did he remember being here in this life. Hence, he did not know that this was Chu River. Young master, that is Chu River Pool. There is a palace dedicated to His Majesty on the shore. There are also pavilions built by various departments of the imperial court. It is very prosperous. Not only can the emperor's concubines and high-ranking officials come here, but even ordinary citizens can enjoy the scenery here. It is especially lively here on the 3rd of March every year during the Shaanxi festival. As a native of Chang, and Sam Bao was very clear about this, when he heard his young master's question, he hurriedly spilled the beans and told him everything he knew. Oh, Li Zixuan nodded and thought to himself, wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't go and play in such an excellent tourist spot? I can bring my wife and little sister here to row a boat and have a barbecue in the future. Let's go to Wang Renbiao's house. Li Zixuan looked at Chu River Pool, then got back into the carriage. Yes, young master. Yo, Lord Zhu, why are you here? Come in, come in. When Wang Renbiao heard that Li Zixuan was here, he personally came out to welcome him. Ha, long time no see. Renbiao is getting more and more suave. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said half-jokingly, Ha, Lord Zhu must be joking. Please come in first. Yaoer, get someone to serve tea. Wang Renbiao instructed in a low voice before leading Li Zixuan around the screen wall in the front yard to the main hall. Leng Yuyao came in with 2 maids and poured a cup of tea for Wang Renbiao and Li Zixuan. Cough, cough. The task of pouring tea was naturally done by the 2 maids. Leng Yuyao, a great expert, would definitely not do this kind of work herself. She stood motionlessly behind Wang Renbiao with her long sword in her arms. A cold aura emanated from her body, making it seem as if no one was allowed to get close to her within a radius of a few miles. Cold? This woman is still as cold as usual. Li Zixuan sighed in his heart without batting an eyelid. Leng Yuyao was beautiful, but she was too cold. Most likely, only Wang Renbiao could endure it. Li Zixuan was quietly sizing up Leng Yuyao, and Leng Yuyao was also quietly sizing up Li Zixuan. Although she didn't know the details of the assassination in the eastern suburbs of Chang and city a few days ago, she knew that Li Zixuan broke through to the Grandmaster realm and turned the situation around. This news caused quite a stir in the Jianghu. A Grandmaster less than 15 years old. When Leng Yuyao heard the news, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration in her heart. Now that she saw Li Zixuan again, she felt a faintly discernible, dangerous aura emanating from him. Leng Yuyao's heart was very complicated. Lord Zhu, my humble house is simple and crude. I'm afraid I've neglected you. Please have some tea. Wang Renbiao couldn't feel the probing eyes of the 2 great experts in the room, so he said with a smile, Renbiao, why are you so polite? Our 2 families have worked together so many times. Wouldn't it be strange to address each other with titles? How about we call each other brothers and friends? Although Li Zixuan didn't like the tea of this era, he still understood the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He was now in someone else's house, and it would be very impolite to be picky. So he picked up the teacup, took a symbolic sip, frowned slightly, and swallowed it. Then he smiled at Wang Renbiao. As for why he frowned, of course, it was because the taste of the tea was too damn sour. Before the Tang dynasty, there was no way to make tea. From the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties to the early Tang dynasty, people mainly plucked the leaves of the tea tree and mixed it with pepper, ginger, cinnamon, and other seasonings to make a soup for drinking. Drinking tea was just like drinking the vegetable tea soup today. The Wu people called it Ming porridge. Just by looking at the ingredients, one could imagine the taste of the tea soup. Cough, cough. Don't even think about it. How ruthless. Then Renbiao. It would be impolite to refuse. My father has always valued you, Xiaoxian. He has always hoped that the Wang family can maintain a good relationship with the Li family. Wang Renbiao said with a smile on his face. Provincial Governor Wang is honest and upright. If I go to Sui province to play in the future, I'll have to ask your father to take care of me. The Sui province of the Tang dynasty was roughly near the present-day Sui province of Hubei. However, the area under its jurisdiction was much larger. Li Zishuan's hometown in his previous life was not far from here. He really wanted to take some time to go there and see what his hometown was like in the Tang dynasty. Wang Renbiao smiled and said, "That's easy. Xiao Xian, if you really want to go, I'll personally accompany you there. I also have to visit my father." "Haha, let's not talk about this first. I'm here today to look for you, Renbiao. I have some serious business." Li Zishuan put down his teacup and sat up straight. He said seriously, "Renbiao, you should have heard of the Azure Glass Cup, and Divine Mirror in the Curious Pavilion recently, right?" "That's right. He was here today to talk about cooperation." Since the Curious Pavilion had already started to sell glass products, he naturally wanted to maximize the profits. Just like before, he planned to monopolize the Chong market. As for the other markets, he still wanted to let Wang Renbiao act as his agent. They had a very good foundation for cooperation. Wang Renbiao seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up and he said, "Of course I've heard of it. Xiao Xian, what do you mean?" "That's right. I want to cooperate with you, Renbiao." "Renbiao, haven't you thought about this before?" Wang Renbiao quickly replied, Of course I have. I even talked to shopkeeper's son about it. But he said that the production of these things is limited and can't even meet the demand in Chang'an. So I can only wait for your workshop to expand its production before I make any plans." Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, So that's how it is. But Renbiao, there's something you might not know. The Curious Pavilion's workshop will be moved to the vicinity of Yinshan in the near future. The area and scale of the new workshop will be more than 5 times larger than it is now. When the time comes, we will be able to recruit more craftsmen. Correspondingly, the workshop will also produce more Azure Glass Cups, Divine Mirror, and those things like Don't Touch Me from before. When the time comes, I'll need you to help me distribute these products to various places. Chapter 482. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang Residence. Wang Renbiao's face lit up with excitement after hearing Li Zishuan's words. He smiled and said, "That's great. This business is exactly what the Wang family is looking for." Li Zishuan asked, "Renbiao, how many goods can you take?" He had to make a budget so that the workshop could make the necessary arrangements in advance. Wang Renbiao pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently. "Oh, the Azure Glaze Cup, and the Immortal Mirror, I could buy as many as you have. As for the new carriage, Don't Touch Me. Even if the Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop expands, it won't be able to produce much in a month. So, little Xian, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell your goods. You can take as many as I have." "Renbiao, aren't you a little too arrogant? You should know that the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror are not cheap." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Wang Renbiao smiled and said, It's not that I'm arrogant, but you underestimate the Wang family. Putting aside the Wang clan, any one of the 7 great clans would be able to swallow this business deal. Of course, there are definitely many clans who want to work with you, little Xian. However, I, Wang Renbiao, am rather fortunate to be able to obtain your permission before them. Moreover, Chang is not the only place with rich people in Tang. There are many rich merchants in other states and counties, especially in Jiangnan and Suan. People that are very interested in the Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror. No matter how expensive these things are, they won't be able to sell. In the early Tang dynasty, although the people were generally poor, there was no shortage of rich people. This was the case in any era. The Azure Glass Cup, and Immortal Mirror were the most excellent tools for the rich to show off. Wang Renbiao had long understood these people's hearts, which was why he said so. Since you said so, I'm relieved. The workshop will expand production as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll hand over all the goods that Chang can't take. As for the cooperation method, let's do it like before. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Li Zishuan stood up and waved his hand. Previously, the Wang family had taken on the task of distributing the scooter, Drunken Immortal, Gentle Village, and Datong daily to all parts of the country except for Chang'an. Therefore, when they worked together again, there was no need to explain anything else. Since little Xian is busy, I won't force you to stay. I'll send you off. Wang Renbiao also stood up and walked Li Zixuan to the gate with Leng Yuyao. The two of them cupped their fists and bid farewell. At this moment, Leng Yuyao suddenly asked, I heard that Li Xianan has broken through to the Supreme Power Realm. Is that true? Li Zixuan was stunned. He did not expect that the cold-faced beauty, who had been silent for a long time, would actually speak to him. He nodded and smiled. There is indeed such a thing. What does Miss Yuyao have to say? A rare blush appeared on Leng Yuyao's face as she said, I don't dare to teach you. I'm just curious as to why you're able to advance so quickly in your martial arts at such a young age. I wonder if you can share a thing or two with me. Aside from Wang Renbiao, the only thing that Leng Yuyao cared about in this world was martial arts. Therefore, although she was a little unhappy with Li Zixuan before, she still braced herself to ask for his advice at this moment. Wang Renbiao looked at Leng Yuyao thoughtfully, but he did not blame her for being rude. Haha, why can't I say it? Since Miss Yuyao wants to hear it, then I'll tell you briefly. Li Zixuan did not use this opportunity to make fun of Leng Yuyao. He thought for a moment before replying, on the path of martial arts, studying hard and practicing hard is never wrong. However, I've always been busy with mundane affairs, so I'm definitely not as diligent as you in practicing martial arts. Therefore, ever since I left the mountain and returned home, my martial arts have been stagnant and have not made any progress. At this point, Li Zixuan paused. After Leng Yuyao heard it, she almost vomited blood. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. The reason why I was able to break through this time was mainly due to my comprehension. I comprehended some Tao from a very mysterious Taoist martial art. Coupled with the life and death crisis I encountered during the assassination, it stimulated all the potential in my body, and finally, I broke through in one fell swoop. Therefore, in short, my martial arts is based on comprehension, so it may not be suitable for you. Everyone has their own martial arts path, and it's impossible to be the same. Li Zixuan said these words sincerely. Leng Yuyao's nature was not bad, and she even helped him once before. If he could help Leng Yuyao improve on her martial arts path, Li Zixuan would be very happy. Thank you. After listening, Leng Yuyao thought for a moment, and then solemnly cupped her fist and said to Li Zixuan, you're welcome. You're welcome. Li Zixuan was a little uncomfortable being treated so politely all of a sudden, and hurriedly waved his hand. Oh, that's right. Xiao Xian, the assassin who tried to assassinate you that day. Did you catch him? At this time, Wang Renbiao asked. Not yet. How can it be so fast? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, His Majesty has already ordered the imperial government to step up the investigation, and Magistrate Hua also personally asked me for clues. I also told him everything, but there's no progress so far. Wang Renbiao pinched his chin and said in a low voice for a moment, Xiao Xian, if it's convenient for you, tell us the specific details of the assassination that day. Yao has been in the martial arts world for more than 10 years, so she might be able to find some clues. Leng Yuyao also nodded at this moment and cast her gaze on Li Zixuan. What's there to be inconvenient about? I'll tell you all again now. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. According to Qin Xiong's analysis, the black-clothed assassin was very likely from an unknown evil sect in a martial arts world. However, Qin Xiong knew very little about the forces in the martial arts world today, but Leng Yuyao was different. She was able to reach this level at such a young age, and Li Zixuan definitely didn't believe that she didn't have a master behind her. Regarding the martial arts world, she should know a lot more than Qin Xiong, so he might be able to get some clues from Leng Yuyao. It's like this. That evening, Li Zixuan recalled for a moment and recounted all the details before and after the assassination in detail, including Qin Xiong's guesses and analysis a few days ago. 7th cultivator of true blood palm? 7th cultivator of true blood rain? After listening to Li Zixuan's detailed description, Leng Yuyao's face suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, Who is it? Miss Yuyao, could it be that you know something? Li Zixuan quickly asked. Chapter 483. In front of Wang Renbiao's house. Li Zixuan stared at Lung Yuyao with an expectant look, hoping to hear the whereabouts of the black-clothed assassin from her. That afternoon, the black-clothed assassin had threatened to take revenge and kill Li Zixuan's entire family. Li Zixuan wasn't willing to let go of such a person who could threaten him in the dark at any time. If there was a chance, he would definitely eliminate the source of trouble. Sir Li, Yuyao knows something about that assassin. Lung Yuyao thought for a moment and said with slight hesitation, Miss Lung, please tell me. Li Zixuan, will definitely reward you handsomely if you can get any clues about that person. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his fists and said sincerely. Wang Renbiao could see the anxiety in Li Zixuan's eyes and also said to Lung Yuyao, Yao if you know any clues, don't hesitate to tell me. You don't have to hold back. Lung Yuyao nodded and said, Yes, young master. Then, she turned to Li Zixuan and said, Sir Li, although Yao doesn't know the specific identity of that assassin, according to your description, I can guess his origin. In the past, Yao heard from my master that there's an evil sect in the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators Sect. Although it's small, it has a peak Grandmaster Realm expert. The Seven Cultivators Sect's secret technique is the Seven Cultivators Blood Transformation Palm. The Seven Cultivators Sect? Miss Lung, do you know where this Seven Cultivators Sect is located? Li Zixuan's expression shook as he asked in a deep voice. As for Lung Yuyao's words about the peak Grandmaster Realm expert in the Seven Cultivators Sect, he didn't care at all. Although he wasn't a match for a peak Grandmaster Realm expert in a one-on-one fight, if someone threatened him, Li Zixuan, he would find a way to kill them even if they were protected by a Grandmaster Realm expert. Lung Yuyao shook her head and recalled, I don't know the exact location of the Seven Cultivator of True Virtue Sect. In the past, the sect that Yuyao belonged to had a grudge with the Seven Cultivators Sect. An evil cultivator from that sect once abducted one of Yuyao's junior sisters. When my master found out about it, he was furious and brought several martial uncles with him to chase after that person. According to my master, they chased him all the way to the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Then they saw that thief climbing a steep mountain peak shrouded in black fog. At the foot of the mountain, there was a boundary stone with the words Spirit Snake Mountain written on it. Master, martial uncles and martial uncles dismounted and climbed up the mountain. Not only was the mountain path steep, it was also filled with all kinds of poisonous snakes. Furthermore, the entire mountain seemed to be filled with poisonous fog. Master and the others had only stayed inside for a quarter of an hour, but they were already showing signs of being poisoned. Furthermore, Master could faintly feel a very strong pressure at the top of the mountain. Martial Uncle and Martial Uncle knew that it was impossible, so they persuaded Master to return to the sect and make further plans. Master had no choice but to leave with hatred. Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zixuan's expression gradually turned solemn. He propped up his chin and said with a frown, Miss Lung, has this Seven Cultivators sect ever accepted any assassination missions to earn money? I've never heard of it before. Although the people of the Seven Cultivators sect have done a lot of outrageous things, they have never assassinated an important official of the imperial court. To some extent, the Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue sect has always been very low-key in Jianghu, and only a few people know about it. If their sect specialized in assassination, they wouldn't be as unknown as they are now. Lung Yuyao pondered for a long time and shook her head. Li Zixuan was even more puzzled. He muttered to himself, That's strange. I don't have any grudges with the Seven Cultivators sect. But that day, when I heard that assassins say that the matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world, it sounded as if there was a deep hatred between us. What's the reason for this? Although according to Lung Yuyao's words, the Seven Cultivators sect was very suspicious and should indeed be suppressed, Li Zixuan still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Right now, he only wanted to find the real culprit. He didn't want to care about the other grudges of the pugilistic world. The matters of the pugilistic world shall be settled in the pugilistic world. I understand now. Lung Yao was startled for a moment and suddenly said loudly, I wonder if Lord Li remembers the Battle of Northern Mang Mountain's Bloody Wind stronghold a few months ago. Li Zishuan didn't know what she meant. He looked at Lung Yuyao with a baffled expression and nodded. Of course I remember. Lung Yuyao then continued. At that time, Lord Zhu went to Mang Mountain alone and challenged the Bloody Wind stronghold. Did you personally kill a young man named Flying Snake? Li Zishuan seemed to have guessed something. His brows furrowed even deeper. After pausing for a while, he nodded and said, there is indeed such a person. Now that you mention it, I remember that Flying Snake's strange movement technique is 80% similar to the assassin who tried to assassinate me that day. Could it be that there is some connection between the two of them? Lung Yuyao replied, when the Bloody Wind Stronghold group kidnapped Lord Zhu's wife at Rhinoceros Slope, I saw Flying Snake make a move. That move is undoubtedly from the Seven Cultivators sect. Since Lord Zhu killed Flying Snake, Yuyao guessed that it was the elders of Flying Snake's sect who came to seek revenge. Bang! Li Zishuan punched the wall next to him and said hatefully, Humph. Seven Cultivators sect. Flying Snake? They provoke me time and time again. Do they really think I'm made of mud? At the side, Wang Renbiao looked at the deeply sunken wall. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Little Xian, this matter was caused by my second brother. My Wang family is willing to help you deal with the Seven Cultivators sect with all our strength. Flying Snake and Xiao Ying had joined hands to kidnap Han Yushi. In the end, it was Wang Runi who ordered them to do so. Now that Flying Snake was killed and the Seven Cultivators sect came to seek revenge, it was reasonable to say that this matter was related to the Wang family. Li Zishuan waved his hand and stared at Wang Renbiao, saying, that is that. Provincial Governor Wang has already given me an explanation for the previous matter. What I want to know now is whether the assassin that day has anything to do with the Wang family. After all, your second brother hates me to the bone. Will he use Flying Snake's death to instigate the Seven Cultivators sect to assassinate me? Although many people knew that Li Zishuan had attacked the Bloody Wind stronghold with his sword, not many people knew the details, including the killing of Flying Snake. Therefore, Li Zishuan had reason to suspect that the assassin was instigated by someone. Wang Renbiao was shocked. He quickly shook his head and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. After that incident, my second brother has been imprisoned by my father in the Wang family's ancestral home. The people of the disciplinary hall are guarding him day and night. There's no way he can come in contact with outsiders. Little Xian, if you're still worried, I'll write a letter and ask my father to personally investigate my second brother's situation in the past few months. There's no need for that. I believe you. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, in any case, that assassin is definitely related to the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. Regardless of whether or not someone is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, I have to flatten this sect first, and then investigate the person behind him. I have to thank Miss Lung for the information today. Renbiao, I'll take my leave first. Chapter 484. After leaving the Wang family in a hurry, Li Zishuan did not even return home. Instead, he went straight to the government office. After explaining his identity to the government servant at the door, Li Zishuan was invited to a side hall at the back of the government office. After about 15 minutes, Ian Wenjie of the government office walked in wearing a purple official robe. He cupped his hands and smiled at Li Zishuan. Yo, Li Zhanshu, may I know why you are here today? Things are different now. Li Zishuan was the crown Prince Zishuan, a rising star of the empire. He was no longer the little teacher of the Imperial College. Even Hua Wenjie had to be polite when he saw him. Greetings, Magistrate Hua. I have something I need your help with today. Li Zishuan did not put on airs. He politely bowed back to Hua Wenjie and smiled. Hua Wenjie's eyes flashed. Almost instantly, he realized that what Li Zishuan wanted to say was related to the assassination case. Normally, he did not have any contact with Li Zishuan. If there was any interaction, it would only be the assassination case a few days ago. Thinking of this, Hua Wenjie's expression brightened. He quickly waved his hands and dismissed his servants. He sat down beside Li Zishuan and said, Li Zishuan, If you have something to say, just say it. As long as it is within my power, I will definitely do my best to help. Li Zishuan nodded and said, I think Magistrate Hua can also guess a thing or two. That's right, I am here today because of the assassin. I have already investigated the assassin's background, but I need Magistrate Hua to help me find the assassin's hiding place. Oh, Li Zhanshu quickly said, where did the assassin come from? Hua Wenjia's face flashed with a hint of excitement as he quickly said, actually, he was bitter in his heart. The 10-day deadline given by Li Er was about to arrive, but the constables of the governor's office failed to find any useful clues. On the contrary, many ruffians and scoundrels in Chang and city were arrested these days. It couldn't be said that the bailiffs of the capital government were incompetent. It was just that Li Zishuan had provided too few clues. They knew nothing about the black-clothed assassin's appearance, age, background, and so on. How could the bailiffs catch him? This era was not like the modern era, where there were surveillance cameras in key places. When there was a murder case, one could find the murderer through the surveillance cameras at each intersection. The investigation of this era relied on the clues left behind by the murderer to gradually investigate. The worst part was that Li Zishuan could provide very little useful information to the capital government. How could the bailiffs even begin their investigation? Now that Li Zishuan could provide the identity and origin of the assassin, how could Hua Wenjia not be excited? At least he could keep his official position. According to my investigation, the assassin came from a small sect in the depths of the Qinling Mountains called the Seven Cultivators of True Virtue. That sect is located at a place called the Serpent Mountain. Today, I came here to ask Magistrate Hua to send someone to help me find out where the Serpent Mountain is located in the Qinling Mountains. Once you find out, I will deal with them. Li Zishuan looked at Hua Wenjia and said with a serious face, Seven Cultivators Sect? Snake Spirit Mountain? Hua Wenjia muttered a few words and then nodded. Okay, this old man will send someone to investigate. If there is any news, I will inform Li Zhanshu immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and thanked him. The Qinling Mountains traverse the central part of China, starting from southern Gansu in the west, passing through southern Shanxi to western Hunan. Its main body was located at the junction of southern Shanxi and northern Sichuan provinces. It was about 1,500 kilometers long from east to west, including hundreds of mountains of various sizes. If Li Zishuan didn't have anyone to help him, who knew how long it would take him to find it? The next day, on top of the cloud mountain, the morning sun reflected the rosy clouds, covering the whole mountain with a golden coat, making it look exceptionally beautiful. The craftsmen who got up early to work were running around, digging foundations, building walls, quarrying rocks, chopping trees, and sawing wood. The division of labor was clear, and the scene was bustling with activity. At 7:45 a.m., a convoy of 4 or 5 ox carts arrived at the top of the mountain along the mountain path. Some of the sharp-eyed workers guessed that the boss had sent something good to the workers again. Falbert, why are you here? The shed that enchanting stayed in during the day was very close to the mountain gate. He raised his head and saw Falbert in front of the convoy, so he quickly stopped his work and went out to greet him. Ha! Young Master Yin, this old man is here to send you new materials today. Falbert said to Yin, shouting with a smile as he directed the crowd to unload the bags of cement. New materials? Is that all? What are they used for? Yin Shouting didn't know that the workshop was secretly developing cement during this period of time. He was busy with the division of labor at the construction site. This is the cement that the workshop made according to Lord Ju's instructions. It is used to replace the cement mortar and used to build walls. This stuff can not only be used to build walls, but it can also be used to build roads. Lord Ju said that the roads of the academy will be paved with a layer of cement mixed with sand and stones in the future. Falbert said with a sense of accomplishment as he stroked his beard. Cement? Why is this name so weird? Is this stuff really that easy to use? Yin Shouting opened a bag of cement and looked at the gray powder inside as he asked doubtfully. Falbert nodded and said, Of course. The craftsmen in the cement workshop have all done experiments before. There's no problem at all. Shouting, You can let someone try it now. Young master said that the construction of the academy must be done with cement in the future. Okay, I will try it. Faubert, how do I use this stuff? Yin Xiaoning nodded in agreement after hearing Faubert's solemn answer. Haha, this is simple. Let me tell you the ratio of the water mixture. Done? That's it. But it doesn't look sturdy at all. If you push it hard with your hand, this wall will probably collapse. Under Faubert's guidance, the workers mixed some cement paste and then used it to build 2 walls. However, Yin Xiaoning felt that this thing wasn't very sturdy, so he asked Faubert, "We still have to wait for the cement to solidify. Even if we use glutinous rice mortar, won't the newly built walls be very fragile?" Xiaoning, you don't have to worry about these 2 walls today. You can take a look at it tomorrow. At that time, you will find out how magical this cement is. Generally, cement mortar will reach its final solidification after 5 to 8 hours at 20 degrees Celsius. At that time, it won't be able to move with fingers. Faubert was very confident about this, so he said to Yin Xiaoning with certainty, "Okay, then we will take a look at it tomorrow. If the effect is really good, then we won't buy glutinous rice mortar in the future." Yin Xiaoning thought for a while and nodded in agreement. In his opinion, Li Zixuan's foresight and decisiveness were very trustworthy. Chapter 485. Yao there. Send this letter to my father with a pigeon immediately. Azure Dragon Lane, Wang family residence. Wang Renbiao stuffed a slip of paper into a small bamboo tube, then handed it to Lung Yuyao and solemnly instructed, "Yes, young master." Lung Yuyao took it with both hands. Seeing that Wang Renbiao had no other orders, she took the letter and left. Around 3000 BC, the ancient Egyptians started using pigeons to send letters. China was also an ancient country that raised pigeons. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, pigeons were used to send letters in places like Guangzhou in the south. Although pigeons were many times faster than relay stations, it was not something that ordinary people could afford. Pigeons were sensitive to the Earth's magnetic field, and they were especially homesick. This was their innate advantage. But to become a carrier pigeon, the main thing was training. The main purpose of raising carrier pigeons was to fly, compete, and use them. In order to obtain an ideal carrier pigeon, other than careful breeding and scientific breeding, the most important thing was training. The training of a carrier pigeon was very complicated. It had to be trained from a young pigeon, from simple to complicated, from near to far, from day to night, and from basic training to professional training. Therefore, an ideal carrier pigeon was very expensive to train. Even if it was a rich family, they would only use carrier pigeons for urgent letters. This was because carrier pigeons could also encounter accidents on the road. Humph. Let's hope that my father can react in time. Now that the cooperation between the Wang and Li families is about to start, we can't let anything go wrong at this crucial time. After seeing Lung Yuyao off, Wang Renbiao looked out the door with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. At the same time, more than half of the guards in the capital office followed Dugu Xian and the Imperial Army out of the city. To a certain extent, this operation of the capital office not only had a certain degree of risk, but it also had a hint of unusual meaning. Ever since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the imperial court and the martial arts world had almost never had a direct confrontation. On one hand, the martial arts sects were very weak at this time. As long as no one was stupid enough to deliberately cause trouble, the imperial court would not take those sects seriously. Of course, the absolute disparity in strength also made the sects in the Jianghu abide by the rules and regulations in recent years. No one dared to go against the imperial court, much less assassinate an important official of the imperial court. It had to be said that the black-clothed man who tried to assassinate Li Zixuan had taken the lead this time. Moreover, he was the one who did not please either the martial arts world or the imperial court. Even though the imperial court was not afraid of these martial artists, the regular yamen runners of the imperial government were. That was why Magistrate Hua had invited Dugu Xian to lead the imperial army to help. In any case, Lier had said that Dugu Xian would help him. It would be a waste not to use such a powerful helper. Once Dugu Xian made his move, Lier would naturally receive the news. After all, Li Er had absolute control over all the armies of the Great Tang. Any movement of the imperial army had to be approved by him. 7 cultivators of true virtue? Snake Spirit Mountain? How dare you? Li Er leaned over the imperial table and supported his chin with his hand as he said angrily. In front of him was the secret memorial written by Hua Wenjie. I don't care who the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue is. If you don't give me an explanation for challenging the authority of the imperial court, I will annihilate your sect. Li Er thought coldly as he closed the secret memorial. What is this gray thing? You guys are actually using it to build walls? On Cloud Mountain, Li Tai had just ordered his team to transport back a batch of wood. However, he saw that the usual yellow glutinous rice mortar had disappeared and was replaced by a gray paste that he had never seen before. Furthermore, the workers were still using it to build walls. He could not help but mutter to himself in confusion. This is the latest cement developed by the workshop. It's specifically used to replace glutinous rice mortar. It said that once this thing solidifies, it's even more durable than glutinous rice mortar. Furthermore, this thing can be brushed on the surface of walls and roads to form a flat and hard outer layer. Yin Xiaoning, who was also observing the cement mortar, walked over and said, "Is it really that magical? But I think this thing is just a pile of gray mud. It doesn't seem as amazing as you said, Xiaoning." Li Tai's eyes widened as he said in disbelief, "Oh, I also heard about this. As for whether it's really that magical, we'll know tomorrow." Yin Xiaoning frowned and said, in fact, he was also skeptical about this. Then let's wait and see tomorrow." Li Tai stopped and looked for a while, then shook his head and said, The next day, Li Zishuan also woke up early. He had to go to Cloud Mountain to see the actual effect and reaction of the cement. As for Li Tai, that follower, he had not come over for a few days. Every day, he went to Cloud Mountain by himself. The main reason was that Li Zishuan rarely went to the construction site after he started at Cloud Mountain and assigned all the tasks. Li Tai could only curse him in his heart for his lazy nature. Following the mountain path to the peak of Cloud Mountain, he saw a few cement walls that were as tall as 2 people standing not far from the mountain gate. The surrounding ground was also gray cement. Now, there was a circle of people surrounding the place. Li Zishuan smiled and walked over. This road is hard and flat. Even if it's raining, it won't be affected at all. I didn't expect this. This cement is actually so magical. An old craftsman touched the road with his hand and exclaimed emotionally, Damn, little Xian may not be good at other things, but he's still reliable when it comes to researching new things. Shouting, this cement is really better than glutinous rice mortar. This cement road is not bad. It's even smoother than the limestone road. No. This prince's palace also needs to use cement to level the road in the future. Li Tai touched here and there. Then he jumped up and patted Yin Xiaoning's shoulder as he laughed heartily. As for why he jumped up, cough, of course it was because of his height. This little fatty only ate and did not exercise since he was young. His horizontal development was too great, and his vertical development was basically not much. Li Zishuan had just walked to the periphery of the crowd when he heard the little fatty's words. His old face could not help but darken. He quickly walked up to Li Tai and slapped him on the back of his head. What do you mean by I can't do anything? Chinke, tell your master, which part of me can't do? As a man, the taboo thing was for others to say that he couldn't do anything. This already involved a man's dignity. Li Zishuan was not willing to let this little fatty off easily. Chapter 486. Cough. So it's Xiao Xian. Why are you here today? Li Tai, who was in an extremely complacent and overly excited state, was almost scared out of his wits by this sudden attack. When he heard Li Zishuan's words that carried a slightly dangerous aura, the little fatty hurriedly changed to a smiling face and jested. Don't try to change the topic. What did you say just now? It seems like you have a lot of opinions about me. Why don't we find a time to have a good chat? Li Zishuan lightly patted the dust on Li Tai's shoulder and said with a faint smile, No. Li Tai shook his head like a rattle drum, and this guy even showed Li Zishuan a unique skill. saying 32 in 3 seconds. He continued, Haha, Xiao Xian, you must have heard wrongly. I didn't say anything bad just now. I was just praising the workshop's new cement. If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoning. Am I right? Xiaoning? Li Tai pulled Yin Xiaoning's arm and winked. Li Zixuan was dumbfounded by this fatty's unique skill. He shook his head, and without waiting for Yin Xiaoning to cover up for the little fatty, he said, Hee, I'll settle this with you later. After saying that, he walked forward and began to check the quality of the cement wall and the cement road. After pressing and hammering everywhere, Li Zixuan turned around and smiled at Yin Xiaoning with extreme satisfaction. Xiaoning, how is it? This cement can completely replace glutinous rice mortar, right? Yin Xiaoning nodded and said, Of course it can, and it's even better than that. Glutinous rice mortar can't satisfy the functions that cement can achieve. Also, I feel that the academy you designed can only match the design style of Yanhuan College if it's built with cement. Huh? Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. Yin Xiaoning's taste was really good. Yanhuan College's design style was based on modern universities. If it wasn't built with cement, of course it would look quite strange. Huh, that's good. That's good. In the future, the workshop will fully supply the cement for the construction site. In terms of construction costs, we will save a lot of money. In this way, we only need to build the academy step by step. Li Zixuan said with a smile as he stood up and led Yin Xiaoning and Li Tai to the shed. And then, Yin Xiaoning glanced at Li Zixuan in annoyance, as if he had seen through all the conspiracies in the world. Then there's no then, Li Zixuan said awkwardly. Huh, then you won't have to come here every day, right? F*CK. I knew it, little Xian. Your stomach is filled with lazy bugs. Yin Xiaoning said, rather crazily. Yes, Xiaoning is right. Little Xian, you are really filled with lazy bugs. When Dr. Sun comes to Chong, and next time, you must ask him to treat you properly. Li Tai felt deeply about this. A few days ago, he was privately complaining about Li Zixuan's laziness. In the beginning, he could come to the construction site every day, but he only came once every 2 or 3 days. What was worse was that according to Li Zixuan's words, he might not come in the future. His boss was really infuriating. Chinke, looks like we need to have a good talk. Li Zixuan squeezed a piece of cement in his hand lightly, and it instantly turned into powder. Then, he looked at Li Tai and asked calmly, No. Li Tai showed off his unique skill again, and then waved his hand and said, Haha, you should talk to Xiaoning slowly. I have to bring my team to do a mission. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Li Zixuan then stopped joking and said to Yin Xiaoning seriously, Xiaoning, it's not that I'm lazy, but I have other things to do recently. The academy is already on the right track. Whether it's the funds or the allocation of personnel, they're all in place. I don't think there will be any more problems. When I'm done with this, I will come again to take a look. Yin Xiaoning saw that Li Zixuan was serious and didn't seem to be joking. He also became serious and asked, Little Xian, are you in trouble? If you need help, just let me know. Even if I can't help you, my father can think of a way to help you. Haha, it's nothing. I can solve this myself. Xiaoning, you can focus on building the academy. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said casually. This was his personal grudge, and he didn't want to drag his good brother into it. Okay, since you don't want to say more, I won't ask. Anyway, if you need help, just let me know. Yin Xiaoning was silent for a while and sighed. Good brother. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Feiji, the brothers have been patrolling around the mansion for the past few days. Did you notice anything strange? In the afternoon, Li Zixuan called the security captain at home, Brother Chicken, over and asked in a deep voice. Strange? I didn't hear anything strange from the brothers. Lord Ju, what's wrong? Did something happen? Pang Feiji was confused at first, then asked in a panic. The security captain was also under a lot of pressure. Nothing. But recently, asked the brothers to be more alert. If they notice an unknown master sneaking in, don't fight blindly. Warn them immediately to avoid unnecessary deaths and injuries. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said seriously to Brother Chicken, Lord Jupe, could it be that there will be more assassins? Pang Feiji's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked with a little excitement. Brother Chicken had been idle for so long. He expressed that his big knife was thirsty for blood. Of course, he would be excited if there were blind people coming to him. Well, it's possible. I've already found out the identity of the assassin who tried to assassinate me a few days ago. He's from a sect, and I'm afraid that he'll bring his sect members to seek revenge. At this point, Li Zishuan glanced at Brother Chicken and said, Don't get any ideas. Don't underestimate these Jianghu people. This sect has masters at the peak of master stage. Brothers, if you meet them, don't be rash. Peak of master stage. Brother Chicken was secretly speechless and scared. But after a moment, he came to his senses and said, Lord Ju, this is Chan. Even if he is at the great guru realm, I don't think he would dare to behave atrociously here. But we can't always be on guard like this. One of my brothers and I follow you to destroy that stupid sect. Chapter 487. Let's destroy that shitty sect together. Li Zishuan murmured. Then, he looked at Brother Chicken and said with a faint smile, All right, I'll take you guys to destroy that sect in a few days. Feiji, you'll be the vanguard. Huh? Brother Chicken was dumbfounded. He was just shouting the slogan to show his loyalty. How could he dare to face a peak grandmaster? Wasn't that courting death? Cough, cough. Lord Ju, this. Brother Chicken stuttered for a long time, not knowing how to smooth things over. He was extremely embarrassed. Huh, look at how scared you are. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm just teasing you. Revenge must be taken, but I, Li Zishuan, won't let my brothers die for nothing. It's said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma. If we attack it by force, there will be a lot of casualties. We must have a foolproof plan. Besides, we haven't found the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain yet. We'll make another plan after we get the news from the government. If the 7 cultivators of virtue is willing to hand over the murderer, then it's fine. If they don't, then I have a way to teach them a lesson. Lord Ju, Old Pang, am not afraid. My head is as big as a bowl. What's there to be afraid of? When you want to destroy the 7 cultivators of virtue, remember to call me along. Perhaps Li Zishuan's confidence had infected Pang Feiji. Brother Chicken's face was flushed as he shouted loudly. Huh, all right, I'll bring you along if I need you. In the depths of Qinling Mountain, a huge mountain stood between the heavens and the earth. The mountain was as tall as the sky, and it was covered with lush trees. They were so dense that it seemed as if they were going to cover the entire mountain without letting the wind in. The strange thing was that the other mountains were filled with the chirping of insects and birds, but this mountain was eerily quiet. Even the birds in the sky took the initiative to take a detour when they were about to reach this mountain. In the forest, a winding mountain path could be vaguely seen. If one looked carefully, they would find that the whole mountain was surrounded by a faint black fog, which looked extremely evil. And at the bottom of this mountain, there was a huge rock that was half the height of a person. On it, there were 3 blood-red words, Snake Spirit Mountain. At the top of the mountain, houses of various sizes were sparsely distributed. One could vaguely see groups of 2 or 3 young people dressed in green robes walking on the small paths. The sleeves of their robes were embroidered with a giant 7-headed snake, looking exceptionally terrifying. This was the headquarters of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Junior brother, you are really muddle-headed. That Li Zishuan is the founding father of the dynasty. Now, he is the crown prince, Zhan Shi. How could you dare to assassinate him? In a secret room, a tall man with red hair said to the thin man in black who was meditating in the corner, Senior brother, ever since I returned to the sect the day before yesterday, how many times have you said these words to me? That Li Zishuan killed my most beloved disciple. If I don't exterminate his entire family, how can I still call myself the Snake King? How can I face my disciple who died so tragically? So what if he was a counting man? If worst comes to worst, I will perish together with him. The skinny man opened his eyes and roared angrily. Looking at his eyes, his figure, In his words, it was clear that he was the black-masked assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zishuan a few days ago. Snake King. Flying Snake was his disciple. Flying Snake was really unlucky that day. As a middle-stage grandmaster, he tried to assassinate Li Zishuan, a small fry who was half a step away from the supreme power realm. Not only did he fail to kill Li Zishuan in seconds, but he also almost lost his head. Even though he managed to survive, his last move to escape consumed a lot of his life potential, which directly led to a great loss of his strength. Now, he was basically equivalent to a martial artist who had just entered the supreme power realm. At that time, he was covered in injuries and his true chi was almost exhausted. However, he didn't dare to return to the sect to heal his injuries immediately because there were hundreds of Imperial guards chasing after him. After stumbling and hiding for several days, Snake King took advantage of the fact that the wind was gradually calming down and secretly returned to the sect. The Snake King of a generation was reduced to such a pitiful state. Foolish. Stupid. Since ancient times, the common people have never fought with the government. Our sect should have just stayed put and quietly made a fortune. Why did you have to provoke the imperial court? The current emperor has a strong army under him. How can a small sect like the 7 cultivators of true virtue provoke him? You're forcing the 7 cultivators of true virtue to a dead end. The red-haired man glared at him and scolded angrily. What was even more strange was that his eyes were also red. Senior brother, don't worry. I won't implicate the sect. When I tried to assassinate Li Zishuan that day, I was masked. No one knows my true identity. And no one knows that I'm from the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King snorted with dissatisfaction. Bullshit. The red-haired man angrily punched the stone wall next to him and roared. I heard a disciple say this morning that a large number of the Imperial Court's troops appeared in the periphery of the Qinling Mountains. I'm afraid Li Zishuan has already investigated your background. Our 7 cultivators of true virtue is in danger. What? That's impossible. Snake King's face suddenly changed. He stood up and muttered, Impossible. I haven't walked around in Jianghu for more than 10 years. Plus, I was masked that day. How can anyone recognize me? Maybe those troops aren't here for the 7 cultivators of true virtue? The red-haired man coldly snorted and said, Humph. I hope they aren't here for us. Otherwise, the 7 cultivators of true virtue will definitely suffer a calamity. Snake King had already calmed down at this time. He expressionlessly said, If they are really here for us, senior brother can just hand me over. I, Snake King, will bear the consequences of my own actions. I won't implicate the sect. As soon as his voice fell, the temperature in the stone room suddenly dropped to the freezing point. The red-haired man's face alternated between blue and white. After a while, he flicked his sleeves and roared, Bastard! Do you think I, Batian, am a despicable person who would betray my fellow junior brother in exchange for my own safety? Even if you made a mistake, I, as your senior brother, will shoulder it with you. At worst, the entire 7 cultivators of true virtue will die with us. Senior brother, Snake King was startled. A touched expression appeared on his face as he said, I've implicated senior brother this time. Although I, Batian, won't betray my fellow disciples. Junior brother, you were too reckless this time. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue can escape this calamity, you'll have to reflect on your actions. The Imperial Court isn't something we can provoke. Batian waved his hand and said unhappily. His face was still clouded over. Senior brother is right. But senior brother, why are you so pessimistic? Snake Spirit Mountain is full of poisonous miasma and is a natural stronghold. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, our 7 cultivators of true virtue has a peak grandmaster like you. If the Imperial Court wants to flatten our sect, they'll have to pay with 10,000 lives. Snake King gave Batian some face and admitted his mistake verbally. Then, he said with a ruthless face. Chapter 488. Snake King was right. The 7 cultivators of true virtue was a natural stronghold surrounded by cliffs. There is only one mountain path leading to the 7 cultivators of true virtue, and this mountain path was winding and had many dangerous passes. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one man could hold the pass while 10,000 men couldn't pass. Not to mention, the Snake Spirit Mountain was full of poisonous miasma. If one came, one would die. The reason why the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue weren't poisoned was because they had been taking the sect's special anti-poison pills all year round, so they were completely immune to the poison. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King saw that Immerse was hesitating and didn't say anything, so he continued to persuade him. Senior brother, although Li Zishuan is in a high position now, I don't believe that Li Zishuan would be willing to take the lives of more than 10,000 people just to avenge his personal grudge. If those troops really come for us, we just need to set up ambushes at the various passes. Even if they don't die from the poison, they will be killed by the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. We just need to kill them until Li Zishuan feels heartache and withdraws his troops. This guy was getting more and more presumptuous. He even dared to call the air by his name. If outsiders heard him, they would definitely sue him for treason. However, Immerse didn't react. Apparently, he had heard similar words many times. At this moment, he silently stared at the stone wall and pondered for a while before saying, "But if we do that, won't our 7 cultivators of true virtue be in complete opposition to the imperial court? In the future, the disciples of our 7 cultivators of true virtue won't be able to move an inch in Great Tang, and the other righteous sects will also attack us. After all, junior brother, your assassination of an imperial court official is a big taboo in the martial world." Snake King sneered and said, "Senior brother, why are you so indecisive today? You only have 2 choices now. Either you hand me over in exchange for the imperial court forgiveness, or you protect me and fight the imperial court to the end. After this incident, we'll go somewhere else and set up another sect." After saying this, Snake King paused for a moment, and a trace of ridicule flashed on his face. As for those righteous sects of the martial world, they're just a bunch of hypocrites. Hasn't our 7 cultivators of true virtue always been independent of the martial world? Why do we need to worry about their attitude? It had to be said that Snake King was extremely arrogant. He did not even take the 3 great martial arts sects of the Central Plains seriously. Immerse frowned. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind and said, "It's impossible for me to hand over my fellow disciples. Now, we can only fight to the death with the imperial court. If the imperial court is willing to take a step back, then we will take a step back too." Snake King smiled and cupped his hands in front of his chest. "Hee, thank you for your righteousness, senior brother. Recuperate well. I'll arrange for a few disciples to gather information at the foot of the mountain." Immerse was a little unhappy to have encountered such an unexpected calamity. He waved his hand, gave some instructions, and walked out of the secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, Snake King sat down cross-legged again. However, he was no longer in the mood to heal himself. He was thinking about how Li Zishuan was going to lead his troops to besiege Snake Spirit Mountain. Hee, little bastard, you better come here personally this time. I'll make sure you die on Snake Spirit Mountain," Snake King said viciously. Then, he closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and continued to recuperate. Southeast of Chang and City, Dunhua Square, in a mansion of a wealthy family. Exquisite pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, secluded and beautiful corridors, as well as large rockery, an ancient stage, and exquisite jade were scattered in picturesque disorder in this enormous courtyard. Beautiful trees and exotic flowers could be seen. A clear stream zigzagged from the depths of the flowers and flowed under the stone crevices. A few steps further and gradually to the north, it was flat and wide. Buildings on both sides pierced into the air, and the carved sills were hidden between the trees and the colonel looking down. There was a clear stream flowing with snow. Stone pillars pierced through the clouds. White stones formed a railing around the edge of the pool. There were 3 stone bridges and the faces of beasts could be seen. Obviously, this was an extremely wealthy family. Granduncle, I heard that yesterday afternoon, the capital magistrate sent out a large group of Yamen runners. They followed Dugu Exian out of Chong and city and headed to Qinling Mountain. They haven't returned to the city yet. In the depths of the courtyard, there was an elegant room. There was plenty of sunlight in the room, and there were luxurious furnishings. There were all kinds of beautiful carvings on the window, and there was a half-burned white candle on the table. In the room, a young man bowed to a white-haired old man who was half lying on the couch in front of him. The white-haired old man was like a man on the verge of death. He always looked listless. After a long time, he opened his mouth and asked, "What's the matter?" After a long time, he asked, "So, Li Zishuan has found out about Snake King's background?" The young man bowed and answered, "Most likely. Ever since the assassination, the imperial court hasn't given up on investigating Snake King. According to our informants, Li Zishuan went to the capital magistrate yesterday afternoon. Not long after he left, the capital magistrate and Dugu Exian acted at the same time. Therefore, I'm guessing that Li Zishuan most likely has clues about Snake King. Oof. It's not 80%, it's 100%. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Such a lousy person can't do anything right, but is good at spoiling things. However, I didn't expect Li Zishuan to be able to find Snake King's whereabouts so quickly. It seems that this kid didn't get to where he is today by luck. Then, Granduncle, what should we do now? The young man hesitated for a moment before asking. Why? Xianji, are you afraid? Didn't you say that you weren't worried? Please forgive me, Granduncle. I'm not afraid of personal honor or disgrace, but I'm afraid that my plan will bring disaster to the family. The young man said with sincerity. Huh, good boy. I didn't misjudge you. The white-haired old man laughed loudly. Xianji, you don't have to worry. Your plan this time is very good. It's just that you used the wrong person. Even if that stupid thing is caught and spits out the truth, there's no evidence. The imperial court has no reason to convict us. Besides, it's still unknown whether the imperial court can catch him alive or not. The Snake Spirit Mountain is not a good place to go. You're so wise, Granduncle. Xianji is impressed. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Huh, don't flatter me, kid. Although the white-haired old man said that, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He waved his hand and continued. Xuanji, although this matter has failed, you have shown Granduncle your wisdom, so don't be discouraged. Think of other ways to get rid of this scourge, Li Zishuan, in the next few days. It's best if you can join forces with the other Lis. There's strength in numbers, after all. Huh, yes, Granduncle. Chapter 489. Husband, did something happen in the past few days? I've seen you with a worried frown on your face several times. Night. Li Mansion West Courtyard. Han Yushi asked softly while helping Li Zishuan undress. Well, something happened. Do you remember the assassin in the east of Chang'an City a few days ago? Li Zishuan nodded and said, Husband and wife were one. Besides, the Seven Cultivators sect was not a very powerful force in Li Zishuan's eyes, so he felt that there was no need to hide it from his wife. Han Yushi's hand that was holding the clothes suddenly trembled. She frowned and her voice suddenly became cold as she replied, Of course I remember. That person injured you. If I had the ability, I would definitely tear him into pieces. Li Zishuan chuckled, turned around, and pulled Han Yushi into his arms. Huh, let the men do the fighting and killing. Wife, you just need to eat, drink, and rest well. Han Yushi angrily said, Eat, drink, and rest well? Wouldn't I become a pig? Huh, what's wrong with pigs? Pigs are the second smartest animals in the world. Go away. Husband, don't joke around. Let's talk business. What did you mean by the assassin just now? Could it be that you met him again in the past few days? Han Yushi rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and asked seriously. Oh, that's not it. Li Zishuan pulled Han Yushi to lie on the bed together and then continued. Yesterday, I accidentally heard the origin of the assassin from Wang Renbiao's house. It was said that he was from the Seven Cultivators sect of Snake Spirit Mountain. Then, I went to the capital office and asked Magistrate Hua to help me find the specific location of Snake Spirit Mountain. I think there should be a result in a few days. Snake Spirit Mountain? Han Yushi muttered it again. In the end, she still felt that she had never heard of it before. She then said, I hope that the capital government can bring this assassin to justice. Otherwise, my heart will always be uneasy. Although Li Zixuan knew in his heart that this matter would not be resolved so easily, he still comforted him. Of course. I'll definitely catch the assassin this time. Wife, let's rest early. Okay. This event is really interesting. In the Suite Du Hall, the candlelight was still lit even in the middle of the night. Li Er played with a palm-sized cement block on the dragon table and smiled meaningfully. Beside him sat Empress Zhang's son. This husband and wife were not sleeping in the Li Zheng Hall in the middle of the night. Instead, they came to the Suite Du Hall to work. Who knew what they were thinking? Your Majesty, did Qin Ke bring this back today? Empress Zhang's son asked curiously. That's right. It said that this is a new material that Li Zixuan asked the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop to develop to replace glutinous rice mortar. Now it seems that the effect is unexpectedly good. Li Er sighed and then handed a large piece of cement to Empress Zhang's son. Speaking of which, who knew where Li Tai broke a piece of cement road from the construction site and brought it back? It was estimated that some craftsmen would curse again tomorrow. Wow, it's so sturdy. Your Majesty, is this large piece all made of cement? Empress Zhang's son took it and squeezed it with her hand. She was immediately shocked and asked hurriedly. Yes, indeed, the shaping ability of this cement is completely superior to that of glutinous rice mortar. Li Zixuan has brought a new, more practical, and cheaper thing to our Tang dynasty. Li Er sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, how did you know that this cement is cheaper than glutinous rice mortar? Empress Zhang's son asked curiously. Needless to say, it's easy to guess. If the cost of this thing is higher than that of glutinous rice mortar, why would Li Zixuan spend so much effort to study it? I estimate that the composition of this cement should be just some sand and lime. It doesn't contain any expensive raw materials. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give Li Er a wave of 666, 6666. Old Li's preliminary guess was simply too awesome. In that case, if this cement had appeared 10 years earlier, wouldn't the city walls of Chong and City save a lot of money? Besides, if the city walls were built with cement, they should be stronger, right? Empress Zhang's son said with regret. The predecessor of the Tang dynasty's capital, Chong, and was Daxing City built by Yuan Kai in the early Sui dynasty. The Yuanhe County Atlas recorded Sui's camp capital. Yuan Kai had 6 high slopes in the north and south of Vermilion Bird Street, which are the signs of the Qian hexagram. Therefore, he built the palace with 92 to be the residence of the emperor, and established 100 departments with 93 to be the number of gentlemen. He didn't want ordinary people to live there, so he built Xuandu Temple and Xingshan Temple to guard it. It meant to refer to the theory of Zhou Yi's signs and the Qian hexagram's 6 lines to carry out the overall layout design of the capital. In the first year of Wuda, the Tang dynasty was just established. Li Yuan ordered Yan Lai to rebuild the outer city of Chong and City. The mileage of the Tang dynasty was 360 steps for 1 li and 300 steps for 1 li for 1 li. The big foot was 12 inches and the small foot was 10 inches. At that time, the total length of the outer city walls of Chong and City had reached about 36 kilometers. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled grand project in that era. Of course, the money spent was also an astronomical figure. Therefore, Empress Zhang's son felt a little regretful when she saw the cement. Ever since the Wei River Alliance last year, Li Er had been worrying about money. Empress Zhang's son was naturally especially sensitive and concerned about saving money. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. Moreover, no matter how strong the city walls are, they will be useless in the face of a truly strong enemy. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty are the strongest city walls of the Tang dynasty. If the descendants of the future generations fail to live up to expectations and are attacked by foreign soldiers, they can only hide within the city walls. Then, I feel that it's better for the country to perish. My Tang dynasty must have the 4 barbarians submit and all the country's fear. No one will be able to attack Chang in city anymore. Speaking of the city walls, Lier suddenly remembered that last year, Xieli and Tuli Khan led 200,000 Turkic soldiers to the Wei River and attacked Chang and city. At that time, if Xieli was a little braver and attacked Chang and city recklessly, even if the city walls of Chang and city were tall and majestic, they would not be able to withstand the attack of these 200,000 soldiers. This made Lier have a new view of the city walls. It was better to attack forcefully than to defend to the death. This was the difference between Lier and the emperors of the future generations. If Li Zishuan had time-traveled to the Song dynasty or the middle to late Ming dynasty, if he were to create cement again, there was a 90% chance that the emperors of that time would use the cement to strengthen the city walls and defend against foreign enemies. They would increase the defense and ensure their survival. However, what Lier pursued was completely to use offense as defense. When all the enemies were terrified, naturally, there would be no need for the city walls to defend against foreign enemies. Chapter 490. Rua, in the Ganlu Palace. Empress Zhongsun looked at the lofty and ambitious Lier. Like a young girl who always liked heroes, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. She slowly praised him. Your Majesty's words are true and reasonable. This is the blessing of the Tang Empire's people. Ha ha ha! Being praised by his own woman, Lier naturally had reason to be happy. He laughed heartily and said, Guanyin maid, don't praise me. Otherwise, if I get carried away and make any mistakes in government affairs, Wei Xuanqing will scold me to my face again. As the ruler of a country, he was actually afraid of a subject. Lier could be considered to be a first. At this time, Lier was still at the stage where he was working hard to govern. He liked to listen to his subjects' remonstrances. However, Wei Zheng's way of remonstrance was really difficult to accept. Every time Wei Zheng tried to persuade him, Lier would feel both pain and joy. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty really knows how to joke. However, if all the cities in the Tang Empire follow your Majesty's strategy of using offense as defense, wouldn't this cement have less use for it? Lier touched his stubbled chin and pondered. That won't happen. The superior performance of cement determines that it will be suitable for many places, such as the official roads. At this point, Lier became a little high-spirited. He said, hopefully, if all the official roads in the Tang Empire are built with this cement, then the time spent on the road to other places in the future will be greatly reduced. Correspondingly, once a war breaks out somewhere, the imperial army can also arrive as soon as possible. Therefore, this cement really has a wide range of uses. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finding such a talent. Empress Zhongsun laughed with a double meaning. Ha! Deep in the Qinling Mountains, countless small groups of soldiers could be vaguely seen searching in different directions and then gathering together every once in a while. This was a small strategy that Dugu Xin came up with. He divided his soldiers into teams of 5 and spread out in different directions to search. They agreed to meet up a few miles ahead. The entire team was like a spider weaving a web, slowly covering the entire Qinling Mountains. This kind of carpet search made it impossible for the mysterious snake spirit mountain to escape. Today was already the 3rd day since the army entered the mountains. In these 3 days, the army would camp at night and continue to search during the day. Everyone suffered greatly. After all, the living environment in the mountains during summer was not good. On the contrary, it was somewhat bad because there were many mosquitoes and poisonous insects. Reporting. General, an evil mountain peak was discovered in the southwest direction. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Dugu Xin had been paying attention to the state of the army, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were exhausted. Just as he was wondering if he should bring the army out for a day of rest, he saw a rider galloping over from afar. Then a soldier dismounted and ran up to him, excitedly saying, "Brother Dugu Exen, you're exhausted." "What? Did you find the Snake Spirit Mountain?" Dugu Xin asked excitedly. Reporting to the general, "We found it. I found it." "Ha ha." Dugu Xin laughed loudly, then ordered, "Pass down the order. All teams gather here immediately." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, the mixed army formed by the bailiffs of the capital and the imperial guards gathered together again. There were about 2,000 of them, and under Dugu Xion's order, the army began to move toward the southwest direction. The smart soldiers immediately guessed that their trip into the mountains was about to end, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. After about 3 miles, a mountain shrouded in black fog finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The words Snake Spirit Mountain were written on a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain in red. There was no sound of insects or birds on the mountain, and it looked very evil. Dugu Xian made a gesture. The army stopped. Dugu Feiying, who was at the side, said worriedly, "Big brother, there's something strange about this mountain." "Big brother, I'm afraid there's something strange about this mountain. Why don't I bring a team to explore it first?" Dugu Xian frowned and hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I have a feeling that this mountain is very dangerous. How about this? Feiying, bring 2 men out of the mountain immediately and return to Chong, and to report the situation here to His Majesty. If we want to force our way up the mountain, we won't be able to do it. I'm afraid this mountain is really filled with poisonous miasma, like what Li Xianin said." "Yes, big brother." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Then he picked 2 men, mounted his horse, and prepared to leave the mountain to report. "Okay, wait." Dugu Xian suddenly stopped Dugu Feiying. "Is there anything else, big brother? When you enter the palace to meet His Majesty, send someone to Yongle Lane and inform Li Xianan as well." Dugu Xian thought about it and said, "Got it, big brother." "What? You found the Snake Spirit Mountain? Then why did Dugu Xian send you back? Did you run into some trouble?" Ganlu Palace. The morning court had just ended, and Lier had changed into casual clothes and was about to review some memorials in Ganlu Palace when he heard a servant report that Dugu Feiying was requesting an audience. He quickly let Dugu Feiying in, but he didn't expect to hear such news. "Your Majesty is wise. The army has indeed found the Snake Spirit Mountain and is currently stationed at the foot of the mountain. There is indeed a reason why they haven't attacked the mountain yet." Dugu Feiying went forward and explained the situation of the Snake Spirit Mountain to Li Er in detail. After hearing it, Li Er stood up and said without hesitation, "Dugu Xen, take another 3,000 Imperial Guards and go support Dugu Xen. You must make 7 cultivators of virtue hand over the assassin. Otherwise, take the army and attack." "Yes, sir." Dugu Feiying cupped his fists and replied. Lier looked at Zhao Song and said, "Pass down the decree. Order the Imperial Physician Bureau to send 2 Imperial physicians who are experts in detoxification to go with Dugu Feiying. Tell them to find the antidote as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Ha ha! I finally found these guys who are hiding their heads, but showing their tails." Translated by Kyomra, 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 Kyomra. "Little brother, please wait for a moment. I'll go with you." Yongle Lane, Li Mansion. When Li Zishuan heard the news from the messenger, he was so excited that he accidentally said the dirty words he learned from watching live broadcasts in his previous life. He had been anxiously waiting for news for the past few days. The messenger soldier was confused, but he still understood the last part. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, sir. Sir." Although Dugu Xian didn't say that he could let Li Zishuan go with him, he couldn't do anything if Li Zishuan made the decision. He was just a small soldier. Chapter 491. Hiya. Hiya. At noon, Li Zishuan didn't even have time to eat lunch. He led Pang Feiji and the other marquises to meet up with Dugu Feiying, who had just come out of the palace. The army of more than 3,000 people rushed out of the city and headed toward the depths of Qinling Mountain. "Ha ha! Feiying, I didn't expect to fight alongside you 2 brothers again. Awesome, awesome." Lisa Xuan and Dugu Feiying walked side by side at the front of the army. The Bai was very powerful. Its speed was not inferior to Dugu Feiying's horse at all. It's my honor to fight alongside you, Lord Zhu. Putting aside his official status, Lisa Xuan was a martial arts grandmaster. Dugu Feiying didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly replied humbly. Huh? What do you mean, Lord Zhu? If you two brothers didn't save me in time last time, I might have gone to meet the king of hell. Lisa Xuan looked at Dugu Feiying and laughed. Feiying, just call me by my name in the future. I still owe you two a drink for what happened last time. After we take down Snake Spirit Mountain, let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant for a drink. Dugu Feiying was very happy to gain the friendship of a martial arts master. He quickly said, my brother and I were just doing our job last time. We don't dare to take credit for it. But the Drunken Immortal restaurant's wine is famous in Chang. So, let's have a drink together. Huh? Lisa Xuan thought that Dugu Feiying would humbly decline, but he didn't expect to hear such an answer. Dugu Feiying was much easier to get along with compared to Dugu Xian's cold personality. Lisa Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Huh, good. Feiying is very generous. After this battle, we'll drink until we're drunk. We'll drink until we're drunk. Huh. Snake Spirit Mountain, 7 Cultivators Sect. Sect Leader, bad news. A large number of soldiers have arrived at the foot of the mountain. Snake Spirit Mountain has been surrounded. The exit was also heavily guarded. Just now, a disciple from the kitchen went down the mountain to buy groceries and was caught red-handed by a group of soldiers. The general leading the group said that he would not withdraw his troops unless you hand over the culprit. Now, our sect's people can no longer leave the mountain. In the highest hall of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, a green-robed disciple walked in and bowed to Immerse. Although he was mentally prepared, Immerse still couldn't help but panic when he heard that the army was coming. He sorted out his thoughts and forced himself to calm down. I understand. Immediately passed down the order for all the disciples to be on standby in the previously arranged positions. Whoever dares to invade the sect will be killed without mercy. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. The disciple in green, who was sitting below, was pale and trembling. Sect leader, those people are from the Imperial Army. If we kill them, won't we be? Ugh. What's the point of keeping you if you don't obey the sect leader's orders? Immerse and Snake King were bold, but that didn't mean that the other ordinary disciples in the sect had the courage to go against the Imperial Army. Just as the green-robed disciple was about to say it's the same as rebelling, a black figure suddenly flashed in from outside the door. As the figure flashed, a thin line of blood appeared on the green-robed disciple's neck. The figure stood still, and Snake King appeared in the hall. He looked at the blood on his spikes, turned around, and coldly said to the disciples in the hall, "The 7 Cultivators sect has nurtured you for decades. Now that the sect is under siege, instead of repaying the kindness, you intend to rebel. How despicable! From now on, all of you must work together to resist the enemy. If anyone dares to surrender, he will end up like you." The green-robed disciple just happened to fall to the ground, holding his neck. His blood dyed the ground red, and the temperature in the hall immediately dropped to the freezing point. What's wrong? My words to the sect leader no longer have any effect? While everyone was silent, Snake King's emotionless voice once again reached everyone's ears. The disciples in the hall immediately came to their senses and trembled as they said, "We obey the sect leader's orders. We obey the elder's orders." Then why aren't you going? Snake King indifferently glanced at everyone and coldly said, "Yes." The disciples in the hall hurriedly rushed out in a line. Immerse sat on the seat of honor and expressionlessly watched Snake King's self-directed performance. At this time, he said, "Junior brother, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Snake King shook his head and replied, "I've only recovered 60%. Now that the situation is urgent, how can I be at ease and recuperate alone in the secret chamber?" At this time, he glanced at the green-robed disciple on the ground and bowed to Immerse. I had no choice but to kill Qin Fei earlier to calm the people down. I hope Senior Brother can forgive me. Clearly, Snake King was also afraid that his overbearing action would make Batian unhappy, so he could only lower his head and beg for forgiveness. Batian waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Ever since Master passed away, although we're called Senior Brother in name, we're as close as real brothers. I won't take such a small matter to heart. The most important thing now is to think of a way to make the Imperial Court retreat as soon as possible. After all, defending the mountain to death is not a long-term plan." Senior Brother is right. However, the reason why the soldiers haven't attacked yet is probably because they already know the power of the Snake Spirit Mountain's poisonous miasma. We don't have to panic too much. Moreover, our sex food reserves are enough to last for half a year. If we continue to waste time like this, the Imperial Court won't be able to hold on for long. Snake King nodded and analyzed the situation for Batian. "Okay, Junior Brother, you should hurry up and recuperate. I'll go down the mountain to negotiate with them." Batian thought for a while and suddenly decided. "Senior Brother, you must be careful. If you encounter that brat Li Zishuan, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That brat is evil and ruthless. He'll be a disaster sooner or later if we let him live." Flying Snake couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred when he thought of Li Zishuan. However, his injuries hadn't healed yet, and he could only use less than 60% of his strength at most. He wasn't a match for Li Zishuan at all, so he could only tactfully ask Batian for help. "Oh, Junior Brother, don't worry. Although they have a lot of people, they won't be able to stop me if I run away with all my strength. As for Li Zishuan, if there's a chance, I'll definitely capture him and use him to threaten the Imperial Court to retreat." Although Batian didn't have a big grudge against Li Zishuan, he had his own ideas. He wanted to use Li Zishuan as a breakthrough point to solve the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect with the smallest price. Senior Brother is brilliant. Snake King was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and flattered him. Chapter 492. Behave yourself. Our general will ask you a question in a while. If you dare to lie, I'll chop off your head. At the foot of Serpent Spirit Mountain, dozens of military tents have been set up here. It was clear that Dugu Xian had realized how difficult it was to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue and planned to fight a protracted battle. One had to admit that the Imperial Army was indeed an elite force. They were able to set up so many military tents in just half an hour. Strict discipline and clear division of labor. It wasn't without reason that Great Tang was able to stand at the top of the world. A soldier escorted a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the commander's tent in the center and threatened the disciple. "Sir, this lowly one doesn't dare to lie." "I don't dare to lie." The blue-clothed disciple was just a kitchen steward of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. When had he ever seen such a scene before? He had long been scared out of his wits by the Imperial Army's murderous aura. When he heard the soldier's words, he quickly cried and promised. Looking at his expression, he was just short of swearing to the heavens. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, this grandpa's horsewhip would have been used on you." The soldier was very satisfied and said a few words before bringing the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue out of the commander's tent. Reporting to the general, the disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue has been brought here. Please give me your orders. The soldier dared to act arrogantly in front of the blue-clothed disciple, but he didn't dare to do the same in front of Dugu Xian. He cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Xian like a docile little lamb. Bring him in." Dugu Xian faintly said, and then ordered. "Yes." The soldier cupped his fists and left the tent. Then, he brought the blue-clothed disciple in. Dugu Xian waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Then, he said to the blue-clothed disciple indifferently, "Tell me your name first. Also, tell me where your ancestral home is and how long you've been in the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Although Dugu Xian's tone was calm, The green-robed disciple felt as if he was facing a monster that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the murderous aura of a general who had experienced many battles. I'm Lu Baodan, and my ancestral home is Taiyuan. My parents passed away due to illness 12 years ago, and I heard that the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was looking for someone to cook for them. Since they provided food and lodging, I went to give it a try. The sect master felt that my cooking skills were pretty good, so he allowed me to stay. Later on, I stayed in the Serpent Spirit Mountain and helped them cook. The green-clothed disciple was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and answered Du Hexen honestly. Then let me ask you, has anyone from your 7 cultivators of true virtue been seriously injured recently? This was where Dugu Xian's brilliance lay. Although he didn't know the name of the assassin that day, he was certain that the assassin was seriously injured. Therefore, by asking this question, he might be able to get some information from this disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Seriously injured? Lu Baodan frowned and thought for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, replying to the general, I've never heard of anyone from the 7 cultivators of true virtue being seriously injured recently. Dugu Xian coldly grunted. Lu Baodan suddenly felt the surrounding air become colder. He quickly kowtowed and said, General, please understand. I've never heard of anyone being injured. I'm not lying. In fact, this unlucky kid really wasn't lying. Snake King had sneaked back to the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect that day and had been in seclusion to heal his injuries. Even if he occasionally appeared in front of the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, he still had the appearance of a great expert. Outsiders simply couldn't see that he was injured. Take him away and keep him in custody. Dugu Xian also saw that Lu Baodan didn't seem to be lying, so he waved his hand and impatiently ordered, Hiya, Surly wait. On the lush mountain path of the Qinling Mountains, a white-clothed woman galloped on her horse and chased after the sect extermination team, led by Li Zishuan. Those who could join the Imperial Army were all elite soldiers. When the soldiers at the back of the team noticed that someone dared to rush into the army, they quickly jumped on their horses and held their spears in front of them to stop her. Who are you? The Imperial Army is on duty. Unrelated people, step aside. A young general pointed his spear at the white-clothed woman and shouted. The white-clothed woman didn't care and didn't slow down at all. She and her horse galloped toward them. The young general's face turned cold. He waved his hand, and the surrounding Imperial Army soldiers immediately waved their spears, ready to fight. A battle was about to break out, but the white-clothed woman didn't show the slightest fear. She still rushed toward them without a care. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the team. Then, a figure rushed to the back of the team. It was Li Zishuan. The dozens of Imperial Army soldiers in the formation hesitated. They didn't know if they should listen to Li Zishuan. After all, the commander-in-chief of this team of Imperial Army soldiers wasn't Li Zishuan. Then, Dugu Fang also came over. He waved his hand and said, Put away your weapons. Yes, sir. Only then did the dozens of Imperial Army soldiers put away their spears. Then, they automatically surrounded Li Zishuan and Dugu Fang. Miss Lung, why are you here? Li Zishuan was secretly impressed by the Imperial Army's well-trained training. However, he didn't stop walking. He quickly walked to the white-clothed woman and asked. That's right, the person who came was Lung Yuyao. Lung Yuyao got off her horse and cupped her hands at Li Zishuan. Lord Zhu, my young master has something to tell you today. However, he heard that you have left the city, so he ordered me to come and tell you. Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Fang and the Imperial Army soldiers around him. He hesitated and said, Miss Lung, we are preparing to go to Snake Spirit Mountain. If your matter isn't urgent, can we talk about it in a few days? What Yao wants to tell you is about the 7 cultivators sect on Snake Spirit Mountain. If Lord Zhu is in a hurry, we can talk about it while we walk. Lung Yuyao said, bringing a beauty to war? This, Li Zishuan looked at Dugu Fang, who was next to him. This guy was just winking at him, but now he acted as if he didn't know anything. He turned his head to the side and shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers, "Continue marching! Continue marching!" After saying that, he turned his horse around and rushed towards Snake's Spirit Mountain. When he came to Li Zishuan's side, he whispered, "Ahem, little Xian, I didn't see anything. But you have to take it easy. It won't look good if sister-in-law finds out." Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard that. Does this guy think that I'm having an affair with Leng Yuyao? He wanted to explain, but Dugu Feng had already run far away. So, he could only give up. He might have given up, but it didn't mean that Leng Yuyao would do the same. This girl was cold and arrogant. She would kill someone if she didn't agree with him. Although Dugu Feng's voice was soft, she heard it clearly. She snorted coldly, picked up a stone with the tip of her foot, caught it with one hand, and threw it at the back of Dugu Feng's head. Chapter 493. Whoosh! The pebble that Leng Yuyao threw was about the size of a pigeon egg. She threw it with all her might, and the pebble went straight for the back of Dugu Feng's head. Li Zishuan saw everything clearly from the back, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. He couldn't help but think that this girl was really ruthless, because if this attack landed, even if Dugu Feng didn't die, he would become a retard. Seeing that the pebble was about to hit him, Dugu Feng used one hand to support himself on the horse and jumped into the air, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. After landing on the back of the horse, he quickly reined in the horse and turned around to glare at Leng Yuyao. "You, I'm still the Lieutenant General of the Left Wei Guards, and you dare to attack me in public? You." If it was someone else who dared to play like this, Dugu Feng would have long since turned his sword on them. However, he still didn't know what relationship Leng Yuyao had with Li Zishuan, so he could only vent his anger with his mouth. "Umph, you deserve it. Who told you to talk dirty?" Leng Yuyao didn't back down and glared back at him. Actually, she regretted it a little when she threw the pebble. Dugu Feng was also a member of the imperial court, and if he was killed by her pebble, it would definitely bring trouble to her young master. But luckily, Dugu Feng was still agile. "You!" Dugu Feng glared at her and trembled in anger. He finally understood how troublesome it was to deal with a woman. "Ugh! Cough, cough! Miss Leng, don't you have something to say to me? Let's get on the horse and talk." "Feng, the situation is urgent, so don't bother with Miss Leng." Li Zishuan tried to mediate between the two sides, mainly because he was anxious. Who knew what was going on over at Dugu Xian's side? It would be bad if they couldn't handle the situation and got wiped out by the 7 cultivators of virtue. "Fine, little Xian, I'll give you face." Dugu Feng glared at Leng Yuyao and turned his horse around to continue forward. "Sir Li, a few days ago, my young master sent a letter to the family head via pigeon, informing him of the matter regarding the assassins from the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect. After the family head received the news, he attached great importance to it, and especially went to see the second young master, who is currently being imprisoned by the disciplinary hall. After asking around, second young master hasn't had any contact with outsiders in the past few months, so the assassin that day definitely has nothing to do with second young master." Leng Yuyao rode on her horse and followed Li Zishuan at the very back of the imperial army. The two of them rode side by side. Leng Yuyao whispered to Li Zishuan the purpose of her pursuit this time. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, "I've already said that day that I believe Ren Biao's words. I didn't expect Ren Biao to mobilize so many people and even make Governor Wang work so hard. He really shouldn't have done that." Leng Yuyao shook her head and said softly, "Young master cares a lot about his friendship with Lord Zhu, so young master must confirm this matter again and again. Also, there's an important piece of news from the family head. It's about the origin of that assassin." "Oh, Miss Leng, please speak." Li Zishuan became spirited and quickly asked. The family head learned from second young master that the flying snake who kidnapped Madame Zhu has a master realm master, known as Snake King. No one knows the specific name of this person, but his martial arts are all highly toxic. Therefore, the assassin that day is very likely to be the flying snake's master, Snake King. Leng Yuyao urged the horse under her as she replied, "Snake King? His martial arts are all highly toxic?" Li Zishuan frowned and nodded. It seems that the assassin that day is most likely Snake King. However, this person is really bold. He actually dared to openly go against the imperial court for his disciple. Even if the assassin was the flying snake's master, Li Zishuan still had a lot of doubts. The most important thing was that the assassin actually assassinated a country's baron for his disciple. This was the most inconceivable thing. In his view, given how powerful the Great Tang was, the factions of the Jianghu would definitely not dare to directly clash with the imperial court. Moreover, Flying Snake had deserved to be killed. Logically, and realistically, the Snake King should not have taken such a risk for the sake of a disciple. Or could it be that the people of the evil sect were so loyal and righteous that they dared to go against the whole world for their disciple? This was a little different from the people of the evil sect in his impression. Actually, Lung Yuyao suddenly interrupted. She seemed to want to say something, but stopped. Then, her ears turned red. Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The iceberg beauty blushed? She can even be shy? You must be King kidding me. Li Zishuan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that what Dugu Feiying said just now is right? That shouldn't be. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the clearest. Even a fool can see Lung Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao. But now, how should I explain this shy girl in front of me? Cough, cough. Miss Lung, what did you just say? Li Zishuan braced himself and asked. Lung Yuyao's face turned red and white. After hesitating for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, actually, the flying snake was not only the Snake King's disciple, but also the Snake King's Dao companion. I heard from the second young master that they had a very good relationship. That's why the Snake King wanted to kill Lord Zhu at all costs. Dao companion? After hearing this, Li Zishuan's face turned green. He stared and asked, aren't they all men? How can they be Dao companions? Lung Yuyao said angrily, isn't this a matter between you men? Lord Zhu, you should know better than me, right? Asking an innocent girl to talk about such embarrassing things was really a bit difficult for her. Li Zishuan instantly thought of something bad. Holy shit, this picture is so King poisonous. Li Zishuan shook his head and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would vomit out the breakfast he had in the morning. With a depressed expression, he said, CK, so it's two King gays, damn it. According to this result, everything made sense. No wonder the flying snake had a disgusting sissy look at that time. It turned out that he had been bent. No wonder the Snake King had such a big reaction when he learned of the flying snake's death. It turned out that the flying snake was his other half. Lung Yuyao didn't understand, nor did she want to understand. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Lord Zhu, I've already told you everything that the young master wanted me to tell you. There shouldn't be anything else here, so Yuyao will take her leave. I hope Lord Zhu can take care of yourself in the encirclement of the 7 cultivators sect. Goodbye. Chapter 494. After chatting with Lung Yuyao, Li Zishuan felt unwell. He lowered his head and rode Big White to the front of the group. Hey, little Xian, you guys finished chatting so quickly? Dugu Feiying looked behind him and found that Lung Yuyao had disappeared. He turned around and winked at Li Zishuan with a smile. Li Zishuan looked at him strangely and said, Feiying, don't think too much. That girl is the personal maid of the eldest son of the Wang family. She has nothing to do with me. If you talk nonsense again, be careful that your head will be cracked open next time. Oh, so that's how it is. That little girl is really fierce. Dugu Feiying scratched the back of his head and said with lingering fear, Hee. Yeah, not only you, but she also wanted to beat and kill me when she first met me. So, if you're not really interested in her, it's better not to provoke her in the future. Li Zishuan shook his head and recalled the first time Wang Renbiao brought Lung Yuyao to him. So he said to Wang Renbiao. Dugu Feiying was startled and hurriedly said, Ba. Who would be interested in her? Hey, but what were you guys talking about just now? Blurg. It would have been better if this guy didn't ask. Once he did, some disgusting scenes appeared in Li Zishuan's mind. He retched and hurriedly waved his hand. Don't ask, that's so cruel. Dugu faint, dumbfounded, general, an expert came down from the mountain. He claims to be the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, Batian. He wants to invite you to the front of the battlefield. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, the main tent of the army, a soldier cupped his fists and bowed to Dugu Exen. Batian, sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue. Hee. Is he finally unable to sit still? Dugu Exen muttered to himself. Then he got up and said coldly, "Let's go. Come out with me to meet him." Even though Dugu Exen knew from Lisa Xuan that the sect leader of the 7 cultivators sect was a peak grandmaster realm martial artist, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, he had never thought of fighting alone with others. He was a general with countless soldiers behind him. He was here to fight a war, not to be a hero. Even though Zhongshe realm pinnacle experts were powerful, they were still defeated by more than 1,000 elite Imperial Guards. Yes, are you the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of true virtue? Dugu Exen led several of his personal guards to the front of the formation. Behind him, more than 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers gripped their weapons and waited. Seeing the tall and burly red-haired man, Dugu Exen asked indifferently, "Yes, the 4th generation sect master of the 7 cultivators sect, Batian, greets the general. I don't know why you've surrounded Snake Spirit Mountain with your troops. There must be some misunderstanding, so I came down the mountain to explain things to you and clear up the misunderstanding." Although Dugu Exen was only in the Qi transformation realm, Batian did not underestimate him. He cupped his hands towards Dugu Exen and smiled kindly. Misunderstanding? Hearing this, Dugu Exen sneered and said, "If it's a misunderstanding, then why is sect leader standing so far away? Why don't you come to my tent and have a seat? Then we can slowly clear up the misunderstanding." In order to prevent himself from being surrounded by the Imperial Army, Batian purposely kept a distance of nearly 8 feet from Dugu Exen. He was prepared to flee at any moment if the situation turned bad. How could he possibly walk right into a trap? His expression changed, and he said unhappily, "The threshold for the general's tent is too high. I definitely won't go there. Why do you have to force me? Let's clear up the misunderstanding here." "Haha, the threshold is too high? I'm afraid sect leader doesn't have the guts to come here." Dugu Exen glanced at Batian and sneered. "You, general, don't go too far." Batian had been high and mighty in the 7 cultivators sect for so many years. When had he ever been mocked like this? If it weren't for the fact that this was not the right place, he would have drawn his sword and killed him. Dugu Exen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and coldly said, "Enough. Sect leader knows very well why I led my troops to surround Snake Spirit Mountain today. If you want me to retreat, then immediately hand over the assassin who tried to assassinate Li Zhanshe a few days ago. Otherwise, when the Imperial Army arrives, I'll lead my men to wipe out your sect." A hint of anger flashed in Batian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and pretended not to know. "General, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Our 7 cultivators sect has always been strict with our disciples. No one would do such an illegal thing. Therefore, I asked the general to investigate clearly and not wrongly accuse a good person." Dugu Exen coldly snorted and said, "Good person? Umph. You know very well whether or not you're a good person. This general also knows whether or not the assassin is from your 7 cultivators sect. Therefore, don't play the fool here. This general won't fall for it." Batian was dissatisfied and said, "General, you keep saying that the assassin is from my 7 cultivators sect. Then, do you have any evidence? Or can you tell me the name of the assassin? I'll bring him here to confront the general." Batian was betting that Liu Baodan, who was captured by Dugu Exen, didn't know that Snake King had tried to assassinate Li Zixuan. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a second person in the entire 7 cultivators sect who knew about this matter apart from him. He made the right bet. Dugu Exen was at a loss for words. He only got the information from Li Zixuan that the assassin was from the 7 cultivators sect, but he didn't know who it was. It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate, but Liu Baodan, who was captured by the Imperial Army, knew too little. If I tell you the assassin's name, will you bring him down the mountain and hand him over to us? Just as Dugu Xian was at a loss for words and Batian was about to reveal a victorious expression, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Xian recognized the owner of the voice and was delighted. He turned his head and saw that Li Zishuan had already appeared in front of him and was looking at Batian with a faint smile. Batian furrowed his brows and asked, "May I know who you are?" Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Don't ask who I am. Answer my question first. Do you still keep your word?" Batian hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, "Of course." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Ha ha, good. Then, please bring Snake King from the 7 Cultivators sect down to confront him. He's the assassin." Boom! Batian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his expression was extremely interesting. Seeing this, Dugu Xian understood that Li Zishuan was telling the truth about the name of the assassin. He pulled Dugu Feiying, who had just run over, and asked in disbelief, "Feiying, how did Li Zishuan know about the assassin's identity?" Dugu Feiying glanced at his elder brother, paused, and said, "Don't ask. He's ruthless." Dugu Xian. Chapter 495. Oomph. Little brat, you've gone too far. My 7 Cultivators of True Virtue sect has never had a person named Snake King, and no one would ever do such a thing as breaking the law and breaking the discipline. Boy, you ruined the reputation of my 7 Cultivators of True Virtue sect for no reason. So this old man will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Baishan's expression changed. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and dashed in front of Li Zishuan, wanting to teach Li Zishuan a lesson. "Bastard! How dare you!" Dugu Xian was shocked and shouted angrily. However, his reaction was still half a beat too slow. Before he could finish his words, Baishan's palm was about to hit Li Zishuan's chest. Although Li Zishuan didn't expect that Batian would dare to make a move in such a situation, his reaction was still quite fast. Moreover, Batian didn't use his full strength, so Li Zishuan had the chance to neutralize it. Li Zishuan pinched Baishan's wrist with both hands accurately and quickly. Then, he did a Tai Chi push and cleverly dispelled the huge force contained in the palm. After that, he took advantage of the momentum and retreated 5 feet away, keeping a safe distance from Batian. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in his heart. That palm was really dangerous. This red-haired old monster in front of me is really strong. If it weren't for my Tai Chi fist, I would have been finished by now. What a strange young man. Batian didn't expect that his sure kill attack would be blocked by a 14 or 15-year-old kid. He exclaimed in surprise and was about to make another move when Dugu Xian's cold voice sounded. "Oomph. It seems that Gate Master wants to openly rebel against the Imperial Court. Is the 3rd-rank Crown Prince, Zhan Shi, someone you can kill as you please? Soldiers, hear my command. Get into formation and meet the enemy." Boom. Yes. Upon hearing Dugu Xian's order, the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers, 200 Yamen runners, and the 3,000 Imperial Army soldiers that had just arrived with Dugu Feiying hurriedly shouted in agreement. Then, these 4,000 soldiers drew their MO sabers and rapidly changed their formation, wanting to surround Batian. Batian was shocked. He did not expect that the person he had just dealt with was Li Zishuan. He also did not expect Dugu Xian to give such a decisive order. This was not the slightest bit of Jianghu morality. However, this was not the time for Batian to think otherwise. He hurriedly circulated his Jinshi and retreated with all his might. Before the Imperial Army could complete their encirclement, he had already retreated far away. Fortunately, he didn't use his full strength when he taught Li Zishuan a lesson. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for him to retreat. It's a misunderstanding. General, this is all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to teach this person a lesson. I never thought that he would be the Crown Prince Zhan Shi. Please calm down, General. At this point, the chances of reconciliation were getting slimmer and slimmer. However, Batian still wanted to make one last attempt. However, Dugu Xian did not want to waste any more time with Batian. If not for Li Zishuan's quick reaction and clever means, he would have been dead by now. Thinking about it, the dignified crown prince Zhan Shi, the founding father of the country, was killed in front of Dugu Xian. It was not as simple as a punishment. He would bring shame to the entire Dugu clan. Therefore, Dugu Xian was very angry at this moment. He said coldly, Batian, you still want to be stubborn at this point? First, your 7 cultivators sect Snake King dared to assassinate Li Zishuan outside Chang'an City. Now, you dare to commit murder in front of me? The law of the country will not forgive you. I will not forgive you either. If you know what's good for you, take your flying Snake King and follow me back to the court to confess your crimes. Otherwise, I will bring people to destroy your sect. Hearing this, Baishan's face turned ugly. There was no room for reconciliation now. He smiled coldly and said, Ha 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 ha. Destroy my sect? Ha ha ha. Little general by Mian, you sure talk big. His whole body soared into the sky. His clothes and hair fluttered even though there was no wind, making him look like a red-haired devil. Then, he circulated his chi and his voice resounded throughout the valley. You want to destroy my 7 cultivator sect? This old man will make you pay with blood. This Snake Spirit Mountain will be your burial ground. Come if you're not afraid of death. Ha ha. After saying that, Baishan's figure changed in the air. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast, Li Zishuan muttered to himself as he looked at the direction Batian disappeared in. Li Zishuan was the only one who was able to see Baishan's movements clearly, and that was only because he had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Otherwise, he would only be able to see a series of afterimages like the others. The terror of a peak Grandmaster stage expert could be seen from this. Xiao Xian, you can't catch up with him either? Dugu Feng shrank his neck and walked forward to ask. He felt frustrated because when Batian attacked just now, he didn't even have the courage to take out his Xuanye flying dagger, let alone stand up to help Li Zishuan. Of course I can't. This person is different from the Flying Snake King. He's much stronger than the Flying Snake King. I won't be able to fight him in 3 years. Li Zishuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, 3 years. Dugu Feng opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Should he say that Li Zishuan was bragging? However, Li Zishuan's battle with the Snake King a few days ago had already given him a huge shock. Now that Li Zishuan was stronger, his opponents were stronger as well. But that didn't mean that Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to defeat Batian in 3 years. Dugu Feng didn't dare to say that out loud. He could only praise Li Zishuan's ambition in his heart. While they, the younger generation, were still fighting and competing with each other, Li Zishuan had already set his sights on the top experts of the older generation. The gap between people was indeed quite big. Haha, Feng, don't think too much. I just don't like that old man and want to kill him as soon as possible. It's not because I have some ambition that I have to do this. I've always been a lazy person. Just when Dugu Feng was expressing his endless admiration for Li Zishuan in his heart, he suddenly felt a punch on his shoulder. Then, he heard Li Zishuan laughing heartily. Dugu Feng, you. Okay, let's get down to business. Feng, did you bring the Emperor's decree with you this time? Dugu Xian asked while Dugu Feng was feeling extremely depressed. Chapter 496. Big Brother, His Majesty ordered me to lead 3,000 Imperial Guards to support you. We must force the 7 cultivators of true virtue to hand over the culprit. The Imperial Court cannot lose face. If they don't hand over the culprit, we will attack them from the front and take them down. When Dugu Feng heard Dugu Xian's question, he calmed himself down before answering. It seems that they don't intend to hand over the culprit, so we can only attack them by force. At this point, Dugu Xian hesitated. But if we attack by force, the poisonous miasma in the Serpent Spirit Mountain will cause us to suffer heavy losses. Dugu Xian smiled. Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Other than the 3,000 Imperial Guards, there are also 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau with me." Then Dugu Feng pulled 2 frail middle-aged men from behind and said, "Come, Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is my big brother, the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards." "Big brother, these 2 are doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. They are very good at detoxification." Dugu Xin was overjoyed. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Doctors, thank you for your trouble." The 2 of them quickly returned the salute. The older doctor said, "General Dugu, it's our duty to treat patients. As doctors, it's our duty to treat, save, and detoxify. Brother Wang and I will do our best to deal with the poisonous miasma in the mountain. The situation is urgent, so I hope General Dugu can let us go into the mountain to check the composition of the poisonous miasma. Only then can we find a way to detoxify it." The 2 of them were quite professional. They were going to test the poison with their own bodies. Dugu Xion's expression turned solemn. "Honorable professors, you are indeed righteous. I will arrange for the soldiers to escort you to the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain to check the miasma. However, I hope that the 2 of you will prioritize your own safety and act according to your capabilities. Don't be too hasty." "Ha! Don't worry, General. I know what to do," Dr. Qin replied with a smile. He then turned to Li Zixuan and asked, "Does Li Zhanshu want to go with us?" Previously, Divine Dr. Sun praised Li Zhanshu's medical skills to us many times in the Imperial Medical Department. Li Zixuan saw that Dr. Qin was smiling kindly and didn't seem like he was deliberately messing with him, so he politely replied, "That's all Taoist Sun's praise. I'm only good at treating some special injuries, but the art of detoxification is vast and complicated. I'm not proficient in it, so I don't dare to show off in front of the 2 professors." "Haha, Li Zhanshu is so humble. Since that's the case, the 2 of us will go first." Dr. Qin smiled and did not try to persuade him any further. He brought Dr. Wang with him and left. "Take care of yourselves." Li Zixuan bowed and cupped his fists as he said. Dugu Xian hurriedly called for 4 bodyguards to escort the 2 of them. Under normal circumstances, the people of the 7 cultivators of true virtue wouldn't take the initiative to come out and throw away their lives. But these 2 doctors were very important, and Dugu Xian had no choice but to be cautious. "Senior brother, how is it? Are the soldiers at the foot of the mountain willing to reconcile with our 7 cultivators of true virtue?" On the Snake Spirit Mountain, in the secret chamber where the Snake King was recuperating. Snake King was recuperating with his eyes closed when he sensed someone pushing the door open. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Een Batian. "Sigh." Een Batian sighed deeply and sat on the stone bench next to him. He said, "No, they're determined to catch you now, junior brother. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable." Snake King was delighted. In the end, he didn't want the 7 cultivators of true virtue to reconcile with the imperial court just like that. If that happened, it would be like having a sword pressed against his neck all the time, and he would have to be on guard against Li Zixuan's sudden revenge. Looking at Een Batian's expression, it seemed that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the army at the foot of the mountain. In that case, he wouldn't be the only one fighting. With so many people fighting side by side with him, it would be a lot easier for him. Although he thought so in his heart, the Snake King did not dare to show it on his face. He pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "Sigh. It's all my fault for being too reckless and causing the sect to fall into such a situation. Otherwise, senior brother would have just handed me over as a scapegoat. After all, the imperial court is powerful." "Bullshit." Een Batian angrily slammed the stone table and said, "This old man has told you more than once that I, Een Batian, will never betray my fellow sect members. Junior brother, don't say such words again in the future." Snake King said with a touched face, "Junior brother will always remember senior brother's righteousness. If we can survive this calamity, I, Flying Snake, will definitely follow senior brother's lead in the future." Een Batian was somewhat relieved to hear this. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother, you don't have to do this. However, this old man did meet Lisa Schwan, the person you wanted to assassinate earlier, at the foot of the mountain. Snake King immediately became spirited and said excitedly, "Oh, did senior brother take the opportunity to kill him?" This old fart had been looking forward to Lisa Schwan's violent death all this time. At this moment, he looked at Ian Batian with a hopeful expression, praying that he would hear the answer he had been dreaming of. "No. Although I attacked him before, I didn't know that the kid was Lisa Schwan when I attacked. I only wanted to teach him a lesson, so I didn't use my full strength. In the end, that kid dodged it." Ian Batian shook his head and explained. Then, he frowned and sighed. "That kid's kung fu is quite strange. Although I didn't use my full strength, it's still not something that a kid who just entered the Grandmaster realm could dodge. Junior brother, it seems that you didn't lose to that kid in vain." Snake King's face was filled with shame. From a certain perspective, he was the one who made Lisa Schwan what he was today. If it weren't for him, Lisa Schwan might not have become a Grandmaster. His existence only served to highlight how outstanding Lisa Schwan was. "Senior brother, that kid's kung fu is strange. Every move seems weak, but it's actually very powerful. If there's a chance to seriously injure him, we have to force him to tell us what kung fu he's learned before killing him." Snake King thought for a moment and said coldly. Hearing this, Ian Batian's eyes inevitably flashed with greed. He nodded and said, "What Junior Brother said makes sense. But the most important thing right now is to find a way to help the 7 cultivators of true virtue survive this crisis." Snake King smiled indifferently and said, "Senior brother, if they want to attack the mountain, just let them. In any case, the 7 cultivators of true virtue has already arranged everything. I don't believe that they can withstand the poisonous miasma in a mountain and the ambush at the mountain pass. Even if these can't stop them, we still have a final trump card." "Final trump card?" Ian Batian looked at Snake King strangely. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and he said, "Junior brother, you mean?" Chapter 497. At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, under the escort of 4 Imperial guards, the 2 doctors from the Imperial Medical Department gradually arrived at the edge of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Seeing that the entire mountain forest was shrouded in a faintly discernible black fog, Dr. Wong worriedly said, "That's right. Brother Qin, I'm afraid this mountain is full of poisonous creatures. Otherwise, how could it produce so much miasma?" Dr. Qin nodded thoughtfully and replied, "That is indeed the case. I have never seen such a dense and solid barrier before. Fortunately, Dugu Xin did not rashly lead his troops to attack the mountain. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy losses. How about this? I'll go and first attest the miasma's composition. Brother Wong, you stay behind me. If I'm unfortunately poisoned and faint, I'll rely on you." "Dr. Qin, you mustn't." Before Dr. Wong could speak, one of the guard behind them stopped him. "When we came out just now, the general personally instructed us to ensure the safety of the 2 of you. If Dr. Qin wants to test the poison, why don't you let me go in and experience it? If I'm poisoned, Dr. Qin can find a way to detoxify me. That way, you can also figure out the composition of the miasma." The other 3 soldiers also expressed their willingness to go into the mountain to test the poison. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wong looked at each other. They did not expect things to develop to this point. However, as a doctor, Dr. Qin shook his head and said, "I appreciate the general's kindness, but the 2 of us still do not know the composition of the miasma. If the general rashly enters the mountain and is unfortunately poisoned, what if our abilities are limited and we can't save you? How will we have the face to stand in the apricot forest in the future? Besides, if I personally test the poison, I can quickly find out the composition of the miasma. So, please don't stop me. Military intelligence is like fire." When the 4 guards heard this, they hesitated. They did not know if they should listen to the command. At this moment, Dr. Wong said, "Brother Qin is right. Testing and detoxifying the poison is the responsibility of a doctor. It's not worthwhile to involve the generals. Don't worry, Dr. Qin has been immersed in the medical field for many years. He knows what to do. Nothing will happen." At this moment, Dr. Chin had already handed his medicine box to a soldier. Then, he brushed his sleeves and said to the first guard who said he wanted to help test the poison, "I'll go. Don't worry, little general. It should be fine." After saying that, he turned around and walked up the mountain path. The Imperial Guard did not expect a weak doctor like Dr. Chin to be so brave. He was stunned for a moment before he quickly bowed and said loudly, "Dr. Chin, take care," in the central tent. Dugu Xin could not help but ask how Li Zishuan knew that the assassin was Snake King. Li Zishuan then repeated the information that Lung Yuyao had told him on the way here. Of course, Li Zishuan would never mention that Snake King and Flying Snake were good friends, as he was afraid of polluting his ears. Oh, did that mean that Batian was lying on purpose? I didn't expect that there would be such a loyal and righteous person in a small Jianghu evil sect. If it was any other sect, the Snake King would definitely be abandoned. Dugu Xin shook his head and sighed. Li Zishuan did not believe that Batian was a loyal and righteous person. There must be another reason why he did not give up on Snake King. It definitely had nothing to do with being loyal and righteous. He could tell this from the relationship between Snake King and Flying Snake. Dugu Feiying looked at his brother and said, "Big brother, that Batian almost got away with his sweet talk. We can't let him go so easily." Dugu Xin nodded and said, "Of course I won't let him go." But when Batian escaped, he said those harsh words. It's obvious that he has something to rely on. So, we have to be careful. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Dugu Xin then looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, what do you think? Yuan Fang, what do you think?" Li Zishuan almost vomited blood. This guy obviously did not come from the modern world. How could he be such a prank? However, although Li Zishuan was depressed, he could not explain further. He took a deep breath and said to Dugu Xin, "Xin, right. Not to mention that Batian is a martial arts master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. The geographical environment of the Snake Spirit Mountain itself is enough for us to be cautious. Now, let's see when the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department can make the antidote. Only then can we proceed to the next step." Xin? Dugu Xin and Dugu Feiying were dumbfounded. "What the hell was Xin?" Li Zishuan said with a matter-of-fact face. "What's wrong? Feiying and I call each other friends and brothers." Xin, you're Feiying's brother. "How dare you call me Xin?" No, it's me calling you Xin. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zishuan did not change his words and almost said, "Do you dare to answer me if I call you Xin?" If he really said that, it would probably be a big deal. Dugu Xin was speechless. He felt that Li Zishuan's words were very reasonable, but he felt that calling him Xin was very awkward. There's nothing wrong with that. You should call him that. Dugu Feiying didn't mind watching the commotion and laughed loudly at the side. Reporting to the general, the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department are back. Just as they were talking and laughing, a soldier came in from outside the tent. It was Mao Yao's bodyguard who took the initiative to test the poison for Dr. Chin. He bowed and said after entering the tent, Dugu Xion's spirit was lifted. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Why aren't you inviting them in?" The soldier in the tent hesitated for a moment and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Did something happen to the 2 doctors?" The 2 brothers, Dugu Xion and Dugu Feiying, were shocked when they heard this and turned their attention to him. The soldier kneeled and cupped his fists. "I have failed in my duty and failed to protect the 2 doctors. Just now, at Snake Spirit Mountain, Dr. Chin risked his life to test the poison alone in order to analyze the toxicity of the gas in the mountain. In the end, in less than 15 minutes, Dr. Chin staggered out with a purplish-black face. Dr. Wang is now doing his best to save Dr. Chin." "What?" Dugu Xion's expression changed. He came in front of the soldier in a flash and said hurriedly, "Cut the crap. Du Chun and the rest of you will be punished for your negligence in the future. Bring me to see Dr. Chin now." Du Chun quickly got up and said, "Yes, General. Please come with me." The few people in the tent hurriedly followed Du Chun out. Chapter 498. Dr. Wang, How is Dr. Chin? Dugu Shinran's voice came from a side tent not far from the commander's tent. Then, he quickly walked in with Li Zixuan and Dugu Feiying. Hee. General, Dugu, don't worry. This old man is not in danger. Before Dr. Wang could say anything, Dr. Chin, who was lying on the bed, said weakly. His lips were cracked and his cheeks were dark purple. He looked very scary. Hearing that Dr. Chin could still speak, the three people who came in couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw Dr. Chin's face, Li Zixuan couldn't help but gasp. He hurriedly said, Dr. Chin, you've been poisoned too deeply. It's better if you don't speak. Elder Wang, what poison is in Dr. Chin? Is there a way to detoxify it? Li Zixuan admired Dr. Chin from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only known them for less than half a day, Li Zixuan had already developed a sense of admiration for the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department in front of him. A doctor's benevolence. Dr. Chin's actions were the best interpretation of this phrase. Don't worry, Dr. Li. I'm doing my best to prepare the medicine according to Brother Chin's description. Overall, there shouldn't be any major problems. Dr. Wang was holding a small booklet and kept writing and drawing on it. When he heard Li Zixuan's question, he answered without turning his head. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, That's good. Dr. Wang, you focus on preparing the medicine first. No one will disturb you during this time. We'll wait on the side. Okay. Dr. Wang nodded and then asked Dr. Chin, who was lying on the bed, Brother Chin, I've already suppressed the poison in your body with golden needles. You can continue speaking. Don't be too loud, otherwise you'll waste a lot of energy. Li Zixuan and the other two were holding their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would make noise and affect Dr. Wang's ability to listen to Dr. Chin. The serpent's spirit. Mountain's barrier qi contains poison. If an ordinary person enters within less than a quarter of an hour, the poison will enter his body. If he is not treated in time, he will definitely die from the poison. This old man went to Lingnan a few years ago. Over there, the ground is hot and humid, and it's easy to form obstructive qi. Ordinary people stay there for a few days and they'll get swollen diarrhea, but it won't cause death. Right now, this serpent spirit mountain is not as simple as barrier qi. This old man guesses that this barrier qi is mixed with poisonous gas. As for why there is poisonous gas, it must be because this mountain has been entrenched for a long time with a large amount of highly poisonous things. As the saying goes, obstructive qi, poisonous fog, shooting engineer. A hoe, ghost hoe, shaped like a turtle with 3 legs, also known as short fox. Sand lice, a type of tiny but extremely poisonous louse. And the scourge of snakes, there's nothing that can't be found in the water. From Wei Shu, the biography of Simaru. Therefore, the poisonous creatures in this serpent spirit mountain were none other than archers, sand lice, serpents, nothing more. But according to my symptoms, I dare to conclude that the poison in this poison barrier is most likely snake venom. Brother Wang, you can use the antidote method to detoxify me. Dr. Wang listened attentively by the bedside. After Dr. Chin finished speaking, he quickly nodded and said, Okay, Brother Chin, I understand. Don't say anything and rest well. I'll go and prepare the medicine for you now. Then he walked to the square table next to him, bent over the table, and began to write the prescription. Dr. Chin, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said to himself, Ha! Brother Wang, you've always been better than me when it comes to detoxification and prescription. With you around, this old man can rest assured. This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on testing the poison himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dr. Wang had finished writing the prescription. He checked it, then walked to Dugu Xian and said, General Dugu Xian, I've written the prescription. General Dugu, I've finished writing the prescription. There are some herbs that we brought with us when we came, but there are a few rare herbs that we didn't bring with us. So please. Dugu Ling Tian said. No problem. Dr. Wang, give me the prescription quickly. I'll send someone back to Chong and on a fast horse to bring these herbs for you." Without waiting for Dr. Wong to finish, Dugu Xian quickly interrupted him. "Thank you for your trouble." Dr. Wong thanked him and passed the prescription to Dugu Xian. He also told him about the few herbs that he needed. Dugu Xian immediately turned around and was about to go out to find someone to get the herbs. Dugu Feng stood out and said, "Brother, let me get the herbs. My horse runs fast." Dugu Xian thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, I'll let you go. But Feng, not only do you have to go quickly, but also be careful." "I understand, brother." Dugu Feng saluted Li Zishuan with his fists and turned around to leave the side tent. "Dr. Qin, take care of yourself. Dr. Wong, if you need any help, just send someone to call me," Dugu Xian said, and was about to leave with Li Zishuan. But Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, spoke again. His voice was weak and weak. "The two of you, please wait." Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian were both martial artists. Their hearing was very strong, so they naturally heard Dr. Qin's call. "Dr. Qin, do you have any other orders?" Li Zishuan came to the bed and asked softly. "Order? I don't dare, this old man just wants to remind." "General, Dugu and Li Zhanshi." On the surface, the Serpent Spirit Mountain looked calm and serene. But in reality, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Snake Spirit Mountain, Snake Spirit Mountain. I'm afraid the things in this mountain should be, as the name of this mountain should be, filled with extremely poisonous snakes everywhere. So, General, you must think of a perfect plan to reduce the casualties. Dr. Qin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Dugu Xian nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Qin. I, Dugu Xian, am not a reckless person. I will not let the soldiers lose their lives for no reason. You should take the time to recuperate." After a few more words, Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan walked out together. Li Zishuan's heart was heavy. After all, this battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was all because of his own personal grudge. But now, he realized that Dr. Qin had taken such a risk for his own personal grudge. Li Zishuan would be lying if he said that he did not feel guilty. Huff. I hope Dr. Wong can come up with the antidote as soon as possible. This way, not only can Dr. Qin be saved, but the rest of the soldiers will also have fewer casualties when they go up the mountain. Since he could not change anything, Li Zishuan could only pray twice in his heart. Chapter 499. Lord Zhu, Dr. Qin is getting better. General Dugu has already rushed over. Do you want to go and take a look? The next morning, Li Zishuan was woken up in his tent. When he opened his eyes, he saw the shadow of a soldier outside. Yesterday, in order to help the army attack the mountain, Dr. Qin did not hesitate to use his own body to test the poison. As the initiator of the family extermination mission, how could he abandon the army and go home alone to hug his wife? Therefore, he spent the night in his tent. Of course, his family had already sent a message back, so his father and mother would not be too worried. What? Dr. Qin is better? I know. Tell General Dugu that I will go immediately. When Li Zishuan heard the news, he immediately lost his sleepiness. He shouted at the soldier outside and immediately got up to put on his clothes. After a while, Li Zishuan washed up and went to the side tent where Dr. Qin was lying. From outside, he could hear the voices inside. Most importantly, he heard Dr. Qin's voice full of energy. Clearly, just by listening to his voice, he could tell that Dr. Qin's poison was no longer a problem. Li Zishuan's expression relaxed slightly. He hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked in. "Dr. Qin, is your poison cured?" Li Zishuan came to the bed and looked at Dr. Qin, whose face was glowing red, and asked with a smile. "Hee. Thank you, Li Zhanshi, for your concern. The snake poison in my body is completely cured. I think I will be able to get out of bed and walk in the afternoon." Dr. Qin was half lying on the bed, stroking his beard and smiling. Li Zishuan was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "Ha, that's great. Dr. Wong, since you can cure the poison in Dr. Qin's body, can you also create a drug that can avoid the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain?" This was not only what Li Zishuan was concerned about, but it was also the reason why Dr. Qin risked his life to test the poison. Of course, Li Zhanshe, I have already discussed the formula of the anti-poison drug with Brother Qin. We will do some verification in the morning, and it will be a success. At that time, we will be able to break the poison barrier of the Snake Spirit Mountain. The way of detoxification had always been Dr. Wang's pride. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he cupped his hands and smiled confidently. All right. The two imperial physicians were so conscientious that they didn't even hesitate to put themselves in danger. Their medical ethics were so high that I admire them. After the army returns to the court, I will personally ask His Majesty to reward the two of you. Li Zishuan laughed and cupped his hands towards the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin hurriedly waved their hands and said, Li Zhanshe, you're exaggerating. These are all our duties. We dare not take credit for it. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's not right for the two of you to say that. If it were someone else doing the same thing, it would be very difficult for them to be as conscientious as the two of you. Meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. His Majesty will not bury meritorious people for no reason. Therefore, this is the credit that the two of you deserve. There is no need for you to refuse. Duguxen also chimed in, Lord Zhu is right. If it weren't for the two of you, the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen would have suffered heavy losses. If the two of you can create an antidote that can protect the Imperial Army from the poison barrier, I will personally reward the two of you when we return to the court. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin looked at each other and cupped their hands together. Thank you, Li Zhanshe. Thank you, General Dugu. That afternoon, the two old imperial physicians had created the antidote to the snake venom of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Everyone in the team of more than 3,000 people was given a portion of the antidote. Under the supervision of the various generals, they took the antidote. With such a large amount of medicine being consumed, it was natural that a batch of medicinal herbs had to be transported from Chang'an. These were all personally arranged by Dugu Feiying. In addition, he also brought back a large batch of realgar powder according to Li Zishuan's instructions. Li Zishuan did not forget what Dr. Qin said yesterday when he was critically ill. Therefore, he made such an arrangement. Snakes were afraid of realgar. This was common knowledge that most people in the modern world knew. But why would snakes be afraid of realgar? Most people didn't know the reason behind it. Realgar was a type of mineral. Realgar powder was the powder form of realgar ore. The main ingredient was arsenic disulfide. Its color ranged from bright yellow to reddish, but yellow was more common. Therefore, it was called realgar. Arsenic disulfide itself was not poisonous. However, after oxidation, it produced arsenic trioxide, arsenic, which was highly toxic. Therefore, realgar powder had to be used appropriately. It could not be used under high temperatures. After high temperatures, it would become highly toxic. Realgar is a type of stomach poison. Stomach poison is a poison that acts on the stomach and other digestive systems of pests to produce a lethal effect. Currently, almost all of the rodenticides used were stomach poisons, and snakes were very sensitive to it. However, after adding alcohol, realgar could drive snakes further away and was more effective. The reason was that alcohol could be used as a thinner to enhance the volatilization of realgar. Whether it was realgar wine or realgar powder, they could not completely cause direct harm to snakes. However, realgar wine and realgar powder did have a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other options. Yes, note that this was only if there were other options. If there were no other options, it was hard to say if snakes would still be afraid of realgar. General Dugu, Li Zhanshe, this antidote will only be effective for 4 hours at most. In other words, after 3 hours, regardless of whether you've taken down the Snake Spirit Mountain or not, you must prepare to leave the mountain. Otherwise, many soldiers will have to stay on the Snake Spirit Mountain forever. You must remember. The soldiers of the three armies had gathered in front of the military tent. Just as Dugu Xan was about to go up and mobilize the soldiers, Professor Qin suddenly pulled him back and said earnestly. Dugu Xan was stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it in his heart, he said seriously, Don't worry, Professor Qin. If the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers can't take down this mob in 3 hours, then they won't have the face to continue fighting. Therefore, no matter what, we must return to the foot of the mountain within 4 hours. That's good. That's good. Professor Chin stroked his beard and smiled. Dugu Feiying, who was beside him, could not help but ask, since one portion of the antidote can last for 4 hours, then why don't we just let everyone take a few more portions of the antidote? Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Ugh, this guy's logic does sound reasonable, but I'm afraid he's not wise, mentally retarded. Li Zishuan covered his face. Taking medicine was not as simple as 1 + 1. Ha! General Dugu, the effects of this antidote cannot be stacked. If we use it now, we must wait for another 24 hours before we can take it again. Therefore, your suggestion just now is not feasible. Chapter 500. Is that so? Forget it then. Big brother, lead everyone and start attacking the mountain. Yes. Hurry up and attack the mountain. Don't waste time. Dugu Feiying scratched his head awkwardly and said, although he was trying to cover it up, the second half of what he said still made sense. Li Zishuan agreed. Feiying is right. Xian, let's attack the mountain quickly. Let's take down Snake Spirit Mountain before the sky turns dark. Dugu Xian's mouth twitched. Xian, my foot. However, when faced with such a shameless fellow, even if he wanted to object to this name, it was still ineffective. All right, I'll tell them a few things and start attacking the mountain. Finally, Dugu Xian nodded and walked out of the tent. He began to mobilize the 4,000 Imperial Guards in an unusually simple manner. All right, all in all, you're about to face a group of Jianghu ruffians who don't listen to His Majesty's orders. As the most elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army, if you are defeated, I want to see how you can stay in Chang'an City. So, everyone, be on your guard and take note of any unexpected risks in the mountain. The brave will be rewarded, and the cowards will be punished. Don't let the pugilistic world people look down on the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, Academician Xin, and Academician Wang chatted for a while in the tent. After leaving the tent, he heard Dugu Xian talking to the soldiers. Roar! I hear you. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The response to Dugu Xian was a heart-wrenching roar from the 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army. Li Zishuan felt the entire force tremble. Compared to the army of more than 10,000 people he had brought with him, this army of only 4,000 was clearly more imposing. Just from this aura, one could see that this was a powerful army. Of course, Dugu Xian's ability to motivate the Imperial Army with just a few words was truly commendable. Clang! Dugu Xian unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Let's move out. Attack the mountain. Yes. All the soldiers roared in agreement. The group of more than 4,000 people began to move in an orderly manner toward the mountain pass of the Snake Spirit Mountain not far away. Li Zishuan patted Dabai's head and told it to wait at the foot of the mountain. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and chased after Dugu Xian. He had to participate in this attack, but he wouldn't bring Dabai along. The poison in the Snake Spirit Mountain was a fatal threat to Dabai. After all, the antidote developed by the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department was only effective on humans. No one knew if it would be effective on horses. Li Zishuan also didn't want to use Dabai as a test subject. In any case, the mountain passes in the Snake Spirit Mountain were rugged, and there were very few places where horses could be used. Moreover, his instincts told him that this attack on the Snake Spirit Mountain would definitely not be a smooth one. On the contrary, it was very likely that there would be great danger. Li Zishuan couldn't explain why he felt that way. If he had to give a reason, it could only be a man's intuition. Dabai wanted to chase after its master, who had always been very close to it, when it saw that its master was about to leave. However, it was pulled back by the reins tied to the tree. It anxiously and sadly let out two strange and sorrowful cries in Lisa Schwann's direction. The I understood human nature. It could feel the heaviness in Lisa Schwann's heart, so it was very anxious. Lisa Schwann felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he didn't have any confidence in protecting anyone's life in this mysterious snake spirit mountain, let alone a horse. After all, the cultivation of the sect leader of the Seven Cultivators sect was terrifying. It was comparable to some of the martial uncles in the Celestial Master sect in his memories. The Northern Imperial Army will never retreat. The Northern Imperial Army will never be a laughingstock. On the Snake Spirit Mountain, at this moment, the deafening roars of the Imperial Army could be faintly heard from the foot of the mountain. Ian Batian and the Snake King were both people with profound inner strength. Even though they were in the stone room, they could still hear the faint roars. They are starting to attack the mountain. This army is actually the Northern Imperial Army. Our Seven Cultivators sect's opponent this time is really terrifying. Ian Batian's expression suddenly changed. He clasped his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "Senior Marshal Brother, so what if it's the Northern Imperial Army? As the saying goes, capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. You are a peak Grandmaster expert. When they are exhausted by the poisonous miasma, ambush, and harassment in the mountain, won't it be fine if you capture Lisa Schwann and the Northern Imperial Army's commander?" The Snake King rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Ian Batian didn't buy it. He shook his head and said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. The Northern Imperial Army is the elite of the elite in the Chong, an Imperial Army. Li Shimon's most reliable cavalry was selected from the Northern Imperial Army. It is said that the Northern Imperial Army is not only good at chaotic battles between hundreds of thousands of troops, but also good at coordination. With 500 Northern Imperial Army soldiers, they are not afraid of any Jianghu experts. That includes Grandmasters. Once they attack the mountain, Lisa Schwann and the commander of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army will definitely be heavily protected. If I try to capture them and get caught in the formation of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out." Snake King was not as cultured as Ian Batian. He was slightly taken aback as he was slightly intimidated by the might of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Army. After a while, he said, "But Senior Marshal Brother, don't forget that our Snake Spirit Mountain has a poisonous miasma. No matter how strong the Northern Imperial Army is, they will have to lie down after a quarter of an hour, right? At that time, won't we be able to torture Lisa Schwann and the Imperial Army's commander, however we want to torture them?" Ian Batian wasn't as optimistic as the Snake King. In fact, he hadn't been calm for the past 2 days. At this moment, he could only shake his head and say, "Junior Marshal Brother, you should recuperate first. I'll go check on the defense of the sect disciples. The Imperial Court's people are attacking. Smash them! Smash them!" At the first checkpoint of the mountain path, the disciples of the Seven Cultivators sect who had been lying in ambush discovered the Imperial Army's invasion. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army was only 10 feet away to launch an attack. One after another, huge boulders rolled down from above. The soldiers in the front row, who couldn't dodge in time, were immediately smashed to the ground. Even the Imperial Army behind them fell backward one after another, just like the dominoes. Bam! 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 At the critical moment, Lisa Schwann flew to the front of the group and kicked the rapidly falling boulders to the side. Facing the rolling boulders, Lisa Schwann started his fancy football performance. After experiencing the initial chaos, the group quickly calmed down. Seeing that Lisa Schwann was having fun alone in front of the group, they all went up to help him. The first annihilation crisis was instantly resolved.